This novel was requested by No and Goody81 of More Clan. Enjoy solo farming in the Tower 3 Pints 1. In a game, this kind of stat distribution might make you a jack of all trades, but in reality, it's how a jack of all trades survives. Thus, Sejun, who had won the battle against the fire ants, led the way back to the farm, where 7,000 mushroom ants greeted them. It was their way of showing gratitude. The number of mushroom ants had increased by about 2,000 as they had been joined by additional ants, avoiding the fire ants for several days. Then, quick! One of the mushroom ants approached Sejun, carrying a small mushroom on its back. Huh? That's an king oyster mushroom, isn't it? Why? Sejun recognized the mushroom. Aside from being slightly smaller and shinier than a typical king oyster mushroom, it didn't look much different. Quick! The mushroom man brought it closer to Sejun as if to say, try harvesting it, then you'll see. It was full of confidence. You mean I'll understand once I see it? Alright. Pluck. Sejun harvested the mushroom. You have acquired elixir, king oyster mushroom. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. You have gained 250 experience point. Elixir. Sejun examined the king oyster mushroom. Elixir, king oyster mushroom. This king oyster mushroom, cultivated by Tao Farmer Park Sejun's tenant farmer mushroom ant, has absorbed all the nutrients around it, growing into an elixir. It boasts an exceptional taste and aroma. Upon consumption, all stats +1. Grower, Tao Farmer Park Sejun's tenant farmer mushroom ant. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. It increases all stats by 1, and it has an exceptional taste and aroma. The mushroom ant's confident attitude made sense now. Quick! The mushroom ant seemed to ask how it was. You did well. As Sejun petted the mushroom ant's head, quick! It made a strange noise, showing that it liked it. Quick! It's all thanks to you, master. I just worked hard to grow it. Ah, come on, what did I do? You guys worked hard to grow it. Quick! Really? Master, it's all thanks to you. Sejun thought it was just a polite remark from the mushroom ant, but they originally had no ability to grow elixirs. If they had, they would have worked hard to grow and consume them to fend off the fire ants themselves. Only the tenant farmer mushroom ants among them could grow elixirs, although they were not yet ready for harvest. 5 tenant farmer mushroom ants were growing elixirs on their backs, receiving focused care from the other ants. Sniff. Sniff. Creon Quenji sniffed eagerly at the king oyster mushroom in Sejun's hand. It smells delicious. Be patient. Let's cook it first. Sejun headed to the kitchen with the animals. Lunch is king oyster mushrooms. Crop gigantification. Sejun used the skill on the elixir, king oyster mushroom. Doing so would remove the consumption effect but leave the taste and aroma unchanged, only increasing the quantity. However, you have used crop gigantification LV2 on the king oyster mushroom. The crop is elixir and contains an enormous amount of nutrients. The degree of crop gigantification is greatly increased. Huh? Puff. The elixir's enlargement was much greater than Sejun anticipated. Thump. The enlarged king oyster mushroom broke through the kitchen roof, growing even larger. Everybody, get out! Sejun hurriedly shouted as they exited. Fortunately, thanks to the sturdy construction by the Grey Rabbit and Black Minotaurs, the kitchen didn't collapse. Wow! Sejun marveled at the giant king oyster mushroom from outside the kitchen. It was the first time he had seen such a large mushroom since Anton's mushroom cloud superscript 1. Kuiong. Looking at the 10 meters tall king oyster mushroom, Pink Fur felt delighted. It seemed like it would have a chewy texture. Pink Fur, move the mushroom somewhere else. The mushroom was too big to do anything with it inside the kitchen. Kuiong. Whoosh. The mushroom was moved, and now the feasting could begin. Pink Fur pulled the giant king oyster mushroom from the kitchen and moved it to the empty ground. Okay, now, divide it into 5 pieces vertically. Kuiong. At Sejun's words, Pink Fur conjured mana and injected into its claws, creating 4 magical claws. Then, swoosh, Pink Fur swung its magical claws from top to bottom towards the giant king oyster mushroom, and in an instant, it was divided into 5 parts. Kuwong. Pink Fur held the giant mushroom so it wouldn't fall and laid it on the ground, and so began the king oyster mushroom party. As Pink Fur ate the top part and the mushroom ants began to eat the bottom, munch munch. The scent flowing from the king oyster mushrooms tempted the black minotaurs. They approached, drooling. You geese take one too and eat it with Minotaur King. Sejun gave one of the 5 pieces to the Black Minotaur. Chomp. The Minotaurs used their horn, infused with magic like a knife, to cut the mushroom and carried it away. Let's eat, too. After distributing the mushrooms, Sejun, Quenji, and the rabbits ate the king oyster mushrooms. They ate them raw at first, then made steamed mushrooms and grilled mushrooms when they got tired of the raw taste. It's a pity. If only there were alcohol, I would have paired it right away. Thinking about alcohol again? Kellyan scolded Kaiser, who was feeling regretful while looking at the king oyster mushrooms. Kellyan, do you want more? No, I've eaten a lot. Unlike Aileen, the 2 dragons did not eat much. Aileen, want more? The tower's administrator says she's full now. Really? You used to say you had to eat a whole large pot to feel slightly full, remember? You're not sick, are you? Naturally, if a child who used to eat a bowl of rice suddenly eats only half a bowl, you'd worry that something might be wrong. Sejun was worried about Aileen. The tower's administrator says you should worry about yourself first. Okay. He worried about others again. The tower's administrator says she's happy that you're worried about her. Really? I'll keep worrying about Aileen from now on. Aileen? The conversation was cut off again. But what about this? Despite everyone's efforts to eat a lot, one of the 5 divided pieces was left. We'll have to eat this tomorrow. Sejun thought he would eat the remaining king oyster mushroom tomorrow when Quenji lay on the king oyster mushroom and called Sejun. It's nap time, Daddy. Shall we rest then? They were feeling drowsy after eating so much. Sejun lay down next to Quenji. The king oyster mushroom's flesh sank in, swallowing Sejun's body. Wow, this is totally like latex. Sejun spoke, admiring the recovery of the king oyster mushroom that bounced back after he got up. I have to cut this up and take it home later. It seemed like it would be a good substitute for a mattress. Creak. Quenji pushed Sejun's chest gently, urging him to lie down quickly, using one of his front paws. It was heavy, but since there was only one front paw, it was bearable. And flap. The golden bat, which likes dark places, nestled between Sejun and Quenji. Snore. Zzz. Bra. The 3 fell asleep like that. 30 minutes later. Kuiong. The sudden roar of pink fur startled Sejun, Quenji, and the golden bat. Awake. What's going on? What happening? Sejun quickly looked around. Ki-ik. They were surrounded by nearly 1 million fire ant warriors and workers. The rich scent of king oyster mushrooms had spread to where the fire ants were, attracting them. That's too many? If those fire ants started using fire, there would be no way to protect the farm. Then, hey, go and pay for the food. I'm out of magic power. I'll step in. At Kaiser's words, Kellyan flew towards the fire ants. Then, insects, take your lives. With a word, he returned. At Kellyan's words, the fire ants burned themselves to death. No fire ants screamed or resisted. They embraced death without hesitation, as if it were a natural thing. Killing 1 million fire ants with a single word. A dragon was indeed a dragon. Sometimes they might look silly, but at times like this, they were terrifying. I need to get along with them. Sejun resolved not to mess with the dragons and get closer to them in the future. 91st floor of the tower, Wizards Association headquarters. Coyote. How far along is the excavation of the Holy Stone? Iona, who had rushed over after receiving the association's message, asked as she sat in the chair at the head of the conference room table. Judging by the detector's intensity, it's within 100 meters. Gone over. Having the appearance of a hyena, answered. Iona had rushed over here after receiving a message that a holy stone had been detected in the Mana Stone mine on the 77th floor of the tower managed by the Wizard Tower. It is known that the holy stone is a fallen star from the sky, and once acknowledged as its master, its special power protects the owner. I should give it to Sejun. As soon as Iona received the message, she thought of giving the holy stone to Sejun. She had known for some time that Sejun was not a great black dragon. At first, she thought it was a game where he pretended to be weak, but she was no fool. Watching Sejun and other animals by his side, she couldn't help but notice. What's more, the dragon statues were worrying about Sejun. Comparing the power emanating from Sejun and the dragon statues, it was even more clear. Sejun's power was similar to that of the hunters who had recently begun entering the tower. At first, she was slightly angry about being deceived, but what did that matter? It was fun to be together, and as long as she could sleep without nightmares, That was all that mattered. Therefore, Sejun's safety was more important than anything, even if he was as weak as a sunfish squared, all for the sake of her good sleep. While Iona was thinking of giving the holy stone to Sejun, let's head to the mine quickly, Iona. Coyote. Yes, Gonova guided Iona to a magic circle connected to the mana stone mine. Then let's depart. When Gonova activated the magic circle, whoosh, the two vanished. Gonova's eyes, watching Iona, were cold and fierce. Shall we check how Black Rabbit is doing? Sejun used the Guardian Rabbit statue to inspect the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Since Sejun put in rice flour, Black Rabbit had been making dough whenever he had time. Current list of items available for withdrawal from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Total 23,911,814 items. Dough 1 kg x 5, gold bars x 10,000, silver bars x 50,000. Land deed for the 77th floor farm. Land deed for the 83 RD floor farm. Sejun had withdrawn the tower coins and deposited them in the seed bank, and the mithril ore was given to Iona for her magical experiments. But what are these farmland deeds? Creon? Let's take it out first. It might be something to eat. Then shall we take out the land deed for the 77th floor? Sejun decided to take out the land deed to examine it. Withdrawing one land deed of the 77th floor farm from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Poof! A roundly rolled up leather document appeared in Sejun's hand. Then, the summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 77th floor farm has been activated. Huh? Sejun suddenly vanished. And then, Daddy's gone. Quenji cried out, searching for the suddenly vanished Sejun. TL notes. 1. If you've forgotten, he is referring to the time when Anton killed the corrupted and imbued with Blue Moon's energy. Chapter 72. 2. Sejun is being compared to a sunfish here, and this comparison will continue in future chapters as well. For readers who are not familiar with the sunfish, I have attached a ranking of various ways a sunfish might die. When you read this, you will grasp the basic idea of why he is being compared to a sunfish and why it's funny. Additionally, since the ranking is in Japanese, when Quenji's cry hadn't stopped for a long time, Ko-Eong, feeling that something was amiss, Mother Crimson Giant Bear that is pink fur, quickly rushed over. Something had definitely happened. Normally, Sejun would calm Quenji down, and Quenji would soon stop crying. Ko-Eong. As Pink Fur arrived where Quenji's crying was coming from, Sejun was nowhere to be found, and Quenji was crying fiercely. Squeak, quack. Rabbits and mushroom ants nearby tried to calm Quenji down, but they couldn't approach recklessly because Quenji was moving violently while crying. Ko-Eong, Pink Fur asked Quenji, while stroking him to stop his crying, what the reason was. Why are you crying? Ko-Eong, Dad has gone alone to the 77th floor of the tower. He might be getting beaten up by bad guys. Cradled by Pink Fur, Quenji answered, crying even more sorrowfully and fiercely. Ko-Eong. Pink Fur was taken aback by Quenji's words. The situation was serious. Then, what? Where did Sejun go? Kaiser, who had been in a good mood after being treated to a full course of sweet potato dishes, including roasted sweet potatoes, sweet potato soup, and sweet potato bgzilgi, rice cake, as a thank you for defeating the Farans, asked in astonishment. Ko-Eong. Quenji explained to Kaiser how Sejun had disappeared. Since the dragon grandfather was scary, Quenji held back tears and explained as clearly as possible. He disappeared when he opened the land deed. That idiot just opened it? Kaiser shouted angrily at Quenji's explanation. Creon. It might have opened by itself when Dad caught it. Quenji spoke in an uncertain voice, defending his dad. But it was absurd. The land deed item, without an owner, was locked to prevent accidental activation at any time, as it would recognize the first person who opened it as its owner. Unless forcibly opened, the land deed would not open. Sejun had carelessly opened the land deed without even reading the instructions. Ahem. Then what about my sweet potato soup from now on? Kellyan, who had liked the sweet potato soup, spoke in a sullen voice. Is the soup the problem right now? Kaiser yelled at Kellyan for worrying about the soup. He was utterly tactless. The problem was not the soup, but the roasted sweet potato. No, Alien. It was Alien that was the problem. Grandfather, find Sejun quickly. As expected, Aileen immediately pressed Kaiser upon hearing that Sejun had disappeared. Aileen, wait a moment. Since he disappeared all of a sudden. Everyone, gather around me. Kaiser quickly called all the monsters from the farm to rescue Sejun, who had been transported to the 77th floor of the tower. Due to the sudden disappearance of Sejun, the 99th floor of the tower was in a complete state of emergency. You have arrived at the 77th floor farm. Is this the farm? Around him, there were nothing but hundreds of withered, dying trees. There are no monsters, right? This was the first time Sejun had come to another floor without any animals. Suddenly finding himself alone in a remote place, he looked around with anxious eyes. Fortunately, he didn't see any monsters in sight. Then, thump! Something touched Sejun's back. Eek! Startled, Sejun ran without looking back and hid behind a nearby withered tree nearby. And then, what was that? While searching for the entity that had touched his back, Sejun, where are we? A voice came from Sejun's back. Golden Bat? Yes, it's me. Flap, flap. The golden bat flew from Sejun's back to the front. The golden bat, which had been hanging onto Sejun's back, was recognized by the land deed and moved along with Sejun's body, thanks to its small size. They were lucky. Oh, it's really fortunate. This is the 77th floor of the tower. It seems like only we were transported. Sejun sighed in relief, looking at the golden bat. He was not alone. Pip pip. Since the brothers are not here, I will protect you, Sejun. The golden bat flew around Sejun with a loud cry. Thanks to this, Sejun relaxed a bit and looked at the land deed in his hand. Since the land deed had transported him here, he thought that the way back would be on it. 2. 77th floor farm land deed. This land deed proves ownership of the farm on the 77th floor of the tower. You can be recognized as the owner of the land deed by going through the engraving process. It has been over 100 years since the last information update on the land deed. Owner, none. Grade A. What? How do I get back? He couldn't find a way back, and there was no explanation about the engraving process either. What am I supposed to do? As Sejun frowned at the unhelpful information, the 77th floor farm land deed updates the farm's information. Update. A new message appeared. Then, Oak. There were 100 monkeys surrounding and approaching Sejun, with crude wooden spears and shields. The monkeys encircled and advanced on Sejun. HMPH. I can handle this much. Bring it on. Gaining confidence from the monkeys' poor weaponry, Sejun started to create a thunderclad, ready to fight the monkeys. Oak. Suddenly, the monkeys that had climbed up the trees threw a net at Sejun. Sejun, dodge it. The golden bat tried to pull Sejun away to dodge the net, but Sejun was too heavy for it. As a result, they both got caught in the net. If the golden bat had escaped alone, it would have easily avoided it, but it was caught because it was looking out for Sejun. And then, Oak. In an instant, Sejun and the golden bat, surrounded by the monkeys, were tied to a long wooden stick like a rotisserie chicken and began to be transported somewhere by the monkeys. Then, the monkeys are currently illegally occupying the farm. A quest has been generated. Quest: defeat the monkeys illegally occupying the farm or negotiate and reclaim the land rights. Reward: recognition as the legitimate owner of the land deed. A belated quest. You could have told me sooner. Sejun read the message, hanging upside down on the stick, and sighed. Sejun, don't worry. I can go to Earth soon. Really? Thinking about it, it had been almost a week since the golden bat had been to Earth. If it went to Earth, the rope tying the bat would naturally loosen. And then the golden bat, returning to the tower, would untie Sejun's ropes, and they could escape. Although they had been caught off guard by the net before, now he planned to show them what he could do. Alright, be careful. Then I'll be back soon. The golden bat disappeared. Oak. The monkey holding the stick, suddenly noticing the golden bat's disappearance, quickly reported to a higher-ranking monkey. However, Oak, it's fine. We just need this one. The higher-ranking monkey said, checking the rope that tied Sejun's arm. Oak, but will the gorillas accept him? A subordinate monkey asked, checking the rope that tied Sejun's legs. Oak, they'll accept him. He looks somewhat like us. Looks like you? Where? Sejun was infuriated by the higher-ranking monkey's words. Oak, it would be good if this one lasts long. More than 100 males have died after marrying the gorilla tribe chief's daughter. What? Exclamation mark. I'm being taken to marry a gorilla? Golden bat, come back and save me quickly. Marrying a gorilla? That was not happening. Sejun desperately wished for the golden bat to return quickly. Oak, we don't have time. Move quickly. The higher-ranking monkey quickly moved, urging the other monkeys to move quickly. What? Meow? Theo, having arrived on the 38th floor of the tower, sensed something strange. Suddenly, Park Sejun's knee has gotten closer. Meow. It felt good as Sejun's knee got closer, but the knee detector sent a signal that Sejun's knee was in danger. Something must have happened to President Park. Meow. I must finish the deal and go back quickly. Meow. Theo hurriedly ran towards the camp. And then, humans, I'm here. Meow. Gather quickly. Meow. Theo hurriedly called the humans together. However, Theo, please wait a moment. Everyone's hunting on the 40th floor. The camp was completely empty. As the detoxifying green onions were released, most of the hunters who had conquered the boss of the 38th floor of the tower were now attacking the 40th floor. Then I'll go to the 40th floor. Meow. Feeling impatient, Theo decided to head to the 40th floor himself. And a moment later, humans, I have arrived. Meow. Theo, who had gathered the hunters, began the auction on the 40th floor. The first item for sale is the power sweet potato. Meow. I'll sell a total of 10,000 pieces, 1,000 at a time. Meow. Wanting to end the auction quickly, Theo doubled the quantity of sweet potatoes he was selling at once. 200,000 tower coins for 1,000. 250,000 tower coins for 1,000. 280,000 tower coins for 1,000. Bids quickly rose, starting at 200 tower coins each. Sold. Meow. 10,000 power sweet potatoes were sold at an average of 290 tower coins each. The next item is 10,000 detoxifying green onions. Meow. Theo hastily began the auction for the next crop. There were many crops to sell. 80,000 tower coins for 1,000. 100,000 tower coins for 1,000. Although the price of detoxifying green onions had skyrocketed in the last auction due to scarcity, this time the supply was abundant, so the winning bid was lower. Sold. Meow. Thanks to this, the average winning bid per unit fell by about 30% compared to the last auction, selling at 105 tower coins each. But it didn't matter. Today was the launch of a new crop. Today's final product is the power potato. Meow. Theo showed the potatoes to the hunters. Oh, this increases stomach activity. So it cures stomach cancer. What? A cure for stomach cancer? The hunters were excited at the emergence of the new cancer treatment crop. Especially the hunters with family members suffering from stomach cancer hurried to borrow money from those around them. Then let's begin. Meow. 130,000 tower coins for 1,000. The starting price was higher than that of detoxifying green onions. Even though they were both for cancer, stomach and liver cancers were different. Liver cancer had a higher mortality rate, but there were far more patients with stomach cancer. The power potato was more desired by cancer patients, therefore it was sold at a higher price than the detoxifying green onions. 180,000 tower coins for 1,000. Plus, it was the first time a crop treating stomach cancer had been available, so it carried a premium. Sold out. Meow. So the power potatoes were sold at an average of 197 tower coins each. Total sales of 4.92 million tower coins. Another great achievement, doubling the previous total sales, but Theo couldn't be happy. His knee radar alerted him to Sejun's crisis. Theo, let's take a picture. As the trade ended, the hunters approached Theo to take a photo. However, there's no photo time today. Meow. Theo hurriedly turned away from the chair in the hunter's hands and refused. And then, see you next time. Meow. Theo quickly left for the place where he felt Sejun's knee. Ko-Eong, did you pack snacks? Pink Fur checked Quenji's luggage for the last time. Creon. I packed them. Tap, tap. Quenji answered by patting the snack bag filled with honey. Ko-Eong. What about meals? Creon. Sister Flammy grilled a big fish for me. Quenji showed the huge bag on his back. When Pink Fur opened the bag, it revealed a gigantic tuna, cut into 3 parts. Ko-Eong. Eat sparingly and take care. Creon. I will definitely find Dad. Lick. Pink Fur licked Quenji's body in farewell, because Quenji had insisted so strongly on finding his dad that he had been included in Sejun's rescue team made up of black minotaurs. As Pink Fur was bidding farewell to Quenji, Are you ready? Creon. I'm ready. Quenji answered Kaiser's question. You can use this to know the direction where Sejun is. Kaiser gave Quenji a compass that could detect the insignia of the mid-level administrator that Sejun had. Creon. Then I'll be off. Quenji, carrying a bag much larger than himself, bid farewell with a determined expression and joined the Black Minotaurs. Emu, as 500 Black Minotaurs roared to announce their departure. Creon. I will punish all the bad guys who are bullying Daddy. Quenji also roared, beginning his long journey to find his dad. Flap, flap. I must hurry, hurry. The Golden Bat hurriedly returned to the tower, anxious to save Sejun. What was being taken from Earth at this moment was not important at all. I'll take anything I can get. So, the Golden Bat instinctively grabbed what caught its eye and returned to the tower. And the Golden Bat, who had hurried back to the 77th floor of the tower, looked around quickly but, huh? Sejun, where are you? Sejun, who had been taken by the monkeys, was nowhere to be seen. Eastern deep part of the Mana Stone mine on the 77th floor of the tower. Is this the place? Iona, who had arrived at the excavation site under the guidance of the Vice Tower Lord, Gonova, asked. Yes, Iona. But detecting the Holy Stone is not easy from here. Is that so? At Gonova's words, Iona closed her eyes and used mana detection. It was to pinpoint the location of the Holy Stone and assist in its excavation. But this was a mana stone mine. Too many mana waves overlapped, and it took time to pinpoint the exact location of the Holy Stone. While Iona was focusing, analyzing the mana waves one by one, looking for the wave of the Holy Stone. Then take care. Chuck. Gonova, smirking at Iona, carefully placed down a blue orb the size of a fist and left the place. A moment later, kaboom, kaboom, rumble, with a tremendous explosion and vibration, the mine where Iona had been collapsed instantly. Now the Lord of the Gravity Wizard Tower is me, Gonova. Kya-ha-ha-ha. Gonova laughed loudly, looking at the collapsing eastern mine. Iona, who had joined late at the Gravity Wizard Tower, had surpassed him, who had been the apprentice to the former Tower Lord, and became the Tower Lord. Although he hated Iona, his own talent was insignificant compared to hers, like a firefly's light before the sun. Moreover, after becoming the Tower Lord, she gained fame as the destructive wizard and even became the president of the Wizards Association, solidifying Iona's position further. Just when Gonova was about to completely give up on becoming the Tower Lord, Gonova, don't you want to be the Tower Lord? The Tower Lords of the other 7 Wizard Towers, including the Flame Wizard Tower, Destruction Wizard Tower, and Meteor Wizard Tower, approached him secretly. They promised that if Gonova killed Iona, they would support him to become both the Tower Lord and the chairman of the Wizards Association. Thus emboldened, Gonova chose the Mana Stone mine he had been managing to deal with Iona. The place where Gonova took Iona was where unstable Mana Stones were buried in large quantities. Even a small magical explosion could cause a chain reaction of explosions, so work there had stopped. Kukakaku. Now it's time to go back and prepare. Gonova laughed in delight and returned to the tower to prepare for Iona's funeral. He had already thought of the epitaph. Here lies one who foolishly met their end, using magic in a place buried with unstable mana stones. Kaboom, rumble. Even after Gonova returned to the Gravity Wizard Tower using teleportation, the eastern deeper part of the mine continued to experience chain explosions and earthquakes for a while. There were never any holy stones there to begin with. What? Meow? Theo, who was diligently rushing towards the 99th floor, stopped at the entrance to the 77th floor, confused. Why do I feel President Park Sejun's knee here? Meow? Theo felt Sejun's knee on the 77th floor, when it should have been on the 99th. This caused him to momentarily wear a bewildered expression. But I'm going to the 77th floor, meow. Now was not the time to hesitate. He decided to trust his senses. President Park's knee is in danger, meow. The signal that Sejun's knee was in danger was getting stronger. After entering the 77th floor and moving for about 10 minutes, meow, Theo again wore a puzzled expression. Now President Park's knee is not in danger, meow. Suddenly, Sejun's knee was safe. I'm so happy, meow. As his knee became safe, Theo happily hurried towards Sejun. Flap, flap. Sejun. The Golden Bat diligently flew around, looking for Sejun. And then, Sejun. It found Sejun imprisoned in a wooden prison in the center of a village made of hundreds of huts constructed from branches and grass. Phew. Fortunately, the monkey on guard duty was asleep. Golden Bat, you've come." Seeing the golden bat that had come to find him, Sejun quietly expressed his relief. "Quickly, untie this." Sejun, who didn't want to marry a gorilla, spoke hastily. He had to escape no matter what since he was set to depart for the gorilla village the next morning. "Yes, here, take this." The golden bat handed Sejun something it had brought from Earth. "Huh? It's a banana." Sejun accepted the banana that the golden bat handed him. "Is that what's called a banana?" "I brought it from Earth because it smelled sweet." "Chop!" the golden bat responded as it cut the wooden bars of the prison. Sejun carefully placed the cut wood on the floor and stepped out of the prison, only to "Oak, huh?" make eye contact with the monkey who had woken up from its sleep, drawn by the sweet smell. "Oak, oak, oak." Other monkeys rushed out of the huts at the guard monkey's cry. In an instant, Sejun was surrounded by monkeys. "Golden bat, make way as soon as I attack." "Yes." As Sejun and the golden bat planned their escape, Oka, an old monkey leaning on a staff, walked out and suddenly bowed to Sejun. "Huh?" And then, "Oak, oak." The other monkeys followed the old monkey in bowing to Sejun. Why are they suddenly doing this? Sejun was taken aback by the monkeys that had suddenly started bowing to him. "I don't know." The golden bat was equally confused. "Is it because of this?" Sejun said, waving the banana in his hand. Then, "Oak." The monkeys became excited. Theo's sense was accurate. This was the moment when Theo felt that Sejun's knee was safe. Then, "The monkeys illegally occupying the farm now obey you." "Obey?" "You have reached a harmonious agreement with the monkeys. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you are recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed." Land deed skill. Farm information LV Max is activated. Farm information. Upon rechecking the land deed, Sejun found 77th floor farm land deed. This land deed proves ownership of the farm on the 77th floor of the tower. You can be recognized as the owner of the land deed by going through the engraving process. It has been over 100 years since the last information update on the land deed. Owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, A. Skill, Farm Information LV, Max. The skill appeared. Farm Information LV, Max. Size, 66,000 square meters. Crops, 5,381 banana trees. Worker, 1 person. Landowner. Special situation. The banana trees are dying of disease. Remaining lifespan 30 days. There are 749 monkeys that can be used as workers. Were those the banana trees I saw before? Sejun recalled the trees he saw when he arrived on the 77th floor of the tower yesterday. He never knew they were banana trees. I must save them. Determined to save the delicious bananas, Sejun resolved to save the banana trees at all costs. And then, "Oak, oak, oak." He approached the monkeys that were lying prostrate. Mu, Creon, Quenji and the black minotaurs arrived on the 77th floor of the tower. "Creon, that's the direction," Quenji said, looking at the direction the compass needle that Kaiser had given him was pointing. "Mu, mu." The black minotaurs lined up and charged in the direction Quenji pointed. Bang! Kiak! The sudden charge of the black minotaurs crushed and killed the monsters on the 77th floor of the tower. At that moment, Creon? Quenji looked closely at the compass. There were 2 needles on the compass, one white, one black. But the direction Quenji had given to the black minotaurs was the one pointed by the white needle. But considering the creator was the great black dragon, there was no way the direction indicated by the white needle could be where Sejun was. "Creon, uncles, come back. We need to go that way." Quenji hurriedly called the black minotaurs, but they had already gone too far. "Creon, Creon, there's no choice. Quenji will go save Daddy alone." Quenji gripped the bag strap tightly, about to head towards where the black needle pointed when, gurgle, a noise came from his stomach. "Creon, first, I'll eat a packed lunch and then depart." Quenji started eating one of the 3 portions of tuna chunks from the bag. Chomp chomp. "Creon, it's lonely." Quenji felt lonely eating something delicious alone. There was no dad to praise him for eating well, and no big brother Theo to nag him for eating his grilled fish. Gulp. Still, the grilled tuna went down his throat smoothly. "Creon, I have to find Daddy quickly." Just when Quenji, feeling so lonely, decided he had to find his dad quickly. Gwu, stop. Gwu, stop eating. 2 gorillas, each 3 meters in size, hiding because of the black minotaurs, appeared in a hurry. Originally, they were watching the situation and planning to snatch Quenji's grilled tuna, but upon seeing the tuna disappearing quickly into Quenji's belly, the gorillas grew impatient. However, Creon, are you targeting my meal right now? They had poked the wrong bear. Creon, I can't forgive you for targeting my meal. They had provoked the most ferocious baby beast while eating, and the result was a scruff grab. Since Quenji had been told by Sejun that tying was bad, he gently grabbed them by their scruffs. Creon, are you going to target my meal again? Quenji grabbed the scruff of the two gorillas with both front paws and shook them roughly. Gwoo, gwoo. The gorillas shook their heads vigorously from side to side. They didn't want to experience Quenji's scruff grab again. They could have been sent to the next world. Creon, but have you guys seen my dad? Gwoo. Quenji's father? Gwoo. Oh, what does he look like? Creon, he's very weak looking, with only a little hair on his head. Upon hearing Quenji's description, the gorillas imagined a taller and thinner figure, with hair only on the head, and promised to let him know if they saw him later. Creon, got it. Quenji let the gorillas go and started eating the tuna again. And then, Creon, now it's time to look for Dad. Bam. After finishing his meal, Quenji quickly ran towards the direction where Sejun was. Just as Quenji set out to find Sejun, I can feel Sejun's knees here. Meow. Theo had already arrived at a village of monkeys, following where he could feel Sejun's knees. And then, sneakily, President Park, where are you? Meow. As he climbed onto the roof and looked around for Sejun, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Sejun's voice was heard. I found you. Meow. Theo hurriedly ran towards Sejun, surrounded by monkeys. However, ok. The monkeys tried to block Theo, who was running toward their god. The monkeys worshipped Sejun as a god. It was because of the bananas brought by the golden bat. According to monkeys' legend, the one who appeared with bananas would save them. Wait. Sejun quickly stopped the monkeys trying to attack Theo. This is Theo, my subordinate. Oki. At Sejun's words, the monkeys hurriedly bowed to Theo. The god's subordinate is the god's messenger, the one who carries out the god's will. Pewit. That's right. Meow. I am President Theo, the subordinate of Park Sejun. Meow. Theo, who enjoyed being served, proudly walked over and climbed onto Sejun's lap. And then, feed me. Meow. He took out a cherry from his bag and handed it to Sejun. Slurp slurp slurp. This is the taste. Meow. It wouldn't have tasted this way without Sejun's lap. Purr. Theo, who had been tired from searching for Sejun, concluded the exhausting day by sprawling out and falling asleep on Sejun's lap. TL notes. Wizard towers mentioned in this chapter are, as the name suggests, wizard towers. They could also be translated as mage towers or magic towers. They are in no way to be confused with the Black Tower or other towers in which Park Sejun is currently stuck. Furthermore, these wizard towers are located inside the Black Tower. Hurry and find Sejun. Squeak. Yes, the Black Wolf Tribe and the Silver Wolf Tribe, who had been helping to rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor, received a message from the Cat-in-Turns. They arrived on the 77th floor with the Black Rabbit. Hagel. The scent have split into two. Sniff sniff. So it is. Upon Elka's words, Hagel sniffed the scents on the floor. One side had the scent of Quenji and Theo, while the other had the smell of the Black Minotaurs. Then we will also split. The Black Wolf Tribe will follow the scent of the Black Minotaurs. Yes. Then we will follow the scent of Quenji and Theo. The wolves split into two groups. And then, Black Rabbit King. Will you come with us? Squeak. The Black Rabbit chose the side where Theo's scent was coming from. Theo's ability to track Sejun is unparalleled. It is almost on par with the top 10 mysteries of the tower. The Black Rabbit thought that if Theo couldn't find Sejun, it would only mean that Sejun was dead, or perhaps he would even find him in the afterlife. Then let's go. Squeak. At Elka's shout, the Black Rabbit and the other silver wolves followed the scent of Theo and Quenji. The descent of 500 Black Minotaurs from the 99th floor of the tower. Due to this, the bosses of the 80th and 70th floors began to move busily, tense, trying to figure out the reason for their departure. And some monsters moved down the floors in advance, preparing for any unforeseen situation. No one knew what kind of butterfly effect this phenomenon might create. While chaos was unfolding in the Black Tower, Sejun, Theo, and the Golden Bat were having a good time, being attended to by the monkeys. I slept well. Sejun stretched pleasantly as he got out of bed and woke up feeling refreshed, having slept on the bed that the monkey tribe's chief had provided him the previous night. He had laid the king oyster mushroom mattress from his void storage on the chief's bed, and it was very comfortable. As he woke up after sleeping so well, Ugh. The monkeys noticed Sejun waking up and quickly brought food. What's this? Sejun was surprised to see the breakfast the monkeys had brought. Mangoes with yellow flesh and juicy red watermelons were served for breakfast. This looks delicious. Sejun's mouth watered at the sight of the mangoes and watermelons, the first he'd seen since entering the tower. Wow, this smells delicious. The golden bat was equally excited at the sight of the fruit, especially the watermelon, which it could suck. Go ahead and eat. Sejun cut the watermelon to a size the golden bat could hold. Flap flap. Thank you. Chomp chomp. The golden bat grabbed the watermelon with its wings and started to suck on the watermelon eagerly. I'll have one too. Sejun's first pick was a mango. I'll enjoy this. Just as Sejun was about to put a piece of mango into his mouth, President Park, did you forget something? Meow? Theo's disappointed voice was heard. Huh? Sejun quickly looked at Theo, who was pouting, upset that he wasn't being cared for. President Theo, I'm sorry. Sejun hurriedly took out the Cheru treat. Here you go. As Sejun brought the Cheru to Theo's mouth. Meow. I'll let it go this time. Meow. Slurp slurp slurp. Finally, Theo's pouting face relaxed, and he began to lick the Cheru deliciously, and Sejun finally put the mango into his mouth. As soon as he put it in his mouth, the mango's unique aroma and sweetness filled his mouth, and the ripe mango's squishy flesh melted softly. And then, gulp, the mango slid smoothly down his throat without even chewing a few times. It's delicious. Sejun picked up a watermelon after eating the mango. Crunch. He took a big bite, and the flavorful and sweet juice burst from the flesh, dribbling down the side of his mouth. What's this? Meow. It's sticky. Meow. Thanks to this, Theo, who had been happily enjoying the Cheru on Sejun's lap, got splashed with watermelon juice and had to groom himself again, annoyed. Crunch, crunch. Wow, it's really sweet. The crispy texture and sweetness with each bite were delightful. Although the watermelon wasn't cold, it was still very delicious. Sejun saved all the mango and watermelon seeds. He planned to plant them later in the 99th floor farm. Oak. The monkeys fanned them with giant leaves while they ate breakfast. He. Good. Pewit. Good. Meow. Master Sejun, Brother Theo, I'm happy. It felt like they were tourists. After enjoying the fruits for breakfast, Sejun began to move in earnest. Lead me to where the banana trees are. He wanted to take a look at the banana trees that were sick. I hope I can fix them. Oak. While Sejun was thinking, the monkeys guided him to where the banana trees were. Is this what's sick? Sejun spoke as he examined the banana tree. The banana tree looked dry and dying from lack of moisture, but the fresh grass at the bottom showed that the problem was not a lack of water. Shall we look inside first? Sejun was about to peel off the dried outer bark of the banana tree when Farmer's Touch LV3 is activated. While your hand is in contact, the growth of the banana tree accelerates slightly. The banana tree is sick and lacks the energy to grow. When Sejun's hand touched the banana tree, the skill was activated. A quest has been generated. Quest: boost the banana tree's energy to overcome the illness. Reward: upgrade of Farmer's Touch to Farmer's Warm Touch. Failure: death of the sick banana tree. Huh? An upgrade? A skill upgrade? It was something Sejun had never heard of. Information kept secret within each guild. But what should I do to boost the banana tree's energy? Should I give it fertilizer? Oak, do you need fertilizer? One of the monkeys quickly brought fertilizer from the village after hearing Sejun's words. The monkeys were also farming and had been making fertilizer. Sejun spread the fertilizer brought by the monkeys around the banana tree, watered it, and waited, but there was no effect. Meow. I know how to energize it. Meow. Theo, who had been getting bored, shouted. What is it? President Park, just watch what I do. Meow. Theo confidently stepped forward and, thump, thump. Wake up, meow. He began to thump the banana tree as if performing CPR. However, the banana tree is further weakened by the shock. The banana tree was too weak to withstand Theo's thumping. Hey, Sejun quickly grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck and pulled him to his knee. Why isn't it energizing? Meow. My front paw is weak. Meow. Thump, thump. Theo thumped Sejun's knee, frustrated that he couldn't understand. While Sejun was receiving a massage from Theo, Sejun, how about singing a song? The Golden Bat came up with a new idea. A song? Yes, hearing a song might energize it. The Golden Bat's idea made sense. Sejun had heard that playing music for plants helps them grow and improves the taste and yield of their fruits. Let's try it. Since there were no other options, they decided to try anything that came to mind. Ahem. Tilde. Sejun picked up a twig and cleared his throat, preparing to sing. The banana tree is further weakened by the noisy sound. What? He was just warming up his voice. The banana tree was more sensitive than he thought. PFFFT. I must sing my song. Meow. I am the mighty servant of the Black Dragon. Theo sang an impromptu song of his own creation to the banana tree, still clinging from Sejun's knee. The banana tree becomes upset by the arrogant song and weakens further. President Theo, stop. It's not working. Let's just chop it down. Meow. Snap. Daring to become weaker after hearing his composition, the furious Theo unsheathed his claws. Then, where did the Golden Bat appear? Superscript 1. The Golden Bat began to sing a song that sounded like its theme song, something it had heard while roaming the earth. He's prepared, Sejun thought, watching the Golden Bat, and hoped it wouldn't be hurt by the banana tree's reaction. However, what? President Park, why do you let the Golden Bat keep singing? Meow. There was no message that the banana tree was weakening. A moment later, the banana tree recovers a little energy from the calming sound. What's this? Sejun read the message with a dumbfounded expression. 1 hour later, you have completed the quest. As a quest reward, Farmer's Touch OV 3 is upgraded to Farmer's Warm Touch OV 3. The energy that Sejun and Theo had shaved off was restored by the Golden Bat's song. Completing the quest, Sejun immediately checked the upgraded skill, Farmer's Warm Touch OV 3. Warmth is added into the loving touch of the farmer. Plants that are touched by the farmer's warm touch grow a little faster. The diseases of sick plants touched by the farmer's warm touch are slightly healed. Good. With this skill, saving the banana trees was only a matter of time. Sejun hurriedly began to heal the trees by placing his hands on them. Oki. The monkeys bowed again in awe as they watched the banana tree gradually regain its original color with Sejun's touch. It was a miracle of God. Thus, Sejun healed 100 banana trees in one day and returned to the monkey village as evening fell. The village was already preparing a festival, having heard that Sejun had healed the banana trees. Unfortunately, all the monkeys could gather were mangoes and watermelons, so there was no increase in food for the festival. Instead, dried mangoes thinly sliced from unripe mangoes that Sejun had directed to prepare in the morning were added to the menu, along with fruit wine fermented using mangoes and watermelons made by the monkeys. Still, there was too little food to enjoy the festival. This doesn't feel festive at all. Sejun started cooking, taking food out of his void storage. As Sejun began to cook, the monkeys watched his culinary skills in fascination. From the monkeys' perspective, being able to watch divine cooking was a story they could pass on to their descendants for centuries. So, they watched Sejun's cooking intently. That's how Sejun, under the watchful eyes of the monkeys, completed 4 dishes: honey potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, tomato soup, and stir-fried squid. Come on, let's eat. At Sejun's words, the monkeys ate Sejun's dishes placed in front of them first. The reactions of the monkeys who ate Sejun's cooking varied. Monkeys who ate honey potatoes and roasted sweet potatoes were delighted by the sweetness, and those who ate tomato soup were enchanted by the tangy, addictive taste. And monkeys who tasted the spicy stir-fried squid turned red and sweated profusely. Those who tasted the spiciness quickly soothed it with other foods and then hurriedly recommended the stir-fried squid to other monkeys, laughing as they watched their friends suffer from the spiciness. That's when, as they were enjoying the festival, a monster's roar suddenly came from outside the village. The joyful time didn't last long. The monkeys suddenly moved around frantically and hid behind Sejun. Huh? What's wrong with you all? It's the gorilla tribe. Oh Divine One, please protect us. Gorilla tribe? Then, thump, thump, a crasher entered the festival, accompanied by massive footsteps. It was a huge 7-meter gorilla leading 23-meter gorillas, wearing an ill-fitting large ribbon and skirt. It was the daughter of the gorilla tribe's chief, who had been touring other monster villages to find a husband and had appeared after smelling the delicious food. TL notes: 1. The theme song of the South Korean animated series Golden Bat, which is a remake of the Japanese anime series Ogun Bat. 75th floor of the tower, Wandering Merchant Association headquarters. Have you found out why the Black Minotaurs left the 99th floor? Mason, the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association, asked urgently. He needed to find out quickly why the 500 Black Minotaurs were moving down the tower to prevent harm to the wandering merchants. I'm sorry. All I found out is that the Black Minotaurs have all entered the 77th floor of the tower. Mason's subordinate answered his question. The 77th floor? Mason was perplexed. There was no strong power, abundant food, or much wealth on the 77th floor. There was no reason for the Black Minotaurs to go there. Yes. Moreover, the Black Wolf Tribe and the Silver Wolf Tribe have joined forces on the 77th floor for some reason. What? They too? What on earth is happening on the 77th floor? According to information obtained from the wolves, the Black Minotaurs will return once they find the being they desire. A being they desire? So they're looking for someone. As far as Mason knew, only the Minotaur King could command 500 Black Minotaurs. However, the Minotaur King, tied to the waypoint, could not know anyone on a different floor. Everything was full of questions. Hurry and deploy the agents of the Secret Inspection Bureau to the 77th floor. We must find out who the Black Minotaurs are looking for. Mason's instincts told him that the being the Black Minotaurs sought might have a significant impact on the tower in the future. Yes. Thus, agents from the Wandering Merchant Association's Secret Inspection Bureau were urgently dispatched to the 77th floor. Quenji ran in a straight line toward where the compass given by Kaiser was pointing. If anything blocked his path, Quenji showed no mercy. Orangutans, chimpanzees, and others were grabbed by their scruffs by Quenji. And then, Creon, have you seen my dad? Quenji grabbed every monster he met by the scruff and asked if they had seen Sejun. But none of them had seen Sejun, who was only in the monkey village. Thus, Quenji, who had been running and running to find his father, came upon a massive village surrounded by a red light beam. Quenji no longer carried a bag. He had eaten all the packed meals on the way, and even the honey in his snack pouch had been consumed a long time ago. As Quenji tried to enter the village without hesitation, Who's this guy? Get lost. The gorillas guarding the village entrance blocked Quenji. However, thwack. Quenji quickly subdued the gorillas blocking his path. In the meantime, another gorilla quickly called others, and all the gorillas in the village rushed out. Quenji roared and charged at the gorillas. A1 versus 500 battle. However, thwack, thud. One was overwhelmingly strong. Did you see my dad? Quenji grabbed the scruff of a gorilla that was still conscious and asked. I haven't seen him. You're lying. Because Quenji hadn't yet described what his father looked like. Thwack. Quenji delivered the final blow to the lying, bad gorilla. And then, where is my dad? As Quenji was about to set out again to find his father, who dares to cause trouble in my village? A massive 10-meter-tall gorilla, enraged, rushed toward Quenji. 77th floor boss Gorin. The boss of the 77th floor, Gorin, who was guarding the waypoint, was the chief of the gorilla village. Quenji fought in his giant form against Gorin, who looked strong. In an instant, he grew to 22 meters tall. He had grown significantly since he last fought. Bang. Quenji clasped his hands together and struck down on Gorin's charging head. Bang. With a tremendous explosion, Gorin's head was buried in the ground. That was the end of it. Quenji moved again following the compass. Gurgle. But soon, Quenji became hungry again. However, there's nothing left to eat. As Quenji was walking towards where Sejun was, holding his hungry belly, sniff sniff, a delicious smell wafted from somewhere. This is the smell of Daddy's honey potatoes. He also smelled roasted sweet potatoes and other dishes that Sejun used to cook. Daddy, Quenji is hungry. Quenji quickly ran towards the smell of Sejun's cooking. Sniff, sniff. A gorilla wearing a skirt came into the village, sniffing with its nose. And then, thud, chomp, chomp. The gorillas sat down in front of the food and began to eat voraciously. Other gorillas stood behind, escorting the one in the skirt. Gorina. daughter of the gorilla chief. That's a named creature. Sejun spotted the name above the head of the gorilla wearing the skirt. It seemed to be a mid-level rather than a boss. Still, it was a challenging opponent. President Theo, what do you think? What do you mean, meow? Can you beat that one? Meow. Shiver. At Sejun's question, Theo began to shake. Although he had hoped for something, he felt sorry. I shouldn't have asked. If President Park is in danger, I'll step in, meow. President Park. Don't worry, meow. He still talks big. Flap. Me too. I will fight too. Upon Theo's words, the golden bat also cried out, spreading its wings as wide as possible, promising to protect Sejun. Even so, it was much smaller than Gorina's finger. You guys. Sejun was moved. He suddenly realized that he was relying on Theo and the other animals. Thank you. That's the right attitude, meow. Live with gratitude towards me, meow. Pip. I'm grateful too. Sejun expressed his gratitude by patting the heads of Theo and the golden bat that were protecting him. Then, create thundercloud. He prepared to fight the gorillas. It would be fortunate if they just ate and left, but if not, he had to fight. Still, he felt more relaxed thanks to Theo and the golden bat being by his side. As Sejun held his breath and prepared for battle, rumble. Gorina, who had filled its belly, began to look around. Then, rumble. Gorina's eyes widened. Rumble. Gorina got excited when she saw Sejun's face. It was her style. And, rumble. Gorina pointed at Sejun and commanded the gorillas. Catch him. Sejun was strangely popular with monsters. Guys, get ready. Throw thunder. Upon Sejun's cry, blue bolts of lightning fell from the thundercloud in the sky towards the gorillas. Crash. Sizzle. 10 of the gorillas were stunned by the lightning, and the rest were seemingly paralyzed, unable to move. Luckily, they were clustered together, making it easy to attack. Throw thunder. Sejun used throw thunder again, stunning the remaining paralyzed gorillas. And then, the last one left was Gorina. She was alone but didn't seem worried. Rumble. Rather, she seemed more excited, watching Sejun fight. Not just a handsome face but a strong male. Rumble. Gorina drooled as she charged at Sejun herself. Throw thunder. Since it was the last enemy, Sejun put all his magic power into the throw thunder skill. But, rumble. Bang. Gorina struck the ground hard, and the surrounding earth sprang up, wrapping around her. She was a gorilla that could control the earth. Crash. As a result, Sejun's thunder hit the mud wall Gorina had created and disappeared futilely. Damn it. Wobble. Sejun's legs went weak, and his body trembled. He was out of magic power. Crack. Gorina broke through the hardened mud wall that had melted from the thunderbolt. And then, thud. Rumble. Gorina approached Sejun with a savage smile. Ugh. What to do? Kaiser had sent 500 black minotaurs towards Sejun, but Aileen was anxious. Sejun is too weak. He might die before the black minotaurs even found him. So she hurriedly started looking for a new power to give to Sejun. Although he hadn't accumulated enough contribution to receive a new power, fortunately, Sejun had plenty of tower coins. Well, the efficiency is poor, but as long as Sejun can be safe, you can convert 10,000 tower coins into 1 contribution point. And the minimum contribution required to purchase a power is 10,000. So, to buy a power with money, you need at least 100 million tower coins. Luckily, Sejun had received 100 million tower coins from Kellyan. Let's see. What power does our Sejun need to survive? Aileen quickly scrolled down the list of powers. The one she wanted to buy cost 10,000 contribution points. At the very bottom. And the powers at the very bottom. Since Sejun already has an indestructible body, he needs magic power to strengthen it. Great. This is it. Aileen chose a new power to give to Sejun. President Park, I'll protect you, meow. President Park, it was fun, meow. Sejun, I had fun too. Theo and the golden bat saying their final farewells to Sejun. You guys. This wasn't it. I can't just be protected by kids like this. When Sejun gritted his teeth and they moved to fight together, 100 million tower coins deposited in the seed bank are used. The tower's administrator grants. You can later enhance, power. Your magic power increases by 50 due to the effect of your magic power stat has exceeded 100. Talent. Magic circuit evolves into an enhanced magic circuit. Oh, guys, back off. Throw thunder. Suddenly overflowing with magic power, Sejun yelled at Theo and the golden bat and used his skill. He simply trusted his instincts, as he had no time to check his new power and talent. Crash! When the thunder struck, boom, bang, Gorina created another ground wall around her to block the thunder. Rainfall. Sejun hurriedly made it rain to wet the ground, planning to let the electricity flow through it. SSSHHH. Only around where Gorina was, heavy rain poured, soaking the ground. It's over now. As Sejun prepared for the final attack. Huh? Quenji? From afar, Sejun saw Quenji rushing towards him. Quenji was quickly approaching. Creon. I found Daddy. In an instant, Quenji enlarged himself beneath Gorina's feet and threw an uppercut at Gorina with its right front paw. Kaboom! Bam! With a punch full of Quenji's power, Gorina screamed in terror and flew into the distance, out of sight. Phew! Sejun sighed in relief. It was fortunate. If he hadn't been able to defeat it with thunder, it would have been truly dangerous. Creon. Creon? I missed you, Daddy. Are you hurt anywhere? Suddenly shrinking back down, Quenji hugged Sejun and cried. Creon. I thought Daddy would get eaten. Quenji had followed the smell of Sejun's cooking and ran full speed when he saw Gorina drooling at the sight of Sejun. It's okay. But did you come here all alone? Creon. I came with the Mino uncles, but I lost them on the way. And so Quenji began to tell its adventure. Slurp, slurp, while enjoying the food Sejun had cooked. Creon. So I beat them up. Though the story was about beating up others, the atmosphere was utterly peaceful. Thus, listening to Quenji's adventure, Sejun's 284th night of being stranded came to an end. The insecticide developed by Gagel was highly effective. Just 2 days after the drones had sprayed the insecticide on a massive scale, reports came in from across Africa that the locusts had been almost eradicated. The result was such a success that it could be called a triumph. As the locusts were rapidly exterminated, the leaders of various countries personally called Watson, the director of Gagel's African Business Division, to express their gratitude. However, 5 days after spraying the insecticide, other reports began to come in. The number of locusts was increasing again. Watson thought that perhaps the amount of insecticide sprayed was insufficient, so he ordered another round of spraying the affected areas with the same amount as the first time. But this time, there was no effect. Worse, reports came in that the number of locusts had actually increased, as if the insecticide had had a reverse effect. The locusts were indiscriminately attacking and devouring everything in sight, including people and animals. As a result, Watson was receiving tremendous protests from African governments, accusing the insecticide of creating a new mutation. How do we handle this? Incredibly, it was clear that the locusts had developed resistance to the insecticide in such a short time. While Watson was racking his brain over this vexing issue, thump, there was a noise at the office window. Did a bird hit the window? Watson's office was on the top floor of a 50 meters building, with 3 sides made of glass windows. Occasionally, a passing bird would fail to see the window and collide with it. Just as Watson was about to refocus on his work, thump, 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 the noise came from the window again. What's going on? Growing alarmed by the increasing noise, Watson turned his head towards the window. Huh? His eyes were met with a sky filled with birds, and following the birds were swarms of locusts. What is all this? While Watson was astonished and confused, thump, 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 birds were rushing towards the window, heedless of whether they would break their heads. Could it be? Watson recalled the report that the locusts were consuming people and animals. Meanwhile, crack, 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 the glass started to crack under the onslaught of the birds. I need to escape. Watson hurriedly ran towards the elevator. Crash, shatter, shatter. Unable to withstand the birds' assault, the glass broke, and birds and locusts poured into the room, engulfing Watson. Help me. Lagos, Nigeria suffered significant damage from the locusts' invasion. All right. As Sejun opened his eyes to start a vigorous morning, thump. Quenji pressed down on Sejun's chest with his front paw to prevent him from getting up. Creon. Don't go anywhere, Dad. Quenji, who wanted to sleep more with his father, pushed down on Sejun's chest, talking in his sleep. Should I lie down a little longer? Since Quenji wanted to lie down together, Sejun decided to stay in bed a little longer. It definitely wasn't because he couldn't lift Quenji's front paw. Though he lay down, sleep didn't come. So, Sejun looked over the power he had obtained yesterday and the talent that had evolved. Increases magic power by 50, regardless of physical potential. A simple power that just increased magic power by 50. Nothing special. Did I spend 100 million tower coins on this? Though there was nothing else to spend the money on, Sejun felt it was a waste. However, if he knew about his potential, he wouldn't have said that. Even though hunters who had reached the highest level of potential were rare and not well known, there was a stat limit that each individual wanted to increase but couldn't. If other beings had known about it, they would have been incredibly envious of this ability. But for Sejun, it was still beyond his understanding. After checking the power, Sejun went on to review the evolved talent. Enhanced Magic Circuit. Constructs a powerful circuit that allows magic to circulate throughout the whole body, making mana use more efficient. Magic power stat plus 6%. Magic recovery speed plus 150%. Effect of magic power increasing items plus 55%. Nothing special had been added, and the numbers had only increased slightly. It's increased by 1%, 50%, 5%. As Sejun was calculating the increased numbers, Creon, I'm hungry. Quenji, feeling hungry, opened its eyes and informed Sejun of its hunger. Is our Quenji hungry? As Sejun tickled Quenji's armpits and belly, asking, Quenji laughed. Playing with Dad was the most fun. While Sejun and Quenji were playing, the monkeys brought in breakfast. What's going on? Sejun felt something was off about the atmosphere. The monkeys, who had treated him with the utmost respect just yesterday, but, Creon, I want to eat more of this. Today, most of the monkeys were clinging to Quenji. Is power truly equivalent to authority? As Sejun was upset at being treated as leftovers when, don't be too disappointed. Meow. I, Park Sejun's loyal servant, am here. Meow. Theo lay on Sejun's lap, asserting his presence. Yeah. Sejun stroked Theo's belly, consoling himself. President Park, I'm hungry. Meow. Okay. Sejun opened a cheru and gave it to Theo. Chomp, chomp, chomp. But is this right? Watching Theo lying on his lap, munching on a treat, Sejun felt something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint what it was. He was already too accustomed to having Theo on his lap. Cave on the 99th floor of the tower. Master. Sejun was missing, and Flammy was sad, feeling powerless, as there was no way for it to save him. But I can't just be sad like this, Flammy exclaimed, clutching its sleeves tightly. Being sad like this wasn't going to help find a way to save Sejun. And then, I'll do what I can do. The tree did what it could, which was to grow its roots. Whoosh! Flammy sent its roots down into the sea of a dimension with more nutrients, accelerating its growth in earnest. After breakfast, Sejun took the animals and moved to heal the banana trees. On the way to the banana farm, Creon, it's honey, so exciting. Quenji, whose snack pocket was generously filled with honey, was excited to be with Sejun. Shall we begin? With the excited Quenji, Sejun arrived at the banana farm and touched the banana tree. Farmer's Warm Touch LV3 is activated. The disease of the banana tree is gradually healed. The banana tree's disease began to heal, and after about a minute, the banana tree's disease has been cured. Farmer's Warm Touch LV3 proficiency has slightly increased. The banana tree grows a little while touched. With the disease healed, the skill proficiency increased, and the banana tree was able to grow. To save time, Sejun tried touching 2 trees at once, but the skill only activated on the tree he touched first. If I could heal 2 trees at once, it would be faster. While Sejun was healing the banana trees, feeling regretful, pip pip, the golden bat sang, boosting the energy of the banana trees that Sejun hadn't healed yet. And then there were Theo and Quenji, who had nothing to do. But they were busy in their own way. As Sejun moved from one tree to another after healing, we're moving, meow. Theo, clinging to Sejun's leg, shouted. Then, Creon. Quenji followed Sejun, trotting along. When Sejun stopped to heal another banana tree, thump. Quenji attached its buttocks to Sejun's foot and sat down. That's how Sejun healed 200 banana trees in the morning. While eating lunch with the animals, who had spent their energy in various ways, Sejun, Squeak, Silver Wolf and Black Rabbit came looking for Sejun. Thanks to Quenji clearing the path, they arrived almost as if they were traveling leisurely. What are you guys doing here? He spoke as if they had come without reason, but Sejun was really happy inside. So many beings moved just because he was gone. He hadn't built such connections even on Earth. He. It turns out I am this popular in the Black Tower. Sejun's mood improved, and he smiled. The Black Wolf tribe is here too. The Black Wolf tribe too? Yes, they've probably joined up with the Black Minotaurs by now. Bring the others here too. Sejun planned to stay here for a few days to heal the banana trees, but soon he would move to the 99th floor of the tower. If things went as planned, he could register the 77th floor waypoint and then safely move to the 99th floor waypoint, so he could send the Black Minotaurs back. But he didn't know what variables might occur in the meantime. So, he was bringing the Black Minotaurs and Black Wolf tribe just in case. Safety first. Yes, at Sejun's command, a few wolves hurried off to fetch the Black Minotaurs and the Black Wolf tribe. Let's start the afternoon work. Pip pip. Yes, the afternoon was the same as the morning. The only difference was that a black rabbit had joined in, hanging on Sejun's other leg, and started playing together. As the afternoon passed and evening drew near, Farmer's Warm Touch LV3's proficiency is filled, and the level increases. The Farmer's Warm Touch skill level increased to 4, and you can place your hands on different trees with both hands, and the skill will activate separately. The new effect that came with level 4 was what Sejun wanted. Great. Thanks to this, Sejun was able to heal 300 banana trees at a much faster pace before returning to the monkey village for dinner. Let's go back now. Around the time Sejun was about to return to the monkey village with the animals, moo, a distant cry of minotaurs was heard. A moment later, moo, I am here to see you, Sejun. The Black Minotaurs and Black Wolf tribe members who had come with them on the shoulders of the Black Minotaurs appeared. It seemed the Minotaurs had run at full speed, carrying the weak wolves. Let's camp here tonight. It occurred to Sejun that the monkey village was too small to accommodate 500 Black Minotaurs, 300 Black Wolf tribes, and 300 Silver Wolf tribes. Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, take out the grass for the Black Minotaurs to eat. Creak. As Sejun spoke, opening the void storage. Got it. Meow. Squeak. Creon, Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenji went into the warehouse and took out grass for the Black Minotaurs to eat. And Golden Bat, call the monkeys to come for dinner. He instructed the Golden Bat to call the monkeys. Yes. Flap, flap. The Golden Bat responded and flew quickly to the monkey village. Let's start a fire first. Snap. Whoosh. Having given his orders to the animals, Sejun snapped his fingers to light the firewood, preparing the meal. He started by making soup. He had prepared the soup ingredients during his free time and had them frozen, so he only had to put them in a pot and boil them. So he put the soup on the fire and prepared roasted sweet potatoes and potato pancakes. And as the meal was almost ready, the monkeys arrived. Thankfully, they brought mangoes and watermelons with them. Let's eat. At Sejun's words, the animals began to eat eagerly. Then, boom, the ground shook as a mild earthquake occurred. And moo, meow, squeak, creon, feeling an incredible surge of magical energy, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the vibration. Sejun couldn't feel the magical energy surge, but followed the animal's gaze. What's that? The direction where everyone's attention was focused. A blue light was rising from the ground, was reaching the sky. At that moment, rattle, rattle. The eastern land near the Mana Stone Mine began to tremble. Just before the Mana Stone Mine exploded. Caillou, how dare you try to deceive me, Gonova? When Gonova pulled out a magic bomb, Iona, who had been detecting the magic wave of the Holy Stone, immediately tried to retaliate. Even though she had been focusing on magic detection, she had always been wary of Gonova, as their relationship had never been good. Caillou, I didn't think you'd set a trap like this. Iona prepared her magic spell with a bitter expression. Due to the unstable mana stones nearby, she couldn't use a powerful magic spell, but a great wizard like Iona could easily use enough magic to defeat Gonova without disturbing the mana stones. Just as Iona was about to cast magic on Gonova, what is this? She felt energy different from the usual mana stones. It was the Holy Stone. Gonova had lied about the presence of the Holy Stone to lure Iona, but in fact, there was a Holy Stone in the Mana Stone Mine. If Gonova had known, he would have been quite indignant. When Iona sensed the Holy Stone sensed Iona's power as well. And then, I am the Holy Stone Ice Cube, offer me your body. Caillou, a cold and unpleasant voice entered Iona's mind. SSSH. At the same time, the Holy Stone's power targeted Iona, a chilling force infiltrating her body. It was clearly the power of a Holy Stone with an ice attribute, but it was also different. A somewhat darker force. Caillou get lost. Iona raised her magic to repel the Holy Stone's power. But I missed him. While repelling the Holy Stone's power, Gonova escaped. At that moment, "Give me your body." The Holy Stone's power again tried to cling to Iona's body again. Caillou, I missed Gonova because of you. We need to have a serious talk. Power of magic. Obey my command and block everything. Dimension shield. When the Holy Stone annoyingly tried to cling again, Iona, thoroughly infuriated after letting Gonova escape, used ultra-high-level barrier magic that remained completely disconnected from the surrounding dimensions for several days. Once activated, it was to have a serious conversation with the Holy Stone. It would be simple to destroy the surrounding Mana Stones along with the Holy Stone, but then she couldn't give the Holy Stone as a gift to Sejun. So, although it was bothersome, she protected both herself and the Holy Stone within a barrier. For several days inside the barrier, a serious conversation went back and forth between Iona and the Holy Stone. If it had been outside, the Mana Stone mine would have exploded several times, as that much powerful energy exploded within the Dimension Shield. And then, cling, as the magic was released and the Dimension Shield disappeared, Iona emerged deep underground, holding a blue gem. The blue gem was the Holy Stone that had finished talking with Iona. The Holy Stone was quiet, whether it had a good conversation with Iona or not. Caillou, Gonova, how dare you try to kill me? I won't let you off. Iona prepared her magic in anger, intending to rush to Gonova and make him regret being born. Power of fire and earth. Obey my command and create a volcano. Volcano. Iona's magic caused a volcanic eruption. Boom. Iona's magic shook the ground, and lava began to form from the underground. Also, kabang kaboom. The unstable Mana Stones reacted again to Iona's magic. Ice cube, protect me. Crackle. At Iona's command, the Holy Stone used Iona's magic power to create a solid ice barrier, a sealed hexahedron, around her body. Shortly after, with the explosion of the Mana Stones and the eruption of lava, Iona, encased in the hexahedron ice, was engulfed by lava and escaped from the underground. Boom. And Iona shot into the sky. Then, Caillou. This magic power is energy that she could sense without detecting magic. It was Sejun's magic power, marked deliberately since it was too weak. Sejun is nearby, and that meant Theo was nearby too. Why he was on the 77th floor didn't matter. I have to sleep first. Iona hurriedly flew in Sejun's direction. For 3 days in the Dimension Shield, she had not slept a wink while harshly training the Holy Stone so that Sejun could use it without problems. I've brought news of Master Sejun. A wolf hurriedly arrived with news of Sejun on the 99th floor of the tower. It's a relief that Sejun is safe. Alien, you heard that, didn't you? So don't worry too much. Kaiser reassured Alien. Then, and it seems that Master Sejun will be delayed in returning, and he asked me to convey to Master Kaiser to take good care of the farm. What? He dares to ask me to manage the farm? Kaiser was furious. The audacity to order a dragon around. I should have given this to you first. My apologies for the mistake. Master Sejun told me to give this to Master Kaiser. The wolf took out a bottle of fruit wine made by monkeys. What? Sejun sent this? Kaiser's tone changed as he quickly accepted the bottle and opened the lid. SSSS. As soon as the lid was opened, a rich mango fragrance wafted out. Sejun had sent a specially selected mango wine that had been well-aged for over 30 years, just for the wine lover Kaiser. Tell Sejun not to worry about the farm and come back slowly. It would be nice if he brings a bottle like this every time he visits. Kaiser volunteered to be the farm manager for just one bottle of wine, and when the wolf was about to leave, I'll help manage the farm too. So tell Sejun to also send some sweet potato soup as well. Kellyan also stepped forward, volunteering to become a farm manager. Rumble. After a ground-shaking earthquake, the ground suddenly bulged in the direction Sejun and the animals were looking. And then, boom, a massive volcanic explosion occurred, accompanied by a huge roar. Huge rocks erupted from the newly formed volcano and fell around it. Fortunately, no rocks fell near Sejun's banana farm. At that moment, thump. What? Something fell from the sky into Sejun's hand. A snow-white, fluffy hamster. Caillou. Sejun, nice to see you. It was Iona. Caillou. Sejun, use this. I'll go to sleep for a bit. The great destructive wizard Iona has permitted the use of the Holy Stone Ice Cube. You have met the usage restriction to use the Holy Stone Ice Cube. You have become the owner of the Holy Stone Ice Cube. Ice Cube? What's this? Sejun read the message that appeared as he took the blue gem from Iona and asked again. Kai wrong. Iona fell asleep snoring. Was she very tired? Representative Theo, please take good care of Iona. Sejun carefully handed Iona to Theo. Got it, meow. As Theo, who had been hanging on Sejun's knee, extended his tail like a fishing rod to grab Iona, coyote thump. Like biting bait, Iona reached out her adorable hand and grabbed Theo's tail. Even in her sleep, she reacted to Theo's tail. Coyote coyote coyote. Iona began to sleep soundly, curled up with Theo's tail and making pleasant sounds, satisfying her two conditions for a good nap. What's this holy stone? After confirming that Iona was sleeping well, Sejun checked the blue gem that Iona had given him. Holy Stone Ice Cube. A stone created when a star fell from the sky. It was briefly contaminated by corrupted energy but was completely purified by a powerful force, retaining only the power of ice. If recognized as an owner, you can supply magical power to the Holy Stone and create ice in a cube shape. If the owner is in danger, the Holy Stone will automatically protect the owner by wrapping them in cube-shaped ice. Owner, Tao Pharma Park Sejun. Grade, S+. Usage restrictions, magic power 100 or more, those with Iona's permission. Cube-shaped ice. Ice cube. When Sejun poured magic power into the Holy Stone, ding, a cubic piece of ice was created in front of Sejun, about 50 centimeters in size. That was the maximum size Sejun could create with his magic power. Squeak. Creon. As Sejun made the ice, the Black Rabbit and Quenji started to take an interest. They touched, licked, and even bit the ice as they played with it. Meanwhile, Sejun was lost in thought. Can I mix this with something else? Sejun took out some honey this time and said, Ice cube. He again infused magic power into the Holy Stone, this time thinking of mixing it with honey. Slosh. The ice cube began to form, absorbing honey from a glass jar. This time, he reduced the magic power to make it fist-sized. And then, ding, a completed ice and honey mixture. Ice honey cube. Quenji, come here for a moment. I have something good for you. Sejun hurriedly called Quenji to show off his masterpiece. Quenji had to love it. Creon. At Sejun's call, Quenji, who had been enjoying the coolness by lying on the ice, came running. Creon, Dad, you called? Quenji, try eating this. When Sejun gave him an ice honey cube, crunch. Quenji immediately bit into it. Creon. It's sweet and cool. He couldn't contain his joy, shaking his bottom. Sejun knew he would like it. Chomp. Crunch. Quenji started to enjoy the ice honey cubes. When Quenji was enjoying the honey-mixed ice honey cubes, squeak. The Black Rabbit asked to have a carrot put inside ice for it. A carrot? Squeak. It might not work since carrots aren't liquid. Sejun decided to try it anyway. Ice cube. He prepared sliced carrots, and as he imbued them with magic power, thump, thump, the sliced carrots floated up and were enveloped in ice, forming ice cubes. Huh? It worked? It seemed like just about anything could be frozen and eaten. Squeak. The Black Rabbit urged him to hurry with the ice carrot cubes. Here. When Sejun gave it the ice carrot cubes, crunch, crunch, squeak. The Black Rabbit happily chewed on the ice and carrot together. Just then, moo. The black monitors began to line up, holding the grass they were eating. You want me to freeze yours too? Moo. The black monitors nodded at Sejun's words. Alright. Ice cube. Sejun became an ice vending machine. Grateful for their effort to come all this way to find him, he diligently made ice grass cubes according to the black monitor's request. Phew. Finally done. Sejun flopped down to the ground, exhausted. Making an ice grass cube for each of the 500 black monitors had nearly depleted his magic power. However, thanks to his fast magic power recovery, he managed this much. Without it, he would have collapsed long ago. Black Rabbit, crack that for me, he said to the Black Rabbit, pointing to an ice cube containing an entire watermelon, which he had frozen earlier to enjoy later while making the black monitor's ice grass cubes. Squeak. Crack, crack, crack. When the Black Rabbit struck the ice with a hammer, creak. Only the ice broke. The watermelon hadn't frozen solid, as it had only been in the ice for about 30 minutes. Squeak. When the Black Rabbit brought the watermelon over, thud. Sejun stabbed it with his dagger and twisted it, Greek. The watermelon split open on its own. Shall we eat? Sejun picked up the half of the watermelon. Ah, refreshing. Just holding the watermelon seemed to take the heat away. Thump. Sejun began to eat the partially frozen watermelon with a spoon. Ah, it's cold. Sejun shivered as he spoke. After about 3 spoonfuls, a chilly sensation rose from within, and he felt cold. At that moment, thwack! 1 spoon was stabbed into Sejun's watermelon. It was Quenji. He had already eaten half with the black rabbit and now eyed Sejun's portion. Chomp, chomp. Watching the rapidly disappearing watermelon, Sejun began to eat faster. However, eating the cold stuff too quickly led to a brain freeze. Creon. In the meantime, Quenji ate the remaining watermelon and made a victory V with his fingers. Quenji, don't you get brain freeze? Creon? Quenji tilted his head, as if to ask what that was. That made Sejun feel even more resentful and wronged. Just as Sejun was feeling indignant, Master Sejun. The wolves looked at Sejun with pitiful eyes. What about us? We want something cool to eat too. Luckily, the wolves were meat eaters. He was able to satisfy them by giving them frozen purple locust meat from the void storage. On day 285 of being stranded, a hectic day came to an end. And the next morning, "You're leaving so early?" Coyote. "Yes, I have urgent business to take care of. I'll be back soon." Iona grabbed a few roasted peanuts and hurriedly left as soon as she got up. Her retreating figure looked very ominous. Exactly. Who provoked her? Sejun prayed for the soul that had angered Iona. Gravity Wizard Tower, 90th floor of the tower. Tower Lord Iona has passed away in an accident at the Mana Stone Mine. As soon as Iona was buried in the Mana Stone Mine, Gonova returned to the Gravity Wizard Tower and convened a meeting to announce Iona's death. Vice Tower Lord Gonova, what are you talking about? The Tower Lord. That's impossible. Tell me the location of the Mana Stone Mine. I'll go and check myself. The Elder Council of Wizards at the Gravity Wizard Tower ejected Gonova's words. The Tower Lord Iona they knew couldn't have died from a mere explosion at the Mana Stone Mine. Moreover, if Tower Lord Iona has passed away, then this sealing stone should have turned red. That's right. The sealing stone hasn't changed, has it? At the top floor of the tower, where the meeting was being held, a black crystal in the ceiling remained unchanged. It proved that Iona was still alive. But, swoosh, as if to contradict the Elder Council of Wizards, a red mist began to circulate around the black crystal. That is, it can't be. The curse of the nightmare has returned. Tower Lord Iona has passed away. The Elder Council of Wizards, who had been denying Iona's death until now, accepted it after seeing the red mist. It was because the curse of the nightmare, borne by the Tower Lord until their death, had returned after losing its master. Although Iona's entry into the Dimension Shield had resulted in the return of part of the Demon King's soul, the other wizards could not discern it. The curse of the nightmare was a symbol and a shackle passed down from the first Tower Lord of Gravity Wizard Tower, a curse that sealed the ancient Demon King Nightmare's soul within one's body. The cursed one suffers terrible nightmares every time they sleep. In return, they can borrow the tremendous power of the Demon King Nightmare's soul. Since the founding Tower Lord trapped the ancient Demon King Nightmare on the top floor of the Gravity Wizard Tower, successive Tower Lords have inherited the curse. It was to prevent the Demon King's seal from breaking and to maintain the Gravity Wizard Tower's reputation. These fools. Once I become the Tower Lord, I'll drive them all out. Gonova gritted his teeth, watching the Elder Council of Wizards, who only accepted Iona's death after the Demon King's soul had returned. Although it was the result of his own past actions, Gonova only thought that the Elder Wizards were ignoring him. Since Tower Lord Iona has died, according to the Tower's laws, I, the Vice Tower Lord, will become the next Lord of the Gravity Wizard Tower. Fly. As Gonova confidently spoke and flew towards the red mist. He to be so blinded by greed and accept my curse. How foolish. The voice of the Demon King Nightmare resounded in Gonova's head. Yes, hurry up and curse me, ancient Demon King. Gonova spoke boastfully, thinking the tales of the nightmare were exaggerated. What's the big deal with dreaming a mere nightmare? If only he could become Tower Lord. Well, I have been bored lately. See if you can handle my curse, arrogant hyena. Swish. At the same time, The red mist was absorbed into Gonova's body. Ha ha ha! I'm overflowing with power. Gonova was thrilled with the terrifying power he felt in his body. Elders, listen up. Prepare my Tower Lord inauguration ceremony at once. Yes, Tower Lord. The Elder Council of Wizards reluctantly acknowledged Gonova as the Tower Lord, as he had been chosen by the curse of the nightmare and had become the Tower Lord according to the laws of the tower. Ha ha ha! Gonova reveled in pleasure, watching the Elder Wizards follow his commands obediently. Hee hee, this is the taste. Gonova, enchanted by the power of the Tower Lord, enjoyed all the privileges and pleasures of the day as the Tower Lord. When night came, Gonova felt tired. It was only natural, as he had been running around receiving the treatment of the Tower Lord. I am tired. I need some sleep. Even though he'd have nightmares, it was a small price to pay for becoming the Tower Lord. Gonova thought nothing of it and fell asleep. And the power of this curse is only 1/100th of my original curse. You should last a few days. In the dream, Nightmare's voice was heard again. HMPH, it's just a dream, isn't it? Hee hee hee. Enjoy your arrogance now. It will soon turn into screams. As Nightmare's words ended, a black, human-shaped monster appeared. HMPH, is this all you've got? Fireball. Gonova easily defeated the enemy. But as time passed, the number of enemies increased, and they even became stronger. Around the time morning came, Gonova woke up, screaming. Shudder, shudder. The memories of dying in the nightmare were too vivid. He could feel the pain right up until his death. The enemies had deliberately tortured Gonova, slowly killing him. He had begged to be killed quickly. I have to go through this every time I sleep. Bring me some alcohol. To erase the dreadful memory of the nightmare, Gonova drank heavily from the morning. Sejun started healing the banana tree right after breakfast. The farmer's warm touch LV 4 is activated. The banana tree's disease is slowly healed by your touch. While Sejun was healing the banana tree, flap, flap, the golden bat sang as it did yesterday, boosting the energy of the banana tree. And then, meow meow meow. Theo, feeling a tremendous attraction in his front paw since yesterday, moved secretly away from the other animals. He thought of taking advantage of it all by himself, without anyone knowing. And if he brought it to Sejun, it will be me who monopolizes President Park's affection. Meow. Just as Theo was heading to where he felt the attraction was, thinking of eating a churro on Sejun's lap and receiving affection, squeak. Creon. Suddenly, Black Rabbit and Quenji appeared in front of Theo, blocking his way. The two had been suspiciously watching Theo, who had been sneaking glances at the volcano that appeared yesterday. Theo thought he hadn't given anything away, but leaving Sejun's lap in itself was very suspicious behavior. Creon? Big brother, where are you going? Pure. I'm going treasure hunting. Meow. Follow me, you two. Meow. Now that he was caught, Theo decided to take his younger siblings with him. Honestly, going alone would be boring, and there might be something they could do. Squeak. Creon. Their eyes gleamed at the word treasure, and the Black Rabbit and Quenji nodded vigorously, as if saying, we'll follow you. Follow me. Meow. Squeak. Creon. So, Black Rabbit and Quenji followed Theo and arrived at the entrance of the volcano created by the explosion of the Mana Stone mine. Squeak. Creon. Seeing the faintly glowing blue stones around the volcano, Black Rabbit and Quenji thought they were treasures and began to rush to pick them up. That's not the treasure. Meow. Theo, who had been focusing on the attraction, hurriedly stopped the two. The faintly blue glowing stones were just rocks that had absorbed the mana when it was released en masse from the Mana Stone mine. They would return to ordinary stones in a day or two, so they were useless. It was good to bring them. Meow. Upon arriving, the attraction felt was not coming from one source but dozens. Several attractions seemed to have combined, making it feel stronger. If he hadn't brought them, he would have been running around alone. Follow me. Meow. Theo led them to the nearest place, following the attraction in his front paw. And then, Black Rabbit, break this rock. Meow. Theo pointed to a giant rock in front of him and spoke. Squeak. At Theo's command, the Black Rabbit swung a hammer at the rock. Squeak, 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 crunch. The rock split under the Black Rabbit's hammering, and a purple stone the size of a golf ball appeared from inside the rock. This is the treasure. Meow. Theo said, pointing to the purple stone. Now what I'm saying is, squeak. Creon. Before Theo could finish, Black Rabbit and Quenji shouted. It's a competition to see who can find more treasure. Start. With that shout, The two excitedly began smashing the surrounding rocks. Pure. It's not going to come out just like that, meow. The victory is mine anyway, meow. Theo mockingly watched the two, leisurely moving according to the attraction in his front paw. But, meow, Theo's leisure disappeared after only a few purple stones were mined. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Crowing. Compared to Theo, the excavation speed of Black Rabbit and Quenji was too fast. Especially Quenji was really cheating. Quang. When Quenji struck the ground with his fist, crowing, all the rocks within a 10 meters radius around Quenji turned to dust. Quenji was imitating the technique that his mother had used. Quang. In this way, as they smashed the ground and found purple stones from the broken rocks, they were much faster than Theo, who searched one by one. In the end, the winner of the treasure hunt was Quenji, who found 23 purple stones. Theo found 15. And the Black Rabbit found 7. Quang. Quang. I won. When Daddy uses this, he'll become stronger. Theo thought that Quenji had randomly destroyed things to find the purple stone, but Quenji had its own intuition for finding objects. It was an intuition for things that would make Sejun stronger. It was a skill created by Quenji's earnest desire to protect his weak father. Thus, Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenji confidently returned to Sejun with 45 purple stones. When they returned, it was lunchtime. Where have you all been? Sejun, who had been preparing lunch, asked. We brought something that can help President Park, meow. Squeak. Creon. Sizzle. Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenji poured the purple stones they had in front of Sejun. They were all different sizes, ranging from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist. What's this? Sejun picked up a golf ball-sized purple stone and examined it. Intermediate skill stone. Using it increases skill proficiency by using the energy contained in the stone by 50 of the desired skill. Grade C. What? He had no idea something like this existed. He never knew that skill proficiency could be increased with an item like this. Thank you, kids. Sejun praised the trio that brought the skill stone. Then give me Cheru quickly, meow. Squeak. Let me play with Uncle for a week, please. Creon. I'll eat on Daddy's lap too. They each expressed what they wanted and rushed at Sejun in response to his praise. And then, thud, Sejun had to take the day off from work. Creon. Daddy, please get stronger and play with me. Quenji looked after the unconscious Sejun, feeling sad. Welcome. Gonova warmly greeted the Tower Lords of the Fire Wizard Tower, Destruction Wizard Tower, and Meteor Wizard Tower, who had supported him. Gonova, why does your face look so beaten? The other Tower Lords asked, looking at Gonova's pallid face. I've been busy lately. Aha, of course. You must have a lot to do since you suddenly became a Tower Lord. But you should take care of your body. You must. After all, you have to be the chairman of the Wizards Association, don't you? Ha ha ha. It will be fine once the work is over. Gonova found the solution in Iona's diary while looking for a way to solve the nightmare. First, I'll stall as much as possible to prevent stronger enemies from appearing. Then, we will prepare the meal. The servants began to bring out the food. And then, let's eat and talk. Gonova, who was hungry, spoke to the other Tower Lords. And as he lifted the lid covering the food, a being that should never be there was staring at Gonova. Kai-oo, 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 Kai-oo. It was the manifestation of a waking nightmare. 1 hour before Iona appeared in front of Gonova. Kai-oo. Iona arrived at the entrance of the Gravity Wizard Tower. Huh? It's Tower Lord Iona. The tower's guards spotted Iona and called the Wizard Elders, who rushed to welcome her. We thought you were dead. Of course. The Tower Lord would not leave us. What about Gonova? That's what? He's meeting with other Tower Lords in the Tower Lords room. Other Tower Lords? Yes. It seems like the Tower Lords of the Fire Wizard Tower, Destruction Wizard Tower, and Meteor Wizard Tower have supported and urged Gonova. Kai-oo, Kai-oo, is that so? Good. Everyone evacuate the tower within 1 hour. What? Kai-oo, 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 don't make me repeat myself. We are going to build a new tower on the 99th floor. Everyone, out. Gasp. Yes. Everyone clear the tower. Just take what's essential. The Gravity Wizard Tower will disappear today. Witnessing Iona's triple rage, the Elder Wizards quickly instructed the wizards to prepare to leave the tower, and an hour later, when the tower was emptied, Iona appeared in front of Gonova. Kai-oo, 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 Kai-oo. How? This can't be happening. Gonova stammered as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The atmosphere is not good, so we'll just get up and go. The three Tower Lords immediately panicked at Iona's appearance. However, Caillou, where do you think you're going? Iona would not allow them to escape. Gravity, heed my command, and amplify your strength. Gravity control. Iona manipulated gravity, exerting 10 times the force on the fleeing Tower Lords. Tower Lord gone over. What's going on? Eek. You incompetent fool. You said you handled it? Tower Lord Iona, we only found out later. The Tower Lords cried out, struggling under the tenfold gravity. Caillou, it doesn't matter. I never liked any of you. I'll deal with you all at once. Gravity's power. These were the Tower Lords who always interfered with Iona's business at the Wizards Association. Iona began preparing her magic, drawing up her energy. We're going to die. As Iona seriously started casting her spell, Gone Over quickly tried to calm her down. Tower Lord Iona, as angry as you may be, this is the Gravity Wizard Tower. If you don't intend to kill all the other wizards, stop. But it's fine. There's no one here but us. Black hole. Iona had already decided to annihilate them along with the tower. No, a massive hole appeared, and the black hole began to suck in Gone Over and the three Tower Lords. And then, crack! It began to engulf the Gravity Wizard Tower. Nightmare. Curse them too. Sometimes you seem more like the Devil King than I do. Caillou, quiet. Fine. I'll do as you wish. A red mist entered the black hole and seeped into the bodies of the three Tower Lords. Dying with a curse isn't the end. From then on, it's the beginning of an endless nightmare. Resist or surrender, and if they surrender, they become slaves to Nightmare, fighting forever, suffering in agony without rest or death. All for Nightmare's amusement. And Iona's revenge was just beginning. She planned to torture them over and over in nightmares, causing them agony once they died and became Nightmare's slaves. But aren't you sleeping too little these days? Nightmare complained. Iona hadn't entered the nightmare, so Nightmare naturally thought she was staying awake. Caillou. Iona only laughed, watching the Gravity Wizard Tower disappear, without answering Nightmare's question. Sejun's farm on the 99th floor of the tower. Move it over here. Harvest the carrots now. The black dragon statue and the white dragon statue were fervently leading the way, instructing Sejun's farm members, including rabbits, poisonous honeybees, mushroom ants, and black minotaurs. However, no, this is where we need to send in the mushroom ants. What are you talking about? We have to send the poisonous honeybees here. A disagreement arose between Kaiser and Kellyan, and they began to argue with each other about who was right. Since Sejun was not present, there was no one to stop their fight, and they bickered for quite some time. Eventually, they came to a conclusion. It's not possible for two leaders to coexist under one sky. Let's choose a leader. The two dragons chose farming as a method to decide who would be the leader. They divided the fields and monsters and planted seeds to compete and see who could harvest more. How dare you challenge me, the Great Black Dragon? HMPH. I will make you pay for challenging the Great White Dragon. Thus, the competition began. This is boring. Let's have a glass of wine, Kellyan. Shall we? Harvesting would take several months, and the farming was done by the monsters. There was nothing much for the dragons to do except watch the monsters working. Drink my wine, but you bring the side dishes. Understood. Kellyan flew to the storage and picked out sweet potatoes, carrots, cherry tomatoes, and the like. And then, here's 1,000 tower coins. He gave the money to the rabbit guarding the entrance to the storage. If he asked the rabbit for something, it would gladly offer its crops to him, but Kellyan wanted to set an example as a farm manager. Pierk, the rabbit, upon receiving the money, bowed to Kellyan, expressing its gratitude. Just as Kellyan was about to fly off with the side dishes, Pierk, a newly born baby rabbit came out of Sejun's house carrying something bigger than its body. It was a thin rectangular object made of a mysterious material. What is that? Pierk, I don't know. I found it. The baby rabbit responded to Kellyan's question. Let's trade this for that. Pierk, yes. When Kellyan handed over a carrot, the baby rabbit readily exchanged the item in its hand. And then, flap, Kellyan began to drink wine with Kaiser, taking the snacks and the object he had received from the baby rabbit. This mango wine is good. Indeed, it's really delicious. But what's that? Kaiser, who had been drinking, became interested in the object Kellyan had brought. I don't know. I was going to look at it later. Let me see it for a moment. Kaiser began to examine the object. A moment later. It's a tool that works with brain attributes. Brainwave. When Kaiser figured out the principle with a scanning spell and generated a weak electric current, the surface of the object lit up. It was Sejun's smartphone. Ho ho. It's locked. Unlock. Magic has logic and algorithms, similar to a smartphone's program. Kaiser easily understood it and simply unlocked the pattern lock with magic and willpower. Then, the background screen of Sejun's unlocked smartphone displayed a picture of Serang, a member of the girl group Moonlight Fairy. Who's this? What are you doing in front of delicious wine? Drink up. You're right. Now's not the time to look at this. Not even knowing what he had just done, Kaiser happily drank the mango wine once again. Administrator's area of the Black Tower. Sniffle. Sejun, when are you coming? Aileen was sad because she couldn't see Sejun. The 99th floor farm of the tower without Sejun was not interesting at all. I'm bored. I miss Sejun, eating, farming, too. But since she had nothing to do, she consoled herself by looking at the crystal orb. Quiver, quiver. Aileen, who was looking at the crystal orb, trembled with rage. It was because she saw a woman appearing as the smartphone wallpaper when Kaiser unlocked the lock screen. And Aileen knew that Sejun was the owner of that smartphone. She was very upset. Unforgivable. Park. Say. June. Aileen roared, calling Sejun's name. Startled, Sejun trembled as he opened his eyes in the morning. President Park, are you okay? Meow. Pierre Creon. The animals asked how he was. Number. What's this? Why is it so cold? Sejun rubbed his body with his hands at the chilly feeling. Creon. Dad's weak, that's why. Quenji grew to about 2 meters and wrapped Sejun with its body. Although it didn't seem like that was the reason, Sejun didn't resist, enjoying the soft and warm fur. He. It's fluffy. Just as Sejun was about to fall back asleep in peace, growl. Master Sejun has woken up. The black minotaur, wolves, and monkeys that had been waiting for Sejun to wake up approached. Why? Do you have something to say? Master Sejun, we want to go treasure hunting too. Elka spoke as their representative. What? Treasure hunting? Sejun was taken aback. Treasure hunting? While he was unconscious, Quenji had bragged about winning the treasure hunt, which prompted the other animals to want to try it as well. Especially the wolves, who were canine animals, were particularly keen. Finding things was their specialty, after all. And suddenly, a treasure hunt contest was held. Now you have to find silver ingots with these numbers on them. Sejun showed a silver ingot with his name and the number 100 engraved on it. The other silver ingots with numbers from 1 to 99 had been scattered around by the golden bat beforehand. The time is until lunch. Ready, start. Sejun threw the ingot as hard as he could, declaring the start of the treasure hunt. Growl. Yes. The animals hurriedly scattered to find the treasure. Pierre, Black Rabbit also followed the other animals, determined to come in first today. And as the surroundings quieted down, you have used a low-grade skill stone. The proficiency of Farmer's Warm Touch LV4 increases by 10. Sejun used the skill stone, which he had not been able to use yesterday when he fainted, to raise his skill proficiency. Originally, he wanted to raise the proficiency of the seed shop skill to increase the level and the variety and amount of purchasable seeds, but he could not use the skill stone on that skill. Thus, he used all 45 skill stones found by Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenji yesterday to raise the proficiency by 740, but sadly, the level did not increase. Then, pip pip. The singing of the golden bat, which had started working early, was heard from afar. I should get to work too. Sejun began to heal the banana tree. The Farmer's Warm Touch LV4 is activated. The banana tree's disease is slowly healed by your touch. But Representative Theo, do they sell land deeds in the shopping district too? Meow. I've never seen them. Meow. I'll find out next time. Meow. It was natural that Theo didn't know. The land deeds were unaffordable to ordinary wandering merchants due to their exorbitant price, and only the top-ranked wandering merchants could trade them. If you see other land deeds, buy them for me. Especially if you see the land deed for the first floor of the tower, be sure to buy it. If he had the first floor land deed, he could go to the first floor of the tower. Got it. Meow. But does President Park want to leave the tower? Meow. Theo looked at Sejun with sad eyes, as if asking, are you going to abandon us, huh? Sejun was startled by Theo's words. Creon. Take Quenji with you. Dad. Hearing Theo's words, Quenji clung to Sejun's leg. Don't worry. We're one, remember? I won't leave without you guys. Although he vaguely wanted to leave the tower, he didn't mean he was leaving. He had a home to return to here, and other family members too. Great. Shall we shout our motto after a long time? We are one. We are one. Meow. Creon. We are one. On the 287th day of being stranded, Sejun, Theo, and Quenji shouted their motto after a long time. While Sejun was healing the banana tree, lunchtime arrived, and the animals returned after finishing their treasure hunt. As expected, the wolf tribe won a landslide victory by tracking the scent of the golden bat. Elka took first place with 5 silver ingots, followed by the black rabbit in second with 2, and the rest were the wolves with 85, the monkeys with 7, and the black minotaurs found 1, taking third place. Moo. Let us do it one more time. Although 500 of them only found 1 silver ingot, the black minotaur seemed to find the treasure hunt itself enjoyable and wanted to do it again without any fuss over losing. Then let's eat lunch and do it again. After all, the wolves and black minotaurs had nothing to do until Sejun set off towards the 99th floor of the tower. It went well. Sejun had felt sorry for making the animals wait while he healed the banana tree, but he was relieved that they had found a way to pass the time enjoyably. The first place prize will be a special dish of your choice. Master Sejun. Really? Elka was excited at Sejun's words. Yeah, Elka. What do you want to eat? Then I want seps soup. Eh? That's it? Since Sejun made seps soup almost every day, he asked again. Is that all you want? Yes, that's all I want. To Elka, seps soup was a meaningful dish, the first to feed the tribesmen's stomachs well. Perhaps because of the good memories from that time, Elka was always happy to eat seps soup. Okay, got it. Sejun didn't have to do anything special since seps soup was already on the lunch menu. Instead, he added special ingredients for Elka's efforts. Then, Pick. The black rabbit asked if there was a prize for second place. Of course, there's a prize for second place. Here, Sejun pulled out a box filled with 100 carrots from void storage space and gave it to the black rabbit. Pierre, black rabbit, with an expression like it had the whole world, hugged the box of carrots and didn't know what to do. Then, Moo, Oak. Except for the wolves, whose attention was fixed on seps soup, the black minotaurs and monkeys salivated, looking at Sejun. What will you give us? Here's the third place prize. Sejun gave 5 sun golden sweet potatoes each to the monkeys who had found 1 silver ingot. Oak. The monkeys were thrilled to receive the golden sweet potatoes. They shone like sweet potatoes given by a god. They didn't taste much different from power sweet potatoes, but they had a visual impact. And then, Minotaur 1003. I'll give you 10 stacks of green onion leaves when we go to the 99th floor later. Moo. Minotaur 1003, the only black minotaur to find a silver ingot, was pleased with Sejun's words. Thus, the modest award ceremony of the first Sejun treasure hunt competition came to an end. Let's eat now. Since the other dishes were already prepared, only the soup needed to be served. This one's for Ilka, the winner. Sejun handed over seps soup, generously filled with specially added ingredients and meat, to Elka. The third place wolves, for reference, got only a meat-filled seps soup. Oh, isn't this a bone? Sejun had boiled wild boar bones from Red Ribbon's treasure vault in seps soup for Elka's portion alone. He thought that the wolf, with habits similar to a dog, would like the bone. Thank you. Elka eagerly started eating the soup. Slurp, slurp. After a few sips of soup, chomp, chomp. After chewing the bone a few times, Ji-ah-rah-rah, the other wolves looked enviously at Elka. Let's eat, too. Golden Bat, please start hiding the treasures ahead of time. The Golden Bat, acting as an organizing agent, had to hide the treasures first for the treasure hunt. Yes, leave it to me. Flap, flap. The Golden Bat flew away to hide the 99 silver ingots, and during that time, Sejun and the animals finished lunch and had a nap. Snore. ZZZ. Ba-ra-ra. Bye. Theo and the black rabbit napped on Sejun's lap and Quenji's leg, respectively. Then, flap, flap. The Golden Bat, having hidden all the silver ingots, returned and enjoyed the refreshing watermelon Sejun had sliced on ice cubes. Slurp. Above Sejun's head, who was wearing a straw hat, the bat happily sucked on the watermelon. And then, ZZZ. The Golden Bat, having finished eating, also settled on Sejun's head and started napping. So everyone took a sweet nap. And then, let's start the treasure hunt. The second Sejun treasure hunt competition began. Ji-ra-ra, moo. Only wolves and black minotaurs participated this time. The black rabbit hung on Sejun's back and slept, complaining about lack of sleep, and the monkeys wanted to play more, but they had to farm mangoes and watermelons. The farmer's warm touch LV4 is activated. The banana tree's disease is slowly healed by your touch. Sejun also started healing the banana tree again. 15 seconds later, the banana tree's disease has been healed. Your proficiency in farmer's warm touch LV4 has slightly increased. The banana tree grows slightly while you touch it. It's definitely faster now. Initially, he thought the healing speed had increased with the level of the farmer's warm touch. But there was an even bigger reason. Pip pip. The reason was the Golden Bat's song. The banana trees regained their energy by listening to the Golden Bat's song for several days, shortening Sejun's healing time. Thanks to that, it only took 10-20 seconds to heal a tree with the skill. I could probably heal 1,000 trees a day at this rate. Sejun looked at the Golden Bat with proud eyes. Pip pip. I was in the darkness. The one who pulled me out was Sejun. Perhaps bored of singing the same song, the Golden Bat started composing its own. The content praised Sejun for pulling it out of the darkness. Sejun pretended not to listen, but paid closer attention to the lyrics. This is embarrassing. Though embarrassed, he didn't stop the praising song. He didn't want to crush the ambition of a budding singer. It wasn't for personal satisfaction, absolutely not. Then, do you like praise that much? Meow. Then I'll praise you. Meow. At this moment, Theo showed a sharp intuition. As Sejun's attention turned to the Golden Bat, Theo wanted to steal the spotlight. And President Park only praises money. Meow. He also praises working his subordinates hard without rest. Meow. And Theo started praising what he thought were Sejun's virtues. Is this an insult? Although Theo's praise was sincere, to Sejun, it sounded like an insult. Representative Theo, eat this and be quiet. Sejun offered Theo a cherry to shut him up. He didn't like feeling insulted. However, I'm not hungry. Meow. And I still have much praise left. Meow. Theo insisted on praising more. The keen intuition he had shown earlier was gone. Is he feeding me this? As Sejun's anger meter began to rise, PFFFT. My praise worked. Meow. Theo, looking at Sejun offering the cheru, was sure that his praise had an effect and praised him more. And eventually, Theo's praise effect showed. Representative Theo, quickly go to the 99th floor of the tower, gather the crops, trade, and come back. Meow. Now. Meow. Yes. As you said, Representative Theo, I only care about money and make my subordinates work without rest. Meow. Even a backfire is an effect. Why? Meow. Why does he make me work after praising him? Meow. Theo began to pack his things in confusion. He was Theo, the good obedient cat who always did whatever Sejun told him to. Coyote, 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 you all. Dismantle the Fire Wizard Tower, Destruction Wizard Tower, and Meteor Wizard Tower and come to the 99th floor. I'll go ahead and get permission from the owner of the 99th floor. Iona spoke to the wizards from where the Gravity Wizard Tower, now just an empty plot, used to stand. Since the owner of the Wizard Tower had died, it was natural to dismantle the remaining 3 towers. The assets from the dismantled towers were to be used for the reconstruction of the Gravity Wizard Tower. Also, bring any wizard who wants to join the Gravity Wizard Tower. Understood. But will it be alright? The Minotaur King might not easily permit the construction of a tower on the 99th floor. It'll be fine, and the current owner of the 99th floor is not the Minotaur King. What? Has the owner of the waypoint changed? I haven't heard such news. The elder wizards looked grave at Iona's words. The Minotaur King was known as the strongest in the Black Tower. How could they not have known that the ownership of the waypoint had changed? Not knowing such important information indicated a problem in the Wizard Tower's ability to gather information. In addition to that, there are currently 500 Black Minotaurs heading down, with all the information of the Wizard Tower's informants concentrated on the 99th and 77th floors. It was a truly serious problem that no information had come in. That's not it. Although he's not the owner of the waypoint, there is someone who has become the new owner of the 99th floor of the tower. You mean there's another being as powerful as the Minotaur King? No, that's not it. The new owner of the 99th floor of the tower is very weak. Weak? you say? The words of Iona confused the elder wizards. The strongest on a floor becomes the owner and protects the waypoint. That was common knowledge of the tower. But weak, very weak at that. Yes, but if any of you are rude to him, I won't stay still. Even if I don't, the beings protecting him will step forward first. Now, hurry up and move. Iona set the wizards off and hurried to the 99th floor. There was an order to things. First, she had to get permission from Kaiser and Aileen to build the wizard tower. Aileen gave her permission. Of course, I permit it as well. It was troublesome enough managing the farm, having to chase away the occasional fire ants and extend the water canals as the fields expanded. Kaiser was thinking of utilizing the wizards for the farm's boundary and facility repairs. It's finished. Finally, the healing of 5,381 banana trees was completed. Moo, Oak. The animals seemed disappointed at Sejun's words. Until now, the treasure hunt competitions had been held 7 times, both in the morning and afternoon. Don't be too disappointed, we'll hold it again sometime. Sejun decided to hold the competition periodically for the animals who love treasure hunting. Then, the disease of the banana trees on the 77th floor of the tower has been completely healed. The 77th floor farm is activated. Bananas begin to grow again on the 77th floor farm. The name of the 77th floor farm's land deed is updated to the 77th floor banana farm land deed. A message appeared that the name of the land deed had been updated. Take good care from now on, Sejun said to the monkeys who had agreed to manage the banana farm. Oak. The monkeys who had signed the contract to receive part of the harvested bananas, as well as a monthly payment in crops or tower coins, bowed and asked to be entrusted with the responsibility. Receiving money for doing the honorable work of a deity made the monkeys very happy. Just as Sejun was about to leave the 77th floor's banana farm in the hands of the monkeys, the banana trees reward you for curing their disease. A reward? Suddenly, yellow bananas began to grow rapidly from the banana trees, one bunch at a time. Bananas. Sejun approached the banana tree and carefully cut off a bunch with his dagger. And then, snap, he broke off the stem of one banana and peeled it slowly, placing it in his mouth. Delicious. It was a bit firm since it had just been harvested, but it seemed like it would ripen and become soft in a few days. Guys, let's harvest. On the 290th day of being stranded, Sejun harvested bananas from his banana farm with the animals. When he returned to the 99th floor, he was able to take bananas with him. I'm leaving now. After harvesting the bananas, Sejun waved to the monkeys as he left. Oak. The monkeys bowed as they saw Sejun off. Next to them, there was a bunch of bananas each. It was the reward for the first harvest, and the animals that followed Sejun were carrying bananas in their arms, heading toward the waypoint on the 77th floor of the tower. It wasn't that they couldn't put them in the void storage, they were snacks for the journey. Sejun, Black Rabbit, and the Golden Bat, who were riding on Quenji's back, diligently peeled the bananas, and the flesh was fed to Quenji and the wolves. Here you go. The banana peels were given to the Black Minotaurs. Moo. The Black Minotaurs, pleased with the banana peels, liked them more than the flesh. Sejun, we have arrived. Already? While peeling the bananas for the animals, they had arrived at the gorilla village guarding the waypoint on the 77th floor of the tower. Nobody's here? The village was completely empty because nobody had taken it over since Quenji cleaned it up. Usually, other monsters would have claimed this place immediately. However, the 77th floor was currently overflowing with strong beings, such as the Black Minotaurs, 80th floor wolves, and Quenji. Moreover, their recent treasure hunting activities, looking here and there on the 77th floor, made the monsters believe they were showing off their power, causing them to hide in their nests, trembling in fear. Snap. Thanks to that, Sejun casually approached the floating red crystal and raised his hand. Waypoint of the 77th floor of the tower has been saved. Loading other floors. Saved waypoint. Saved waypoint. 199th floor. It's done. Finally, there was a place to move through the waypoint. You have registered the 77th floor waypoint after the 99th floor. You have achieved the first achievement in the tower's history of going down from above. You have acquired Retrogressor. As Sejun was about to check the title, there is no being guarding the 77th floor waypoint currently. As a mid-level administrator of the Black Tower, You can appoint a boss to guard the 77th floor waypoint. I can appoint a being to guard the waypoint, Sejun pondered. Since there was a banana farm on the 77th floor, he would frequently visit. Wouldn't it be more convenient if someone from their side managed it? Elka, bring the monkey village chief. Yes. Elka rushed to the monkey village and called for the village chief. Sejun intended to charge a registration fee later when he allowed hunters to register at the waypoint, so the boss guarding the waypoint didn't need to be strong. However, thud, thud. What Elka brought was a gigantic monkey. The monkey village chief was surely petite, about 1 meter tall, but he had grown to 2 meters with a muscular body in just a few hours. Unbeknownst to Sejun, they were a species called banana monkeys, and they grew stronger by eating bananas. When the banana trees were healthy in the past, they had dominated the 77th floor. As a result, the plan to station the wolves here was quickly abandoned. From now on, you guard this waypoint. As Sejun appointed the monkey village chief as the 77th floor waypoint boss, the banana monkey, Okil, has been appointed as the being to guard the 77th floor waypoint. Ok, thud. The banana monkey tribe's chief, Okil, bowed deeply, moved by Sejun's favor. He not only returned the bananas to his people but also gave back the 77th floor waypoint. Then I'll go. You all come up quickly too. Creon, we will go soon. Don't get sick in the meantime, Dad. After appointing the 77th floor's boss, Sejun spoke to Okil and the animals and selected the 99th floor as the destination. Poof! Sejun disappeared in an instant. And then, Creon, let's go quickly. Mu. Quenji and the Black Minotaurs went to the 99th floor. Pierre, let's go. Black Rabbit and the wolves moved to the 55th floor. A moment later, Woohoo! Realizing the strong beings had left, the orangutan tribe's chief gathered his followers and challenged Okil, the boss of the 77th floor waypoint. But Okil, having eaten a banana, was truly strong. Thwack, thwack. Okil quickly overpowered the orangutan tribe's chief. Other tribal chiefs challenged him afterward, but no one could defeat Okil. What's the situation in Africa? Han Tae-jun asked while video calling with Nuji. Currently, about half of Nigeria and Cameroon have been occupied by locusts. Already? Yes, because of the grain that was in the food warehouse in Lagos port. The locusts had devoured all the food that had been loaded for export in the harbor. Despite having an abundance of food, their reproduction rate was incredible. The number, which was several 100,000, had increased to nearly 1 billion in just a few days. Also, yellow spots are starting to appear on the bodies of the locusts. It seems like evolution is approaching. Han Tae-jun had heard from Theo that when the number of locusts increased, their color would change, and they would evolve. And when they evolved, it became really tough. When they were green locusts, there was no difference from regular grasshoppers, and even a child could easily kill them. But when they evolved into yellow locusts, they became so strong that even an adult couldn't easily kill them. For now, it might be a good idea to cut the leaves of the sturdy blade green onions and create a defense line around the border of Nigeria and Cameroon. Understood. I will hurry and rescue the people and build the defensive line. Nuji quickly responded and quickly hired workers to start cutting the sturdy blade green onion leaves planted in Kenya. Whirring, hundreds of machines were used to cut the leaves and transport them to the borders of Nigeria and Cameroon to create a defense line to prevent the locusts from escaping. But some of the locusts had already boarded ships at the harbor and were spreading to other countries. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the tower. Mu, the Minotaur King, who had been guarding the waypoint, greeted Sejun. Yes, long time no see. Sejun briefly exchanged greetings with the Minotaur King and then hurried to the farm, riding on the Black Minotaur 12. Just then, the tower's administrator says she's glad you're back. Yeah. Was Aileen doing well, too? The tower's administrator says she has not been doing well. Huh? Why? As soon as he asked, Sejun realized his mistake. He felt a dreadful chill from the message. I shouldn't have asked. While Sejun was shivering on Minotaur 12's head from ominous feelings, the tower's administrator asks who the woman in the brain attribute object you carry is. Aileen asked, using difficult words. Brain attribute what? The tower's administrator yells, who's that woman? Sejun could feel deep anger from the message. That woman, while talking to Aileen, Minotaur 12, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly ran and left Sejun at the farm before hurrying back. And then, Ah, by brain attribute object, you mean a smartphone. Looking at the screen of the turned-on smartphone, he could see who the woman Aileen was talking about was. The woman in this picture is Sarang, a member of the girl group Moonlight Fairy. The tower's administrator anxiously asks, "What's your relationship with her?" "What relationship?" "No relationship at all." "Just a fan?" The tower's administrator asks what a fan is. ZZZT. Kaiser was glaring at Sejun from the side. One wrong word here could send him straight to the afterlife. He had to explain properly. Someone who supports and cheers for them to do well? The tower's administrator says she understands. What? Really? The misunderstanding was cleared up much more easily than he expected. The tower's administrator says a fan is someone who supports and cheers for a pitiful person to do well. In the background, Sarang was wearing ripped skinny jeans, and the top was a loose hoodie. From Aileen's perspective, who didn't know Earth's fashion, Sarang couldn't even afford enough money to buy a scrap of clothing, so she was a beggar who wore torn pants and picked up a top that could be worn for the time being. That's right. Yes, that's it. You could say it's similar. Sarang wasn't very popular when he first became a fan. Maybe she was a little pitiful? The tower's administrator says she's sorry for the misunderstanding. No, it's okay. These things can happen. More than that, I brought this for Aileen. It's called a banana. Sejun quickly changed the subject. The tower's administrator says thank you. The tower's administrator asks you to change the smartphone's wallpaper to her picture later. Sure, why not? I'll take a good picture of you later. Sejun gladly agreed. He thought it would be cool to have a picture of a giant black dragon as the wallpaper. The tower's administrator is pleased. Thus, having safely overcome the crisis, Sejun planted mango and watermelon seeds in the field in front of his house that he had brought from the 77th floor of the tower. Since he had collected all the seeds from all the mangoes and watermelons that the animals had eaten, there were about 200 mango seeds and 3,000 watermelon seeds. Swoosh! Grow well. As Sejun watered the spot where he planted the mangoes and watermelons, cheering for the seeds to grow well, Creon. Daddy, I'm here. Quenji arrived and hugged Sejun's leg. Huh? How did you get here so fast? Even for fast, it was too fast. Then Coyote. I rode the Lightspeed merchant route with him. Hidden behind Quenji, Iona peeked out her head and spoke. Having received permission from the dragons to build a wizard tower on the 99th floor, Iona immediately went down to the 77th floor to get Sejun's permission and met Quenji there. And they came up together after hearing that Sejun was on their 99th floor. Sejun, I have something to tell you. What is it? Iona began to talk about building a wizard tower on the 99th floor. Tower 75th floor shopping district. Where do I purchase the land deeds? Meow. After quickly completing trades with the hunters, Theo was wandering around the shopping district, asking where to buy land deeds. Just ask at the Wandering Merchant Association's headquarters. They usually handle land deed trades. Thank you, Meow. Having obtained the information, Theo expressed his gratitude and hurried toward the Wandering Merchant Association's headquarters however, the mediation fee is a bit expensive, and only the elite wandering merchants can purchase land deeds. How about it? I was thinking of selling my land deed. Want to trade directly with me? A snake-face merchant kindly explained and asked Theo. However, I refuse. Meow. Theo firmly refused. Alright, the fee is a 1 or 2 coin. What? The snake merchant, who did not expect Theo to refuse, was taken aback. President Park told me not to trade with overly friendly merchants. Meow. And I am about to become an elite wandering merchant. Meow. Theo said so and headed for the Wandering Merchant Association's headquarters. And then, promote me to an elite wandering merchant. Meow. He boldly shouted in front of the employee. The promotion condition for becoming an elite wandering merchant was 10 million tower coins. However, his total accumulated sales amount had exceeded 15 million tower coins through trades as of today, easily meeting the conditions to become an elite wandering merchant. However, it's not possible. Why? Meow. He was refused. Theo, you're still unqualified. What are you talking about? Meow. I've already met the conditions of an elite wandering merchant. Are you ignoring me? Meow. Theo became angry at the employee's words, feeling that he was being dismissed. He was clearly being treated like a fool. Such treatment was unbearable. Meow. I'll call my subordinates. Meow. As Theo was contemplating which of his subordinates, like Iona, Quenji, Elka, Hagel, or the Black Minotaurs, whom to summon and scold the employee, to become an elite wandering merchant, you must achieve a total cumulative sales amount of 10 million tower coins and satisfy 3 out of these 5 qualification criteria. The employee handed Theo a paper with detailed qualifications for an elite wandering merchant. There was such a thing. Meow. Theo quickly read the paper. Elite wandering merchant qualification criteria. 1. Must have capital of at least 5 million tower coins or more. 2. Must employ at least 5 staff members. 3. Must secure at least 3 exclusive products. 4. Must handle at least 100 different products. 5. Must have at least 5 clients with monthly sales exceeding 100,000 tower coins or more. If you meet 3 out of these 5 conditions above, you can come to the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association and become an elite wandering merchant. There was such a thing. Meow. Yes. Normally, since few merchants aim to become elite wandering merchants, it's not well known. I didn't know. Meow. That can happen. The preferred conditions for those aspiring to become elite wandering merchants are 1, 2, and 4, because they're the easiest to fulfill. The employee kindly explained to Theo. Thanks to that, the unfortunate incident of Theo calling his subordinates didn't occur. 1, 2, and 4, you say. Meow. The conditions the employee mentioned were all solvable with money. The first condition was a given, and hiring 5 employees and securing 100 different products was also possible with money. In Theo's case, first, while Theo was reading the paper, the employee was looking at Theo's activity and was about to say to come back when he had fulfilled the lacking qualifications. But, okay, I've met conditions 1, 2, 3, and 5, meow. Theo told the employee and started to take out documents to prove his qualifications. What, already? That's right. First of all, here's 5 million tower coins, meow. Theo pulled out the money to meet condition 1. Then, here's the employment contract, meow. He also pulled out the contract with the cat interns. A total of 8 cats were employed, easily meeting condition 2. These are crops with item effects, meow. And these are my regular clients, meow. Sejun's crops exceeded 10, satisfying the condition for 3 exclusive products. Additionally, Theo had many regular guilds and hunters, surpassing 20 clients with monthly sales of over 100,000 tower coins. So, when Theo met conditions 3 and 5, wow, that's amazing. The employee looked at Theo with awe, as he had never seen a wandering merchant fulfill the requirements so quickly. Phew, haha. Of course, meow. I'm impressive, meow, because I am the Great Black. Theo began to boast, trying to reveal his identity. However, excuse me for a moment. The employee quickly ran off somewhere. Meow. Where are you going without hearing my introduction? Meow. When Theo was again frustrated at not being able to properly introduce himself. Here is a badge proving that you are an elite wandering merchant. The employee came back with a golden badge. From now on, you can apply for and use the Lightspeed Merchant route. Will you apply? The application fee is 100,000 tower coins. Here it is, meow. Theo readily paid the 100,000 tower coins. He was now rich, receiving hundreds of thousands of tower coins in incentives from Sejun. And here, you can engrave a phrase to introduce yourself. What would you like it to say? Phew, haha. Listen well, meow. Theo told the employee the phrase he wanted to engrave on the golden badge. Are you really going to write it like this? The employee, with a puzzled look, asked, looking at the phrase engraved on the badge. The Great Black Dragon's subordinate, Deadly Yellow Cat. Theo Park, pretending to be the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, could have dire consequences if caught by those who followed the Black Dragon. That's right, meow. Phew. Alright. Please wait a moment. The employee took the golden badge and went to find the wizard, asking for magic engravings. The wizard then engraved enhancements, preservation, and binding magic on it. Here it is. And thus, Theo became an elite wandering merchant. I'm finally an elite wandering merchant. Meow. Theo was moved, thinking about how he had been scammed by Scarum a few months ago. And then, this is all thanks to Park Sejun's knee, meow. Praising Sejun's knees, which were his truth, once. Now show me the land deeds, meow. Finally, he began purchasing the land deed. His original goal. However, how should I handle this? The trade of land deeds has been temporarily suspended recently. What are you talking about, Meow? That is, lately, robbers who kill people to steal their land deeds have appeared, so trading has been stopped for the safety of customers. Then there's no other way to get the land deed, Meow? The chances are low, but there is one way, something that only you, Theo, can do. What is it, Meow? Originally, I Wandering Merchant Association would give the qualification to take one item from the lost and found storage if an elite wandering merchant fulfills all 5 qualifications within a day. What the employee mentioned was a tradition almost forgotten now. The employee had suddenly recalled a story heard from his own mentor 30 years ago. My mentor said that a land deed came out of the lost and found storage 100 years ago. So at that time, many merchants were keen to meet the 5 conditions to enter the lost and found storage. But it quickly waned because the lost and found storage of the association gathered only ambiguous items that didn't make money, despite all efforts. I'll do it, Meow. Theo realized that it was time for his front paws to shine again. Just wait a moment, Meow. Theo hurriedly went outside to buy 100 different items to fulfill the 4th requirement. Give me a discount, Meow. Of course. Haggling 3 times was a basic requirement. An hour later, here are the 100 different handled products, Meow. Theo purchased the goods and returned to the association headquarters, meeting all 5 conditions of an elite wandering merchant. Congratulations. Follow me. The employee took Theo to the stone-built lost and found storage behind the headquarters. The building seemed so sturdy that not even strong magic could bring it down. Who goes there? A giant rhinoceros guard guarding the lost and found storage approached the employee and Theo with his spear. Hello, Sir Taru. My name is Cyan, a headquarters employee. I brought Theo, who has earned the right to enter the lost and found storage, according to our tradition. Tradition? Interesting. Very well. Thud. Taru opened the giant door to the lost and found storage. Whoosh! The torches inside lit up. Enter. Since you're the first in almost 100 years, I'll allow you to take 2 items. Thank you, Meow. Then let's make it 3, Meow. Theo subtly added one more to Taru's generosity, feeling several attractant forces on his front paws as soon as the door opened. What? Ha ha ha, you're bold. Fine. Let's make it 3. Since one would only come out with garbage items from the storage without luck, Taru happily granted the request. Thank you, Meow. Theo happily dashed into the lost and found storage. You're going to build a wizard tower on the 99th floor? Yes. Okay, I'll allow it. There was no reason to oppose it. Rather, having wizards reside there would help them in requesting magical assistance for farming when needed. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Iona squealed with delight at Sejun's approval. But have you decided where to build the tower? Yes. I'm thinking about the south. The south? Yes. Iona planned to wipe out the fire ants and build a wizard tower there. How many people? About 300 people, but it might increase. As Sejun and Iona were having this conversation, Creon, next to them, Quenji, who was bored from waiting, started to eat a banana from his snack pouch. It was the last saved banana. Coyote. What's that? As the sweet smell of the banana spread, Iona asked, looking at the banana. It's a banana. Want to try? Sejun picked up a banana from the void warehouse, peeled it, cut it into small pieces, and gave it to Iona. Thank you. Iona thanked Sejun and took a big bite of the banana. Then, coyote, coyote, coyote. With cries of joy, Iona, with her short arms and legs, hugged the banana tightly and began to eat it eagerly. At that moment, Creon, having finished its own banana, Quenji sneaked into Sejun's void storage, eyeing the bananas inside. Greek. Unaware that Quenji had gone in, Sejun closed the door to the void storage. And then, now I have to work. He started working, looking around the farm that he hadn't been to in the past few days. Pierre quack. As he wandered the farm, the rabbits and mushroom ants, who had been struggling under the care of the 2 dragons, warmly welcomed Sejun. Fortunately, the 2 dragons has managed the farm well, so there were no big problems. Sejun headed to the storage room after inspecting the farm. Pierre, a rabbit guarding the storage room, greeted Sejun. How have you been? Pierre, clang. The rabbit pulled out money in response. What? Kaiser and Kellyanne took the crops from the storage room and paid for them. Isn't that nice? It was almost like a store, taking goods and leaving money on their own. Sejun then entered the storage room, chatting with the rabbit. Oh, elixirs. As he examined the crops, he discovered precious elixir mushrooms grown by the mushroom ants at the back of the storage. Elixir, king oyster mushroom. Elixir, oyster mushroom. Elixir, shiitake mushroom. All were grade C, providing an effect of +1 to all stats. I'll have to cook these in a dish later. Elixir mushroom hot pot. The name alone felt nourishing. Sejun decided to cook when a few more elixir mushrooms grew and Greek opened the void storage to store the elixir safely. At that moment, he heard Quenji snoring from inside. What? Why was Quenji's snoring sound coming from here? Sejun, puzzled, went toward the sound and saw Quenji fast asleep, its belly swollen, full of bananas. He must have eaten about 5,000. Sejun roughly estimated how many bananas Quenji ate by looking at the bananas left in the void storage. At Sejun's approach, Quenji rubbed his eyes and woke up. And then, slyly, Quenji clung to Sejun's leg and pretended to sleep again. Quenji, where did the bananas that were here go? Sejun looked at Quenji with stern eyes. Creon. Quenji doesn't know. Quenji answered, avoiding Sejun's eyes. Then what's this belly? Sejun asked, grabbing Quenji's swollen belly. Quenji couldn't answer. I caught you, banana thief. Boop 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 boop. Sejun punished the banana thief by blowing raspberries on Quenji's bloated belly. Kuahi. Creon? He. But how did you know Quenji ate the bananas? Quenji, who had even eaten the banana peels to leave no evidence, asked curiously. He. I have my ways. So, don't lie to daddy or you'll get in trouble. Got it? Sejun sternly spoke, patting Quenji's swollen belly. Kaya, where is this? Iona looked around. It was world entirely engulfed in red. And then, Iona, welcome to the world of nightmares. I've been waiting a long time for you. Kyukaku. A sticky and unpleasant sound resounded. It was the voice of the ancient demon king, Nightmare. Iona had entered the nightmare. Entertain me today as well. Kyukaku. Along with Nightmare's words, 10,000 black phantom demons appeared, among which were gone over and 3 wizard tower lords, not in black phantom form. As soon as they saw Iona, it's your fault. Let us out. They cursed Iona, who had made them like this, and charged at her. I have specifically left their memories intact, Nightmare said in a gleeful voice. But then, Kayut. Iona was enjoying it as well. Currently, she was asleep on Sejun's lap, where the power of the Nightmare was much weakened. Thanks to that, Iona had a good time defeating Gonova and the Wizard Tower Lords. But after she had killed the resurrected enemies hundreds of times. What's happening? Suddenly, the enemies began to grow stronger. Why? She couldn't figure out the reason. All she could do now was endure this nightmare. Once in the Nightmare's world, she had to entertain Nightmare until he was satisfied to be able to leave. And so, Nightmare's pleasure was someone's pain. It didn't matter whether it was the subject of the nightmare or the phantoms. Nightmare enjoyed all the pain that occurred in his world. Kaiu. If I can't avoid it, I must enjoy it. Power of fire, obey my command and unleash hellfire on the enemy that never goes out. Hellfire. Power of wind, blow my enemies away. Tornado. Iona created hellfire with her left hand and a tornado with her right. And then, go. Hell-devouring firestorm. She combined the magic in both hands to activate a new spell. Hellfire and tornado magic spells combined to create a flaming tornado that sucked up and incinerated the black phantoms. If she were inside the tower, it would be a large-scale magic spell capable of destroying about 10% of a floor. But because she was inside the nightmare, she could use it without any burden and restraint. This was also the reason why Iona could become a great destructive wizard. No matter how big the magic spell was, it didn't harm anything around her in the nightmare's world. So Iona had been researching various magic spells inside the nightmare and using them in real battles. Thus, Iona killed the enemies and endured the nightmare. Sejun woke up, feeling a heavy weight on his lap. It felt different from when Theo was back. Almost like a lump of iron on his knee. What's this? When Sejun sat up and looked at his knee, Quenji was sleeping on Sejun's lap. He seemed to have sneaked in at dawn. Normally, Theo would occupy his lap, so this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, Sejun felt Theo's absence. Did I send him away for no reason? At that time, I sent him away in anger. But still, he had to trade sometimes. As Sejun tried hard to rationalize his decision, when Caillou, Caillou, Caillou. He heard Iona's angry cry from the floor. It seemed Quenji had pushed her out. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, because Iona used an adhesive magic spell before sleeping. Quenji, this kid. He's going to get hit by Iona if he does things like this. Sejun knew that if Iona found out Quenji pushed her off, she might take him somewhere remote and hit him with magic. She might even hit him with a meteor magic spell. I don't want to see that. Sejun quickly picked up Iona and put her back on his lap. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Her cry quickly turned happy. Then, crowing, thump, thud. Seeing something next to him, Quenji kicked Iona off with his foot. It wasn't a push, but a kick. If Iona found out, she might really hit him with a meteor. Thanks to that, Sejun discovered that Iona had put a shield spell around herself. Quenji, wake up. Crowing, lie down and sleep beside Daddy. With no other choice, Sejun woke Quenji up, laid him down next to him, and gave his lap to Iona. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Sure enough, Iona only made angry cries when not on his lap. Crowing, it would be nice if Dad patted me. Lying next to him, Quenji grabbed Sejun's hand, placed it on his belly, and spoke. Alright, pat, pat. As Sejun patted Quenji's belly, crowing, Daddy, sorry for eating all the bananas today. Quenji apologized in a sleepy voice for what had happened during the day. It seemed to be bothering him, which was why he came at dawn. It's okay, but next time, tell Daddy before you eat, okay? Crowing, crowing. I understand. I'm happy. As Sejun said it was okay, Quenji made a contented smile and fell back asleep. Sejun, who had put Quenji to sleep and then fell asleep again, woke up stretching. When he woke up, neither Quenji nor Iona were there. Ouch, my whole body hurts. There wasn't a part of his body that didn't ache, all due to being pressed by Quenji. I need to take care of my body today. He didn't expect to eat so soon, but Sejun decided to make mushroom hot pot with the elixir mushrooms he had prepared the day before. So he washed up and went straight to the mushroom ant's house to check if there were more elixir mushrooms. As Sejun approached the mushroom ant's house, he saw several huge buildings with massive mushroom heads. The houses were shaped with openings in between the mushroom heads to allow entry and exit. Quack! The mushroom ants greeted Sejun as he arrived at their home. The ants approached Sejun, encouraging him to harvest the mushrooms on their backs. Yes, glad to see you. But I came to pick the elixir mushrooms today. Do you have any? Quack! The mushroom ants were disappointed at Sejun's words, drooping their antennae. None? No, it doesn't have to be the elixir mushrooms. What? Is this the button mushroom I wanted to eat? Seeing the disappointed mushroom ants, Sejun's heart softened, and he harvested the mushrooms from their backs, exaggerating all the while. Quack! Thanks to this, the mushroom ants, who became happy, offered their backs so Sejun could pick more mushrooms. After about an hour of harvesting mushrooms at the mushroom ant's house, Sejun came out. Tilda, I feel like dying. His body felt even worse. I'll just put in what I have and eat. Having made unnecessary efforts trying to eat more, Sejun gave up searching for their elixir and headed for the kitchen. Then, crowing, Quenji, who was looking at something in front of the divine stone in front of the house, called Sejun. Quenji, where have you been? Crowing, crowing. I played with Sister Iona and Sister Flammy in the cave while eating fish. I ate peanuts too. Peanuts? You're not talking about flicking superscript 1, are you? Sejun, fearing Iona might have discovered Quenji's mischief and cast a meteor spell, checked Quenji's head for any bumps. Crowing, crowing. What's a flick? Is it delicious? Quenji asked, rubbing its head against Sejun's hand as he touched its head. No, flicking is very terrifying. So if someone offers you one, you must avoid it, okay? Crowing, crowing. Got it. But Dad, what's this? Quenji pointed to two plants next to the divine stone. On each plant were black, yellow, red, green, and blue beans, each one colored differently. These are the 5 colored beans I planted. They grew so fast. It had only been just over 2 weeks since Sejun planted the 5 colored bean seeds, and they had already grown to his knee, bearing bean pods. Do beans usually grow this fast? Sejun plucked the bean pod, looking puzzled. The bean pod was plump, and it seemed like it contained seeds inside. And when he opened the bean pod, you have acquired 4 5-colored beans. You have acquired a sturdy stamina red bean. Your proficiency in harvesting LV 6 has slightly increased. You have acquired 700 experience points. Huh? There were other bins inside besides the 5 colored beans. Sturdy Stamina Red Bean? He examined this bin with an odd name along with the 5 colored beans. 5 colored bin. A bin with 5 different colors grown inside the tower. It delicious. Having absorbed enough nutrients. Cultivated by a farmer skilled in farming, improving taste and efficiency. When planted, it increases the fertility of the surrounding land. Occasionally, you can harvest 5 different bins with special abilities. Grower, Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. Special abilities. It must be referring to the oddly named red bin. Sejun examined it too. Sturdy Stamina Red Bin. A red bin grown inside the tower. It's delicious. Having absorbed enough nutrients. Cultivated by a farmer skilled in farming, improving taste and efficiency. When consumed, stamina increases by 100% for 1 minute. It's a bin that doesn't sprout when planted. Grower, Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. 100%. Although the duration was only a minute, the fact that it could double the stat was astonishing. He had agonized over spending 10,000 tower coins to buy it from Raccoon Chief Emil in the first place. It turned out to be a great deal. Sejun then proceeded to pick the bin pods from another 5-colored beanstalk, harvesting the bins. This time, he got 4 5-colored bins and 1 sturdy strength yellow bean. The sturdy strength yellow bin naturally had the effect of increasing the strength stat by 100% for 1 minute. Sejun immediately planted 8 5-colored bins near the divine stone. A benefit of farming was that you could plant and multiply anything good. After planting the 5-colored beans, he thought, shall I try one? Squish squish. Sejun chewed and swallowed the yellow and red beans. Although they had a raw taste at first, the more he chewed, the richer the flavor became. You have consumed a sturdy strength yellow bin that boosts strength. Strength status increases by 100% for 1 minute. Strength stat has increased by 20.8. You have consumed a sturdy stamina red bin that strengthens stamina. Stamina status increases by 100% for 1 minute. Stamina stat has increased by 21. Right after eating, he felt his stats rise, his strength surge, and his body becoming stronger. And then, shall I hug our little Quenji? With his increased strength and stamina, Sejun confidently reached out to Quenji. However, crowing, if I do that, Dad will die. Quenji hesitated, refusing to be embraced. It's okay. Come gently into Daddy's arms. Thump, thump, Sejun said, patting his chest. Though his stats had doubled, he was still afraid to hug too tightly. Crowing. Okay. Quenji cautiously jumped towards Sejun. Thud, thump, crowing. Daddy, are you okay? At the sound of Sejun's groan, Quenji hurriedly asked. Fortunately, his strength had surpassed 40, so I'm fine. Sejun barely managed to respond, holding on to Quenji. But contrary to his words, Quenji started to slip down. It was hard for Sejun to hold on with his strength. I'm sorry, Sejun said, looking at Quenji, who had landed on his bottom. Crowing. It's okay. I'm satisfied just to have tried to fly into Daddy's arms. Such sweet words. Sejun was moved by Quenji's words. Look forward to it. Daddy will surely catch Quenji's jump hug. Sejun spoke with firm resolve. From now on, I must not yield the crops that increase strength and stamina. With that resolution, Sejun went into the kitchen to start making the elixir mushroom hot pot. Crowing. It smells delicious. Quenji, smelling the food, began to dance. Arg, I mustn't yield them, starting from tomorrow. Looking at Quenji, who was happy at the thought of eating delicious food, he couldn't bring himself to eat alone. It wasn't that he was giving it first because he felt like it would definitely get snatched. So, while Sejun and Quenji were having the elixir mushroom hot pot for breakfast, bang! President Park. I'm here, meow. Theo appeared, opening the kitchen door full of confidence. TL notes. 1. Here peanut, and finger flicking, have a similar starting sound. In front of the 75th floor's lost and found storage. Sertaru, I'm here. A guard with a crocodile head approached the lost and found storage for a shift change. Rukun, there's still an hour left until the shift change. You're here early. Kyakia. I thought you might be tired, Sertaru, so I came a bit early. I've brought some alcohol and snacks, so please enjoy them on your way back. Oh, you've brought all this. You really are polite and diligent, unlike the youngsters these days. Kyakia, thank you. Please go inside and rest now. Alright. There's something unusual that happened today. Unusual? Yes. A wandering merchant came to draw from the lost and found storage after a long time. Taru spoke, carefully observing Rukun's expression, which crumpled as expected. As I thought, he had his eye on something here. Taru smirked. Working as a guard in the Lost and Found storage was almost a thankless job at the Wandering Merchant Association. Thus, everyone was reluctant to work here. Thanks to that, no one complained when Taru started working here 150 years ago as a favor from Chairman Mason of the Wandering Merchant Association. Rather, they were all relieved. And 140 years after Taru, Rukun was the one who voluntarily applied to guard the Lost and Found storage. Rukun acted diligently and politely, but Taru's experience told him that Rukun was after something in the storage. However, Taru didn't care much. He simply wanted to rest in this quiet place. So, what did he take? Let's see. 2 deeds and some sort of agricultural tool that looks like a stick. An agricultural tool? Rukun's face changed at the mention of the agricultural tool. So he was after the agricultural tool. Well then, take care. Taru left Rukun behind and departed. He will quit soon. Taru thought Rukun would soon quit as he went back to his lodging, ate the food and drink that Rukun gave him, and went to bed. Come to think of it, that cat fellow was really bold. If he knew who I am. Lying in bed, Taru recalled Theo, who had bargained fearlessly in front of him. Ha ha ha. If he knew how powerful and wild I used to be, would he be scared? Taru was once the boss of the 97th floor of the tower. He didn't care to mention it, but the thought of Theo trembling in fear at learning his true identity made him laugh. However, Theo was much more fearless than Taru thought. If there was a deal to be made, Theo could bargain unhesitatingly even before the Minotaur King. Of course, that fearlessness was based on his strong belief in Sejun. Theo, you came quickly? Pewit. Of course, meow. I'm competent, so I'm fast, meow. Theo, looking quite arrogant, spoke as he climbed onto Sejun's lap. What's with you? Why are you so arrogant today? Pewit. There's a reason, meow. Look at this, meow. Eager to show off, Theo quickly pulled out a golden badge. Oh, what's this? It's the golden badge that proves I'm an elite wandering merchant. Meow. I'm now an elite wandering merchant. Meow. Representative Theo, that's impressive. Pewit. Of course, meow. So make me Vice Chairman Theo now, meow. Theo wanted to follow Sejun and become the second in command. To do that, he needed to become the Vice Chairman. However, that's not happening. Sejun refused flatly. Why not, meow? Even though I'm an elite wandering merchant, I can't be Vice Chairman Theo. Meow? Of course not. You think becoming the Vice Chairman is that easy? So how can I become Vice Chairman Theo? Meow? Become the tower's best wandering merchant. Then I'll officially make you Vice Chairman Theo. I understand. Meow. I'll become the best wandering merchant and Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. Theo was filled with motivation and ambition for the first time in a while. But that didn't mean he would wait to become Vice Chairman Theo until he was the tower's best wandering merchant. I've brought something that Chairman Park will like, meow. So make me Vice Chairman Theo for a few days, meow. Theo began bargaining with Sejun. Alright, let me see the items first. Although Theo's items were always trustworthy, Sejun deliberately left some room. From the moment Theo started bargaining, they were in a battle. But I can't lose since I taught him. Pewit. Now, here are the land deeds, meow. Theo, full of confidence, handed over 2 leather scroll documents to Sejun. Oh, you've managed to get 2 land deeds? Sejun excitedly checked the land deed documents. Which floors were they for? He was really looking forward to finding out. However, leather document, question mark. Grade, E. Leather document, question mark. Grade, D. They were unappraised items, but since they looked like land deed documents, neither Sejun nor Theo doubted that they were not. Pewit. Now, am I Vice Chairman Theo? Meow. Theo said with a sly smile. But I need to verify them first. Feeling like he was losing to Theo, Sejun decided to stall for time. Verify all you want, meow. Pewit. Either way, Chairman Park will have no choice but to make me Vice Chairman Theo. Theo spoke smugly, boasting that he would become Vice Chairman either way. Ugh. Annoying. I hated. Sejun wanted to outsmart Theo, but the situation was so advantageous to Theo that Sejun couldn't argue back. Just then, crowing, Big Brother, Don't I get a gift? Quenji looked at Theo with twinkling eyes. Quenji wants a gift too. Meow. A gift for Quenji. Meow. Of course there is one. Meow. Though there originally wasn't one, now that he had the land deed documents, Vice Chairman was a done deal. Theo, as a big brother, decided to give Quenji a stick with iron attached to it at the bottom, brought from the lost and found storage. Crowing. Thank you, big brother. Phew. So Quenji, listen to me from now on. Meow. Crowing. Upon Theo's words, Quenji energetically nodded and reached out his hand. Give me the gift quickly. But, crowing, I already have a stick. This would be better for Daddy. Quenji trusts the stick that Theo gave him to Sejun. The stick found its original owner. Sejun checked the stick. Ho? Usage restrictions, LV. 10, strength 10 or more. Creator, confidential. Grade, E. Aho. It was a farming tool. Aho. Slightly curved at the end with a wide piece iron attached. Thanks, Quenji. Meow. I gave that stick. Meow. What are you talking about? I received it from Quenji. Where is such a thing? Meow. It's here. And as Sejun and Theo were squabbling, crowing. Now Daddy and I have matching sticks. Quenji was happy that he and Sejun had matching sticks. And then, you're being petty. Meow. Quickly check the land deed documents and make me Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. Finally, the irritated Theo hurried Sejun. Alright, alien. Please appraise these items. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. With alien's words, the deed documents and hoe disappeared from Sejun's hands. A moment later, the tower's administrator says she was finished appraising. How about it? Are they land deed documents? Of course, they are. Meow. The tower's administrator confirms that both documents are indeed land deed documents. What? They are? Phew. Now I'm Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. Sejun was disappointed, and Theo laughed brightly. However, the tower's administrator says something is strange. Strange? What is? The tower's administrator says these aren't the Black Tower's land deed documents. What? They're not the Black Tower's land deed documents? Meow. The corners of Sejun's mouth, who had been eager to defeat Theo, went up, while Theo's smile faded. The tower's administrator says to check it out first. Two documents were placed in Sejun's hand. You have acquired the 43rd floor's land deed document of the White Tower. You have acquired the 74th floor's land deed document of the Blue Tower. Ah, that's too bad. What's too bad? Meow. Even if they're from another tower, they are still land deed documents. Meow. Make me Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. Theo, sensing something ominous from Sejun's voice, cried out urgently. Number. Only the Black Tower's land deed documents can be used for the trade. TL. Trade here mean to trade for Vice Chairman title. Meow. Where is such a thing? Meow. He. It's here. Of course. It's the chairman's rule. You're being petty. Meow. After a long time, Sejun triumphantly suppressed Theo, who had been acting arrogant. Alien. But why didn't you give the hoe? The tower's administrator says that she is having trouble since it's not an item registered in the tower and couldn't be fully appraised. Huh? It's not an item registered in the tower? The tower's administrator says that she asked her grandfather. It's not dangerous, and you can use it for now. A hoe appeared in Sejun's hand. You have acquired the legendary land moving, Myla's hoe. What? Legendary? Sejun quickly checked the hoe. Legendary land moving, Myla's hoe. It is the legendary hoe of the farmer Myla, who is said to have moved the land at will and farmed long before the towers were created. It is a legendary grade item that is not registered in the Black Tower. There is information that has not yet been revealed due to insufficient information. Usage restrictions, none. Creator, unknown. Grade, S+. Skill, land moving, master. Land moving, master. An extreme skill that allows you to move the land as you want using magic power. The applications of moving the land are endless. Wow. What? Good job, Quenji. From now on, Quenji will get 10 jars of honey every day for a week. Sejun gave a reward to Quenji, who gave him the hoe. Crowing. Quenji cheered and celebrated at Sejun's words. It's honey. And then, meow. But I gave that. Meow. It's unfair. Meow. Theo felt wronged that only Quenji received a reward. He provided the item, but Quenji received the honey. Tears welled in Theo's eyes. Did I tease him too much? Sejun, whose heart had softened, decided to stop teasing Theo. Okay, since Theo's contribution is the greatest, I'll make you vice chairman for a month. Now, Vice Chairman Theo, let's eat churro. Great, meow. Sejun opened churro and fed it with one hand while patting Theo's belly with the other. Lick, lick, lick. Ah, Chairman Park, since I'm Vice Chairman Theo now, I'll eat 2 churros. Meow. Theo, who was eagerly eating churro, spoke firmly. All right. Sejun readily agreed to Theo's request. It was a very trivial request for a vice chairman. Lick, lick. Crowing. It's delicious. Next to them, Quenji had taken out 10 jars of honey from Sejun's storage and dipped its front paw to lick it deliciously. Thus, a satisfactory deal was concluded for everyone. Inside the lost and found storage of the 75th floor Wandering Merchant Association. It's gone. Rukan, who had hurried into the lost and found storage after Tara left and searched the place thoroughly, yelled in anger. The legendary hoe that he had found the day before and placed in the corner of the storage was nowhere to be found. I was going to take it and leave today. It had taken him several years to find out that the legendary hoe was here. But just as Taru said, the cat merchant had taken it away. Of all places, he just had to come to the lost and found storage that nobody came to anymore. Maybe he was after the hoe, otherwise, he would not have taken such an ordinary-looking farming tool. How dare you take what's mine? According to ancient documents he had investigated, the owner of the hoe used it to break mountains, divide seas, and it was said that he had raised tens of thousands of Earth soldiers. In short, it was the ultimate strategic weapon. With that, I could become the strongest person in the tower. That cat merchant must be the one who was just announced as the elite wandering merchant, right? The next day, Rukan found out the identity of the cat merchant who had recently become the elite wandering merchant, quit his job as a security guard at the Wandering Merchant Association, and disappeared. TL notes: 1. From this chapter onwards, I'm changing the term president to chairman. In Korean, can mean both president and chairman. Initially, I chose president, but with the introduction of the vice chairman, it has become clear that the term should be translated as chairman rather of president. Everyone, gather around. As morning arrived, Sejun called Theo, Quenji, Golden Bat, the rabbits, and the mushroom ants to the sweet potato field, which was ready for harvesting. Once they all gathered, "Do you know why I called you all here today?" Sejun asked, waving Mila's hoe so that everyone on the farm could see it. "I don't know, meow." "Are we going to nap here, meow?" "No." Crowing. "Quenji knows. It's mealtime." "Quenji, you just had breakfast. So, is it punishment time?" The Golden Bat, who hadn't been able to return to Earth even after a week, spoke with a fearful expression. For some reason, even as time passed, the Golden Bat still couldn't go to Earth. "No, I won't scold you just because you couldn't go to Earth." Pip pip, flap, flap. At Sejun's words, the delighted Golden Bat flew around excitedly with a joyful cry. Then, the rabbits and mushroom ants answered, but the reply Sejun was looking for did not come out. "Da, do you know what this is?" "It's the legendary farming tool, legendary land moving, Mila's hoe." In the end, no one recognized Mila's hoe, so Sejun had to introduce his equipment like a salesman. "Watch, I'll show you the power of a legendary farming tool, land moving." Yap. Sejun used the built-in skill by striking the land with Mila's hoe. Turn over the ground. He strongly imagined the movement of the land he wanted and infused magic into Mila's hoe. Boom. The hoe struck the ground, and an area of about 10 square meters of ground began to ripple like a small wave. And then, you have harvested 1,321 power sweet potatoes. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has slightly increased. You have gained 66,050 experience points. He had harvested the sweet potatoes hiding in the ground at once. "Did you see? This is the power of a legendary hoe," Sejun boasted. And then, quack. The rabbits and mushroom ants looked at him in awe. He. Yes, this is it. This was why he called everyone over, to show off his legendary hoe. Just then, crowing, Quenji quietly approached the sweet potato field, having watched what Sejun had done. "I can do that too." Crowing, thunk. As Quenji lightly struck the field with his stick, rumble, with a heavy vibration, an area of 3,300 square meters, the size of a small sports field, moved like a giant wave had hit it. Of course, the ground turned over, and the hidden sweet potatoes were revealed. Quack. The rabbits and mushroom ants, who had been looking at Sejun in awe, now gazed at Quenji in astonishment. Quenji had thought that Sejun would be pleased if he did the same thing, but he only brought disappointment to Sejun. "Arg, don't do that, thunk." Sejun thrust Mila's hoe into the ground, shouting. His equipment was S+ grade, while Quenji's was A grade. But the result was a victory for A grade. No, a total win for Quenji. The pride of having a legendary farming tool cooled instantly. Indeed, a master doesn't choose his equipment. Sejun decided to be satisfied with just having a farming tool, and he went to pick up the harvested sweet potatoes. Picking them up seemed more helpful for farming. Thus, the legendary hoe, treated as a strategic weapon, was left stuck in the field, abandoned. Indeed, the food tastes best after working. Sejun, with dirt on his face, eagerly peeled and ate roasted sweet potatoes. He had nearly harvested 50,000 sweet potatoes today, and picking them up had been quite exhausting. Crowing. "That's right, it tastes so good after working." Quenji enthusiastically nodded as he ate roasted sweet potato. "Yeah, Quenji worked the hardest, so eat a lot." As Sejun handed a peeled roasted sweet potato to Quenji, crowing, Quenji happily devoured it. Chairman Park. "Me too. Give me a churro." Meow. Theo, who had done nothing but could always enjoy tasty churro, spoke to Sejun. He didn't like that Sejun's attention was focused on Quenji. "Sure." Our vice chairman, Theo, who didn't do anything, can also have a churro. Pure. Vice chairman Theo can have 2 churros even without doing anything. Meow. Sejun spoke firmly, but since his words were soft, Theo, who took them as a compliment, responded cheerily. Chomp, chomp, chomp. As Sejun was feeding Theo some churro, flap, flap. Ha ha ha. Delicious. Sejun, do you have any more make jolly? Kaiser, who had flown in high spirits after feasting on roasted sweet potatoes and alcohol, asked. That was the last of it. Ah, shouldn't you have made more? I didn't even get to taste it. Fortunately, once the rice flour dough was steamed and kept in a warm place, Nuke Superscript 1 was made, and with that, make jolly had been brewed. Although it needed more aging, Kaiser insisted on trying just 1 sip, so a glass was given. 1 glass turned into 2, and Kaiser eventually drank all the remaining make jolly. Should I go see what Kellyan is up to? Feeling embarrassed, Kaiser, having had his fill, went to find Kellyan, who was engrossed in eating sweet potato soup. And then, from afar, Sejun, who was eating roasted sweet potatoes, saw a large group of people approaching. At the front of the formation was Iona. It appeared she had gone out to meet them, having briefly left the day before. Coyote. Sejun, I'm here. Are they people from the Wizard Tower? Sejun asked, looking at the wizards behind Iona. There were almost 1,000 wizards. The wizards of the Gravity Wizard Tower had gone dismantle the Flame, Destruction, and Meteor Wizard Towers, and the wizards there had joined the Gravity Wizard Tower without much resistance. Yes, but could we stay here for a day and then go south? They would have to fight fire ants immediately upon going south. Iona wanted to rest here for the day and restore the wizard's stamina. She was, of course, also eager to get a good night's sleep. Sure. Do as you please. Yes, thank you, Sejun. We'll rest here and move tomorrow. Upon receiving Sejun's permission, Iona turned around and shouted. The wizards hurriedly set up tents in the empty field and began chewing fist-sized green balls. Chomp, chomp. Crewing? Quenji, intrigued by what the wizards were eating, began to loiter around. What's that? Judging by the expressions of the wizards chewing the green balls, it seemed like the taste could be known without trying them, but Quenji still wanted to taste it. Conversely, the wizards were interested in the roasted sweet potatoes Quenji was holding. Want to trade and eat? When one wizard asked, offering an uneaten green ball. Crewing. Quenji nodded and swapped its roasted sweet potato for the green balls. Coyote. Iona laughed, as if foreseeing the next scene. And then, Quenji gulped down the green ball in one bite and screamed. It's bitter. The green balls were made with the special magic of the Gravity Wizard Tower for the wizards, and each wizard tower had a similar item made from their special magic. The green ball provided the body with the necessary nutrients and removed waste to allow mana to flow smoothly. However, there was absolutely no consideration for taste. Since joining a wizard tower, One of the hardest things for the wizards had been eating the balls made from the wizard tower's magic at every meal. Is it that bitter? Should I try it too? Coyote, coyote, coyote. Eating the green ball helps remove waste from the body. Really? Intrigued by Iona's words, Sejun exchanged a roasted sweet potato with the wizard and bit into the green ball. As soon as he tasted it, the bitterness stung his tongue. Blech! It was really bitter, like ginseng tea. Some people have to taste something themselves to know whether it's poop or soybean paste squared. Sejun was one of those people. He was in no position to scold Quenji. It was truly a case of like father, like son. Still, hearing that it would remove waste from his body, Sejun endured the bitterness and ate the entire green ball. However, you have consumed the Gravity Tower's green ball. The waste from your body has already been removed. There is no effect. Since Sejun had already removed waste from his body by eating Sayuk and fire carrot wine, there was hardly any waste left in his body. I ate it for nothing. Kruenjinjing. Quenji laughed, clutching its belly, at Sejun's furious expression. Quenji, are you laughing? Vice Chairman Theo, it's time for revenge. Understood. Meow. Sejun and Theo began to tickle Quenji, and Kruenjinjing. Quenji laughed until he was out of breath. Coyote, coyote, coyote. In the meantime, Iona quietly curled Theo's tail and closed her eyes. Let's get to work now. Sejun, having taken his revenge on Quenji, started the afternoon's farming, and the wizards either rested or looked around. Thump, boom. Sejun wielded the hoe and used the land-moving skill to overturn the ground and harvest the potatoes. Earlier, he had been upset, but it was clear that Milo's hoe was a great farming tool, just by being able to turn the ground like this. The more he used it, the more accustomed he became, and the area of the ground he was able to turn increased little by little. It was fun seeing the growth. If I keep doing this, I'll be able to turn over a wide piece of land like Quenji, won't I? Thinking about moving forward like that, Sejun harvested the potatoes. When you have leveled up, you have acquired a bonus stat 1. He reached level 56 by leveling up. He increased his strength, which had the lowest stat value. Great. He. Using the hoe definitely made leveling up faster, Sejun said, gripping Milo's hoe. Even though tenant farmers could gain experience just by working, it was only 5% of the total experience. It couldn't compare to Sejun working himself. Time for a break. Quack. He sat down, looking at the 10 mushroom ants following behind him, picking up the harvested potatoes. Judging by the speed of the mushroom ants, he had about 30 minutes to rest. Here, eat one each. Sejun took honey jelly from his pocket and handed one each to Theo, Quenji, Iona, and the golden bat. They all had talents related to magic and consumed it like a supplement every day. Gulp. You have consumed a poisonous honeybee's cherry tomato honey jelly. Talent. Enhanced magic circuit is slightly strengthened. He didn't feel a significant change in his body, but he didn't doubt it as it was displayed in a message. Then, the tower's administrator says she has eaten all the honey jelly you gave her and wants more. Ah, really? Here you go. Sejun sent a glass jar full of honey jelly to Aileen. She ate about 20-30 honey jellies a day, so he gave her 500 at a time. The tower's administrator says, thank you. No, eat quickly and get healthy. While Sejun was talking to Aileen, Pip Pip, the golden bat was suddenly startled by the fluctuating mana in its body. Huh? Sejun, I think I'm going to Earth. Right now? Poof. The golden bat disappeared before it could answer. I wonder what it will bring? Sejun's voice was filled with anticipation. However, why isn't it coming back? This time, the golden bat didn't return even after a minute had passed. I need to find something Sejun likes. Flap, flap. The golden bat, which had traveled to Earth, hurriedly looked around to find something to take. And, it's Choco Pie. The golden bat, having diligently learned to read Korean, found food covered in the chocolate that Sejun wanted. Flap, flap. The golden bat swiftly flew and grabbed 2 Choco Pies with its feet, waiting to return to the tower. But, Pip Pip, for some reason, the golden bat could not return to the tower. Something has certainly happened to the youngest one. Meow. Crowing. We have to find the golden bat. Even after an hour had passed, the golden bat hadn't returned, and Theo and Quenji's anxiety only grew. Sejun felt the same way. Kaiser, Kellyan. Sejun hastily sought out Kaiser and Kellyan, the ones who had lived the longest and possessed the most wisdom. "What's the matter? What's going on?" Sejun explained the situation from an hour ago when the golden bat had disappeared. "Simple. That kid's talent has grown. That's why it's staying longer on Earth. There must have been signs before." "Signs?" At Kaiser's words, Sejun recalled how the golden bat had been unable to go to Earth even after a week had passed. "Right. Such a mobility-based talent becomes highly unstable before growth, so the ability may not be activated." Kellyan added to Kaiser's explanation. "So that's why it couldn't go to Earth?" With the two dragons' explanation, Sejun understood why the golden bat had been unable to go to Earth. "That's a relief." "When will the golden bat return?" "We don't know that either." "What?" "Yes, depending on its talent. It could be a day or even a month." All they had learned was that the golden bat would return at some point, but they didn't know how long it would take. "Theo, go down quickly and ask Taejun to look for the golden bat." Finding the golden bat in Korea, when they didn't even know where it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But they had to do something, considering that the golden bat might be hiding and trembling with fear somewhere. "Got it, meow. I'll be back soon, meow." Theo hurriedly gathered his things and went down the tower. "What do I do?" "I can't go back." Flap, flap. The panicked golden bat flew around frantically. It had never stayed on Earth this long, so it was extremely flustered. However, after an hour, the golden bat gradually adapted to the situation. Thinking about it, there was no one here who could harm it. To be honest, Sejun was no match for it in terms of combat power, and the ordinary humans here were even less of a match. And now, it could read any text since it had fully learned Korean. Pip pip. "Since I'm here, I might as well find out where I am and tell Sejun." With the thought of obtaining information that could help Sejun, the golden bat, now filled with courage, began to explore the surroundings. It carried 2 choco pies, as it didn't know when it would return, and couldn't leave the food Sejun liked. "And then, I found it." The golden ghost, through a previously installed camera, Bi Jong-ho, the assistant PD of There's Such a Thing in the World, was watching the golden bat live. Unable to shake his concern for the golden bat, Sejun focused on farming. For now, there was nothing he could do. Worrying wouldn't solve the problem either. In times like these, it was better to move one's body and sweat, and not to think about anything. Land moving. Sejun used Myla's hoe to plant sweet potato stems in the harvested sweet potato field. Thunk. As the hoe swung by, Sejun stuck into the ground. Rumble. "You have planted 20 golden sweet potato stems. Your job experience increases slightly due to the effect of sowing LV. 6. The probability that the golden sweet potato sprouts will take root increases. Your proficiency of sowing LV. 6 slightly increases." The ground turned over and the sweet potato stems, which the rabbits had scattered at regular intervals in the field, were planted. From harvesting to planting, the uses of the land-moving skill were truly endless. "Great. 20 successful." Sejun wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke. Even though he had only used the skill a few times, he was sweating profusely due to the high level of concentration required. While Sejun was busily planting sweet potato stems, chomp chomp, crowing. "It's delicious." Quenji was watching Sejun while eating bukseolgi, rice cake, dipped in honey. To comfort Sejun, who was worried about the golden bat, the rabbits had gathered all their money to use in relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. They added tower coins to it and made bukseolgi with the rice flour they obtained. But since Sejun didn't feel like eating, Quenji was enjoying the bukseolgi all by himself. "Are you enjoying the cake while the golden bat can't return from Earth?" He had been worrying so much just a moment ago. But now he looked calm. Wasn't he adapting too quickly? However, crowing. Thinking about it, the golden bat has gone to Earth, and Dad is a weak Earthling who lives on Earth. So, the golden bat is safe. Quenji realized that there was no need to worry about the golden bat and became calm. The golden bat has gone to Earth, and Sejun is a weak Earthling who lives on Earth. Therefore, Earth, where the weak Earthlings live, is safe for the golden bat. Quenji answered using Aristotle's 3 laws of logic, which he didn't even learn. He's smart, isn't he? Quenji was definitely a genius, and Sejun realized he made another mistake. Who am I worrying about right now? On the 99th floor, there's nothing more useless than worrying about others. It was rather a situation where he should be concerned if the golden bat might harm people. It wouldn't, of course, since its gentle personality. But in the end, He only felt sorry for Theo, who went down. He can suffer a bit. Ever since he became the vice chairman, he's become too arrogant without lifting a finger. Then, gurgle, a sound from Sejun's stomach, as the worry about the golden bat's safety vanished. He became hungry. Quenji, give me a piece of bxilgi. Pause. Quenji, who was busily chewing on bxilgi, stopped at Sejun's words and then, crowing, I ate all the bxilgi. Quenji said, glancing at Sejun. It seemed that the one he just ate was the last piece. It's okay. We can make more. It will be quick. Bxilgi can simply be made by mixing rice flour with water and sugar and then steaming it. Crowing. Then Quenji wants to eat bxilgi again. Sure. Thus, when Sejun went to the kitchen with Quenji to make bxilgi again, squeak, Further Rabbit came over to Sejun, holding an onion the size of a fist. An onion? Is it already time to harvest? Squeak. Further Rabbit nodded at Sejun's words and handed over the onion. Sejun examined it, anticipating what kind of option would be attached. Expulsion onion. An onion grown in the tower. It is nutritious and delicious. Cultivated by a skilled farmer, the sweetness of the onion has been enhanced. Consuming it will slightly expel waste from the body. When consumed for a long time, the expulsion of waste increases, enhancing the circulation of mana. Grower, Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. An expulsion onion. It has a waste expelling effect. On top of that, the expelling effect of waste increases, and even the effect of increased mana circulation occurs when eaten long-term. It seemed great to supply them to wizards in bulk later on. He would make money selling onions, and the wizards would be able to enjoy delicious meals with onions instead of those bitter potions and pills balls, a win-win for all. If they don't buy, I'll have to push them onto Iona. Squeak. Father Rabbit asked Sejun what he would do with the onion, just as Sejun was determined to sell it no matter what. Since the onion had grown enough to be harvested, Further Rabbit was asking if Sejun wanted to harvest them now or let them bloom to collect seeds. Of course, I will collect the seeds to plant more onions. But I will harvest a few for now. Onion, a vegetable that goes into almost every Korean dish. So, Sejun always regretted not being able to eat squid and onions together whenever he had stir-fried squid. It's stir-fried squid today. Thus, the menu changed abruptly from bxilgi to stir-fried squid. At first, it was awkward. But, where is this sound coming from? The coin karaoke owner began to focus on the song sung in a clear and soft voice. The singing was so good that could be believed to belong to a professional singer. Such a talented person in our karaoke? He was curious about the face of the talented singer and began to check the rooms where the customers were. And just when there were only a few rooms left to check, "Brother, don't go." Bi Jong-ho rushed in and stopped the owner. "Ah, you startled me." Bi Jong-ho. "What's the matter?" "Why shouldn't I go? Having maxed out his affinity level, Bi Jong-ho of There's Such a Thing in the World was already calling the coin karaoke owner brother. "Brother, don't go in, but watch this instead." Bi Jong-ho showed his laptop screen. What is that?" On the screen, a golden bat was holding a microphone and singing passionately. It even inserted money into the machine. It was the cash that Sejun had given to the golden bat just in case. "Brother, this is an incredible exclusive scoop." Bi Jong-ho, who had watched the golden bat since it descended from the 7th floor to the coin karaoke on the 5th floor, said with a wide smile, "The farmer's warm touch LV4 is activated." The growth of the apple tree accelerates slightly while being touched. Sejun stroked the leaves of Flammy while waiting for Quenji, who had gone into the water to catch squid. He, "Master, I'm growing." "Yeah, let's grow quickly, Flammy." "Yes." Sejun, unaware of the enormous size of Flammy beneath the ground, used his skill on Flammy without hesitation, urging it to grow quickly. "Master, I will catch you the best squid." Flammy, seeing Sejun patting it, was busily moving its massive roots into the sea of dimension to catch the best squid. Crun. Splash, splash. Quenji was pretending to hunt, playing in the water until Flammy caught a squid. Then, a giant squid passing through Flammy's roots. Squish. Flammy's roots tightly grabbed the squid, beginning to drag it to where Quenji was waiting. Bang, bang. The squid moved its legs frantically, attacking Flammy's roots to avoid being dragged, but it couldn't shake them off. And then, bang. Quenji finished off the exhausted squid that was dragged in. Crowing. "Daddy, I caught a squid." Quenji, holding the gills of the 50 meters giant squid, proudly walked out of the pond. "There was such a thing in the water?" Sejun asked with a surprised expression, looking at the giant squid. The water seemed much more dangerous than he thought. 292nd day of being stranded. There wasn't a shortage of squid, but rather a shortage of seasoning, so they couldn't make all the squid into stir-fried squid. 40th floor of the tower. The youngest is in danger. Meow. Big brother Theo, who was still worried about the golden bat, arrived at the camp where the hunters were gathered, to meet the Earth Defense Force waiting there. However, Meow, the hunters' camp was horribly destroyed. "And then we have occupied this place." "Get lost." The giant Black Hawks, who should have been on the 49th floor, had occupied the hunters' camp. They were an enormous force of over 10,000. The shocked monsters, because of black monitors, moved down the tower, creating a butterfly effect as the monsters on the 60th floor moved down to the 50s. And those on the 50th floor moved down to the 40s. "What happened to the humans here, Meow?" "Isn't it obvious? According to the law of the jungle, we have enslaved them and will eat them later." "You can't do that, Meow." "I, the great black dragon's subordinate, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park, will stop you, Meow." Swish. Theo unsheathed his claws and shouted. He couldn't let his suckers become slaves. "Then who will buy our Chairman Park's crops, Meow?" For Theo, who had to sell the crops and receive Sejun's affection, the disappearance of the human suckers was a serious problem. A battle of 1 versus 12,000. Even if Theo was a being from the 75th floor, he couldn't handle over 10,000 enemies on his own. But Theo had faith. "My slave Gairon, come forth, Meow," Theo cried out, holding the rainbow-colored necklace he was wearing. He had an excellent slave named Gairon, a bug hunter who had once been a racial god in the past. Ribbit. The ground beneath Theo's feet transformed into a black swamp, and Gairon, a giant 30-meter frog, emerged. "Gairon, punish the enemies, Meow," Theo cried out, looking down at Ulrich and other giant black hawks from atop Gairon's head. "Yes, Master Theo." "Then, how dare you? Do you proclaim to be a subordinate of the great black dragon in my presence?" The king of the giant black hawks, Ulrich, shouted in anger. He was the king of millions of Black Hawks and a devoted follower of the great black dragon, desiring to be the dragon's subordinate. And yet, this lowly cat merchant dared to impersonate as a subordinate of the great black dragon? "You bastard! How dare you insult me? Kill him!" At Ulrich's command, his subordinates began blowing their horns. Then, thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed from all directions. The millions of Black Hawk soldiers who were conquering the 40th floor gathered, beginning to surround Theo. "Meow." "What, Meow?" The enemy leader, who was suddenly outraged, called all his subordinates, as their god was insulted, and as their numbers increased to 5 million. "I am really the subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park, Meow. It's even written on this gold badge, proof that I'm an elite wandering merchant, Meow." Theo, flustered, took out his prized gold plaque and tried to resolve the misunderstanding with the enemy. "However, HMPH, who do you take me for, a fool? Isn't that something you can write as you please? Fine. If you are really a subordinate of the great black dragon, show me proof." "What proof are you talking about, Meow?" "If you are a follower of the great black dragon, surely you have significant proof." "Meow." "There's no such thing, Meow." "Chairman Park didn't give me any, Meow." A disheartened Theo answered, his voice filled with sorrow. "Chairman Park hadn't even provided proof." "I'm so sad, Meow." "No proof? Then just die." "Attack." Ulrich's command. The horn sounded again. "Wah!" "Kill the enemy." Driven by the sound of the horns, 5 million Black Hawks charged to kill just Theo. So began the battle of 2 versus 5 million. "Gairon, can we win, Meow?" "Master Theo, I'm a bug hunter, you know." Though Gairon was strong against insects, he was weak in this kind of battle. Besides, there was no water around to help him unleash his full strength. "Then there's no other way, Meow." "Iona, wake up, Meow." Although he didn't want to ask for help, it was an emergency. It was not the time to consider such things. Theo hurriedly awakened Iona, who was hanging from his tail. Iona had been brought along in the rush. "Caillou, Vice Chairman Theo, what's going on?" Iona, annoyed at being awakened by Theo, got up. If she was awakened for nothing, she wouldn't let it go. Her anger gauge was at level 1. "Iona, now's not the time to sleep, Meow." "Caillou, not time to sleep? Huh?" "Black Hawks." Upon Theo's words, Iona looked around and discovered 5 million Black Hawks charging in their direction. Caillou, what's happening? Iona's anger gauge increased. How dare they disturb her sleep? Just as she was preparing to cast a magic spell to punish the Black Hawks who had awakened her, when, stop, Black Hawks, stop the attack. From afar, Ulrich, who had spotted Iona, hurriedly shouted at the Black Hawks. It was almost a scream. Everyone stop. The king commands you to stop the attack. From the back, the Black Hawks who had heard the command rushed forward to forcibly stop the charging Black Hawks. Fortunately, no Black Hawk had attacked yet. Phew. Ulrich, who had just prevented the extinction of the Black Hawk tribe, wiped his cold sweat and sighed in relief. It was just one more enemy, but because of that one, Ulrich gave up the fight. In fact, it was practically a surrender. Why is the great destructive wizard, Iona, coming out of that cat merchant's tail? Ulrich looked at Theo and Iona with an incomprehensible expression. Meow? They suddenly stopped attacking. Meow? It must be because they recognized the great black dragon's subordinate, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park. Meow. Iona, I'm sorry for waking you up for nothing. Meow. It was Iona that made them stop, but Theo thought it was thanks to the protection of Sejun's knee. And such a knee's protection made him deadly. Meow. Pewit. Move aside. Meow. Theo, who had reversed summoned Gairon, confidently strode through the Black Hawks toward Ulrich. And then, Ulrich quickly released the suckers. I mean, humans. Meow. They're my precious customers. Meow. Theo, looking at Ulrich, spoke confidently. Iona was glaring at Ulrich from behind. Theo, if you don't listen, your whole tribe will be exterminated. Iona was only thinking of resolving the situation quickly and going to sleep. Phew. Alright. What? Meow. Alright? How dare you talk informally to the great black dragon's subordinate, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park. Meow. Seeing Ulrich back down, Theo's arrogance seemed to worsen. Understood. Release the humans. A moment later, we brought them here. The Black Hawks brought the captured hunters. Release them quickly. Meow. Yes. At Theo's command, the Black Hawks released the hunters. Thank you, Theo. Thank you so much. The hunters expressed their gratitude to Theo and hurriedly tried to leave. Though they were released thanks to Theo, they could still see hostility in the eyes of the orcs. They didn't know when they might be attacked again. At that moment, where are you going? Meow. If you're thankful, show some sincerity. Meow. Stamp here. Meow. Theo, who wouldn't just save them for free, handed the hunters a contract. What? Fearing they might be captured by the Black Hawks again if they refused, the hunters reluctantly stamped the contract. Welcome, Meow. You are now members of the Earth Defense Force Second Generation. Meow. The contract stated that they would be part of the Earth Defense Force, and as second-generation members, they had to donate 50 tower coins monthly for the peace of Earth. You can go to Han Tae-jun and tell him I sent you. Meow. Okay. After sending off the hunters who had become Earth Defense Force members, Ulrich, you stamp it too. Meow. Theo handed a contract to Ulrich as well. Since Ulrich had tried to kill him, he had to pay for it. The compensation was set at 5 million tower coins. I'm the vice chairman, so my life is expensive. Meow. Fine. Thump. Ulrich carefully read the contract and stamped it. Pewit. I'll be praised by Chairman Park again. Meow. Theo looked at Ulrich and smiled. Theo, who had gained 100 Earth Defense Force members and 5 million Black Hawk workers in an instant, swelled with anticipation of praise from Sejun. However, here it is. Thud. Ulrich placed a box containing 5 million tower coins in front of Theo. Meow. Clink. Theo's imagination of being praised by Sejun shattered. Theo couldn't believe he'd give 5 million tower coins so easily to Ulrich, the king of the 49th floor. This was not a large sum. Retreat. Ulrich, having given Theo the money, withdrew to the 41st floor with the Black Hawks. My workers are leaving. Meow. As Theo watched the departing Black Hawks with a desolate expression. But Vice Chairman Theo, why did you come down to the 40th floor all of a sudden? Iona, who had planned to conquer the southern fire ants of the 99th floor and build a wizard tower tomorrow, asked. They needed to leave now to arrive by dawn. Meow. I totally forgot. Meow. Theo remembered why he had come here, completely forgetting about the golden bat in his thought of creating workers. Wait for me. Meow. Theo hurriedly followed the Earth Defense Force second-generation members descending to the 39th floor to convey his message to Han Tae-jun. Protect the Golden Bat at all costs. And then, the Black Hawks went up to the 41st floor, so the 40th floor is safe. Meow. He also conveyed that they could use the 40th floor again. They needed to work hard to earn money to buy Sejun's crops. With his tasks completed, Iona said, "Let's go." Vice Chairman Theo, "Got it." Meow. Theo, with Iona hanging from his tail, hurried back to the 99th floor. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Iona, holding on to Theo's swaying tail, happily fell asleep again. When Sejun opened his eyes in the morning, he felt a moderate weight and warmth on his knee. Then, Goro wrong, Kyuro wrong. The sound of Theo and Iona snoring. Theo and Iona were sleeping on Sejun's knee. They must have returned at dawn. Should I wake up later? Sejun closed his eyes again for Theo and Iona, who must have been tired from traveling to the 40th floor. But, crowing, "Daddy, Quenji is hungry." About 30 minutes after sleeping, Quenji came to wake up Sejun. "Okay, let's eat." As Sejun got up, "Meow." Chairman Park, "Let's sleep more." Meow. Theo was talking in his sleep. "All right." Vice Chairman Theo, "Sleep more." Sejun patted Theo's butt and carried him on his knee to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Relic, wealth-devouring rice dough has swallowed 10 tower coins and produced 50 kilograms of the highest quality rice flour. The breakfast was bukseolgi, rice cake, which was pushed aside by the stir-fried squid yesterday. "Kids, let's eat." Crowing, squeak. At Sejun's call, Quenji and the rabbits came and started eating bukseolgi. Then, Chairman Park, "I'm so upset." Meow. Theo, who had just woken up, looked at Sejun with a world-weary expression. Vice Chairman Theo, "What's wrong?" Theo, who usually acted arrogantly, had droopy ears today. "I am Chairman Park's subordinate. Why don't I have a badge?" Meow. "A badge? Did something happen?" Theo talked about what had happened with Ulrich. "So I want a badge too." Meow. Crowing, "Daddy, Quenji wants a badge too." Quenji, who wants everything his older sibling has, began to pester Sejun. "A badge all of a sudden?" Sejun made a troubled face. Then, Kaiser's scale. A good idea came to Sejun. If there's a scale with Kaiser's magic engraved, it'll look like a badge and even provide protection in dangerous situations. "What? You want my scales?" "Yes. They are for me and the other kids. In return, I will give you 100 bottles of Makajuli, rice wine, for each scale." "How many do you need?" "About 5, Sejun answered, watching Kaiser's reaction. He needed 5, one for himself, Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and the Golden Bat. "What? 5? Kaiser's voice rose. Was it too many? Then, as Sejun was thinking of excluding himself and the Golden Bat when, "You don't value your life, you brat. You should have at least 10 of my scales." On the 293rd day of being stranded, Kaiser, who was greedy for Makajuli, forcibly sold Sejun 20 scales engraved with the Dragon Tribe skill, Dragon Skin. For Sejun, it was a trade for which he was very grateful. Whoosh. "Okay. Is it okay now?" Sejun used Kaiser's scale to make a mark on Theo's left hind paw. He was meticulous even with the tiniest details, ensuring there wouldn't be any issues with Theo's golden front paw. Thus, the black dragon tattoo was engraved on Theo's left hind paw. Chairman Park, "Thank you for the proof mark." Meow. Theo sat down happily, looking at the black dragon tattoo engraved on the pink squishy pad of his left paw. Compared to the tattoo that occupied Sejun's entire left arm, Theo's tattoo was significantly smaller. The more magic power you have, the smaller the size of the tattoo. "It's what you lack." "When will the magic power?" Sejun felt weird and asked Kaiser, and got an unnecessary scolding in return without gaining anything. "I've grown too." Sejun had gotten stronger, his magic power had increased, and the black dragon tattoo that used to extend over his shoulder had become smaller, now not exceeding his shoulder. But telling this in front of Kaiser was no different than an ant boasting its strength before an elephant, so he let it go. It would only lead to more scolding. Crowing, "Daddy, I want a proof mark too." Quenji spoke to Sejun, who had returned after listening to the scolding. Quenji extended its right front paw to Sejun and said, "Okay, here." When Sejun placed Kaiser's scale on Quenji's extended paw, whoosh! Kaiser's scale seeped into Quenji's paw, and a small black dragon tattoo was engraved on Quenji's front paw pad. The tattoo was adorably small. Quenji has high magic power. Thanks to that, he realized that Quenji's magic power was incredibly high. Crowing, "Big brother, I have a proof mark too." Excited, Quenji showed off his black dragon tattoo engraved on his front paw to Theo. "Pewit, my mark is bigger than Quenji's, meow. Just by looking at this, you can tell that I'm the second in command here, meow." Theo puffed his chest out, hands on hips, at having a larger mark than Quenji. Crowing, "Why is Quenji's mark small?" Quenji compared his mark with Sejun and Theo's, looking disappointed. Though a smaller mark was better, things were opposite here. Just then, Chairman Park, "Let's give a mark to Iona too, meow." Theo, in a good mood, extended his favor to Iona. "Sure. You do it." "Got it, meow." "Now, take this, meow." Theo, having received Kaiser's scale from Sejun, placed the scale on Iona's body himself. And then, swoosh. Soon the scale was absorbed into Iona's body. However, meow, whether it was because Iona was asleep, an error occurred. As a result, a hamster with a black dragon tattoo on its back was born. PFFT. Vice Chairman Theo, "I know nothing about this." Crowing, "Big brother." Quenji knows nothing about this either. Sejun and Quenji abandoned Theo and ran away to the field. Chairman Park, "Quenji, let's go together, meow." Theo hurriedly chased after them. "We are one, meow." Shortly after, Kaiyuet, "I slept so well." Iona stretched and woke up. Sejun, "Then I will head south." "Oh, okay." As soon as Iona got up, she immediately led the wizards south in order to exterminate the fire ants. And the wizards who witnessed the black dragon tattoo on Iona's back, none of them dared to ask about it. No, they were too afraid to ask. Scary. Iona's aura was already intimidating, and now even more so with the tattoo on her back. As a result, the wizards obeyed her even more than usual, to exterminate the fire ants. No one told her about it, so Iona unknowingly wandered around with the black dragon tattoo on her back, until the southern extermination was over. It was truly fortunate for Theo. "What? This address?" Seoul Gangnam-gu. While wandering around trying to figure out the location of the building, the voice of an employee was heard by the Golden Bat. Thanks to that, the Golden Bat easily found out where it was. "Pip pip, Sejun, I've found it." Flap, flap. The Golden Bat flew joyously, relieved to have easily found the building's address, and then waited to return to the tower. "I'm bored." When the Golden Bat felt bored, it's good that person. A song was heard from somewhere. Pip pip. The Golden Bat followed the sound of the song to a coin karaoke. It had developed an interest in singing while singing songs to the trees from the 77th floor of the tower. And the Golden Bat, flying around the coin karaoke rooms, observing people's behavior, put 1,001 into the karaoke machine and sang. But there were only 2 songs credited, and they ended quickly. "Pip pip, it's fun. I was in the dark." The one who pulled me out then was Sejun. The Golden Bat, after singing 1,001's worth of songs, got excited and began to sing its own compositions. Although there was still 3,001 left, it couldn't recklessly spend Sejun's money. "Pip pip, I feel good." As the Golden Bat was about to leave the karaoke room after singing all the remaining songs, one song, Despite having sung all of them, there was still one song left on the screen. "Pip pip." The Golden Bat happily sang one more song, but even though the Golden Bat kept singing, the one song never decreased. "This must be magic." The Golden Bat happily continued to sing. It never thought that someone at the counter kept adding songs. It's soothing. It was the karaoke bar owner, Huang Minutes Ho, who was healed by the Golden Bat's singing. Then, poof, the Golden Bat, still singing, disappeared while holding the wireless microphone. "Oh, it has grown well." Sejun slightly peeled the husk covering the corn and examined the corn kernels as he spoke. Passing through the cornfield, he saw corn with brown husks, and when he checked, the corn kernels had indeed grown well. Snip snip, Sejun began to harvest corn from the fallen corn stalks on the ground. An hour later, Goro Rong, Theo was fast asleep, sprawled out on Sejun's lap, and, crowing, "I want to eat steamed corn quickly." Quenji was eagerly peeling the corn husk, looking forward to the corn that Sejun would soon steam for him. Crack, crowing. Of course. About half of the peeled corn went into Quenji's stomach. "It's delicious even raw." And then, "There's too much." Looking at the 10,000 or so corn ears that were not yet harvested, Sejun was briefly lost in thought, then brought the miller's hoe that he had left stuck in front of the house. And then, land moving, He swung the hoe and used its skill, swallow and sort, with strong will in his head, since it was said to be infinitely versatile. He thought this would be possible as well. SSSSS. The corn trees on about 33 square meters of land were buried in the ground as if they were absorbed into the ground. Since the ground was not moved significantly, the magic power consumption was also low. A moment later, you have harvested 102 stamina corn. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. You have gained 3060 experience points. SSSSS. Along with the message, the corn trees rose from the ground, and the harvested corn came up separately and piled up. Is this possible? Sejun looked at the piled up corn stalks and corn with a dumbfounded expression, as if he couldn't believe what he had done. And then, land moving. He used the skill in succession. Then, SSSSS. Corn stalks began to be absorbed into the ground at intervals. Land moving. Sejun used the skill on another piece of land without caring if the skill was activated well. When he had used the land moving skill 10 times, you have harvested 97 stamina corn. Messages began to appear that corn had been harvested. As expected, Sejun confirmed as he looked at the messages. There's something that responds to my will. He didn't know exactly what it was. But when he used a skill, something carried out his thoughts to the end, even if he wasn't paying attention. Furthermore, when he used the skill, thinking the same thing, it seemed to learn, allowing the skill to be used with less and less concentration. But what is moving according to my thoughts? While Sejun was lost in thought, Sejun, I found it. The golden bat, back from the earth, flew in holding 2 choco pies. The next day at lunchtime, Caillou, who did this? Iona, who had wiped out all the fire ants near the land where she was going to build the wizard tower, angrily pointed to her back and spoke, in a furious Caillou level 3 state. Exterminating the fire ants had been harder than Iona anticipated, especially since the queen fire ant's nest was located on the land where she planned to build the tower. Of course, the fire ant queen was killed, but Iona's prideful snowy white fur was scorched in the intense resistance from fire ant queen. So, she trimmed and washed her fur. Caillou. While checking her body in a mirror made of ice, Iona discovered a black dragon tattoo engraved on her back. And she immediately rushed here. Because only when she was with Sejun and Theo, she let her guard down enough for such a tattoo to be engraved. Vice Chairman Theo did it. But Vice Chairman Theo went down to the 40th floor of the tower yesterday. Sejun, who heard the address that the Golden Bat found out yesterday. Vice Chairman Theo, go down and ask Han Tae-jun to buy the building at the address the Golden Bat found. Meow. I don't want to. Meow. I just came up. Meow. I want to stay longer. Meow. Theo, who didn't want to leave Sejun's lap, rubbed his forehead against Sejun's cheek, acting cute. Iona will be here soon. Are you okay with that? I'm just worried about you. Meow. At Sejun's words, Theo remembered what he had done to Iona. If you go down, I'll talk to Iona and calm her down. Really? Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, don't you trust me? No. Meow. Of course, I trust you. Meow. At Sejun's words, Theo nodded his head vigorously. Even if he didn't trust himself, he trusted Sejun. So, Theo went down to the 40th floor yesterday. He might be selling crops to hunters and delivering his message to Han Tae-jun now. Iona, don't be too angry. Theo engraving the tattoo without permission was wrong, but it was done with good intentions. Caillou. Even so, this is too much. Iona looked at the black dragon tattoo on her back again and spoke. It was Kaiser's magic, so it couldn't be moved or erased. Then, how about this? Since I couldn't stop him, I'll give you 1,000 roasted peanuts every month for the next 6 months. Roasted peanuts 1,000. HMPH. Do you think I'll be swayed by food? She almost seemed convinced, but her pride wouldn't allow her to be swayed by food. Then, a 1-day pass for Theo's tail. Coyote. A 1-day pass for Theo's tail? Iona's eyes widened. Yes. I will give you the authority to take Theo wherever you want for a day. Sejun had given Iona control, usually dragged around by Theo. Coyote. I agree. That's how Iona's anger was pacified. Meow. Something feels weird. Meow. Theo arrived at the 40th floor of the tower, tilting his head. And then, humans, I'm here. Meow. As usual, He announced his arrival to the camp's hunters to finish the task given by Sejun and return. He had to move quickly. "It's Theo, the savior of the 40th floor is here." The waiting hunters rushed towards Theo, enthusiastically greeting him. Rumors had spread among the survivors that Theo had driven off the Black Orcs and saved the 40th floor. "Meow. Humans, back off. Meow. Thank me from afar. Meow." When the hunters came too close, Theo pushed them away. He didn't like anyone getting too close except for Sejun. Then, he started the auction as the hunters gathered. "The first crop for sale today is the exploding stamina corn that makes your hair lush." "Meow," Theo shouted, taking out a red corn. "What? Corn that makes hair lush?" The hunter's eyes lit up at Theo's shout. "Detoxifying green onions that cure liver cancer, power potatoes that cure stomach cancer, agility carrots that restore sight." The crops Theo sold were conquering one earth disease after another. And that meant that the exploding stamina corn Theo brought could solve one of humanity's biggest problems: baldness. 100 tower coins, 500 tower coins, 1,000 tower coins. The hunters began bidding without asking any question. The bids escalated quickly. Understandably, they were all bald. Jerome, who began to lose his hair at the age of 25, believed that although there might be no cure for baldness on Earth, there would be a mysterious medicine to treat it inside the tower. After climbing the tower for 7 years in search of a cure for baldness, Jerome had become the 87th ranked climber on Earth, but he had not found a cure for baldness. "Should I give up?" Just as Jerome was about to give up hope for a cure, a cat merchant selling mysterious crops appeared on the 40th floor of the tower. Rumors reached Jerome about Theo, crops that break down fat, cure cancer, and restore vision. So, he visited with a glimmer of hope. "And then, I found it." His hope was rewarded. He had finally found it, a cure for mankind's perennial problem of baldness. It was not a medicine but a crop. "I've been waiting for this day." "Get lost, baldies." "That's mine." 2,000 tower coins, Jerome cried out, losing his sanity. "But 2,300 tower coins, 2,500 tower coins." Jerome wasn't the only bald man who lost his sanity. Many bald hunters lost their minds when they saw the exploding stamina corn introduced by Theo. 3,000 tower coins, 3,200 tower coins, 3,500 tower coins. The price was rising frighteningly. Then 5,000 tower coins. Ethan, the guild leader of the Royal Knights, shouted. "Ethan, why are you buying that?" The bald people were angry because Ethan had a handsome face and lush blonde hair. "Sold out." "Meow. Did you have to take it all?" The bald hunters who participated in the auction looked at Ethan with resentful eyes. Thud, thud. Ethan, receiving the resentful stares of the bald hunters, strode proudly over to Theo. "Here's 5,000 tower coins. 50 billion for one baldness cure." It was not an easy sum to pay, but Ethan happily handed over 5,000 tower coins. To him, the baldness cure was more valuable than 50 billion. "Take it." Meow. Theo took the money and handed over the exploding stamina corn. And then, swoosh. Ethan, who had received the exploding stamina corn, touched his head and pulled his hair. Tug. A wig came off, revealing his bald scalp. Ethan, too, was bald. Ethan was more popular on Earth than top movie stars and sports stars. If it was revealed that he was bald, he would lose more than just his popularity and commercial contract fees. "Ethan, you too?" It must have been hard. The bald men choked up at Ethan's sudden coming out. Chew, chew. Ethan silently chewed the raw corn. He didn't even feel the taste. He was only focused on whether his hair was growing back. About a minute after he finished eating the corn, twitch. Ethan felt a tingling sensation on his head. Although the auction continued, the gaze of the bald hunters was focused on Ethan. "Sold out." Meow. When Theo had sold all the crops he had brought, "It's growing." "Hair is growing." The bald hunters, who were holding their breath and quietly watching Ethan, became excited at the sight of Ethan's head covered with short blonde hair. They were witnessing the moment when the impossible turned into possible. In the meantime, as the hunters were watching Ethan's hair grow, "I want to meet Han Tae-jun." Meow. Theo met an Earth Defense Force member and asked for Han Tae-jun. However, Mr. Han Tae-jun is currently on a plane, so it will take about 10 hours before he can enter the tower. Unfortunately, Han Tae-jun was on a plane from Africa to Korea. "Got it." Meow. "Then I'll come back after 10 hours." Meow. Theo finished talking to the Earth Defense Force member and approached Ethan. In no time, Ethan's head returned to its lush golden state, just as it had been before he took off the wig. "Did you see the hair growth well, Meow?" Theo asked the hunters, who were watching Ethan. "Yes, Theo. You'll bring the exploding stamina corn next time too, right?" The hunters, who had witnessed the miracle, excitedly asked if he could bring corn again. "What are you talking about, Meow?" "I still have 99 left, Meow," Theo said, pulling out a red corn from his bag. Theo deliberately didn't mention that there was more because of the enthusiastic response. "What? 3,000 tower coins, 3,300 tower coins." The auction started again, although it was less than the first time. The exploding stamina corn was sold at around 3,500 tower coins each. It was the emergence of a new crop that would astonish the earth. "Then I'll go, Meow." Theo took some photos with the hunters and left the camp. And then, "Pewit, wait for me, Meow." Theo ran to the 41st floor. Theo was planning to visit Ulrich, the king of the Black Orcs, on the 41st floor, while waiting for Han Tae-jun. "I can't just go without showing this, Meow." It was to brag about his proof to Ulrich, who had ignored him because he didn't have the proof of being a subordinate of the Black Dragon. Thunk. Sejun grabbed a handful of kernels of corn and threw them into the cornfield, which was harvested the day before, and land moving. As Sejun struck the ground with Milo's hoe, Kyugung, a 33 square meter piece of land moved, and the scattered corn kernels were planted in the field. Since something was planting the corn according to his instructions without moving the ground much, Sejun was able to use the skill infinitely without consuming a large amount of magic power. Thus, Sejun planted over 100,000 corn kernels in just one day. "Ah, this is great." Crowing. "I like it too." "I guess it's love." When Sejun was lying on Quenji's belly, listening to the latest Korean pop songs sung by the Golden Bat that it had learned from the coin karaoke, and taking a break, flap, flap, Kellyan flew over. And then, "Sejun, how could you do this?" Kellyan began to confront Sejun outright. "Huh? What did I do? Why did you only exchange with Kaiser's scales? If you needed scales, you should have come to me." "Exchange with my scales too?" Kellyan, who heard that Sejun had exchanged one scale with Kaiser for 100 bottles of make-jewelry, came to question him. "Huh?" "Kellyan, sorry, but I don't need scales anymore. There's no point in wearing a white dragon scale tattoo in a black tower." "Then what about my dragon tooth warriors?" When Sejun refused, Kellyan offered to give a dragon tooth warrior made of his tooth. They were made for fun from teeth that had fallen out, so it wasn't a big loss to exchange them for make-jewelry. "What? A dragon tooth warrior?" "Yes, dragon tooth warrior." "Rise, rattle." At Kellyan's call, a magic circle was drawn on the ground, and a 3-meter-tall dragon tooth warrior emerged from it. "They don't rest or sleep." "How about 1,000 make-jewelry bottles for one dragon tooth warrior?" Kellyan made the first proposal. He could make 10 warriors from one tooth. Moreover, scales could grow back in 100 years, but teeth took at least 10,000 years to regrow. It seemed a fair deal. "However, I don't think it's going to be very useful." Sejun's eyes were unimpressed looking at the dragon tooth warrior. It was too large for harvesting crops, and he had Quenji and the black minotaurs for tilling the fields and doing heavy labor, and there was no work that needed to be done 24/7. In other words, the dragon tooth warrior was useless. "Then, wait. They have the ability to transform into armor." Kellyan shouted desperately as Sejun showed no interest. "Armor?" If the trade item was armor, it was a different story. Sejun, who was always facing threats to his life, desperately needed armor, especially if it was made from a dragon's tooth. He could trust its strength. "Yes, dragon tooth warrior, transform." Clank. At Kellyan's command, the dragon tooth warrior transformed into a bone helmet shaped like a dragon skull. "What do you think?" "Let me take a closer look first." Sejun examined the bone helmet. Dragon tooth warrior, helmet created by the great white dragon Kellyan Mamibi, from his tooth. Although its overall ability is inferior to that made from dragon bones, it contains the mana of the great white dragon, Kellyan Mamibi, allowing it to regenerate over time even if it breaks. It can transform into a helmet. It adjusts its size to fit the wearer. In helmet form, it can transform into full body armor at the wearer's will. Usage restriction: only those recognized by Kellyan Mamibi. Creator: Kellyan Mamibi. Grade: unmeasurable. It looked good from the description, but he wasn't yet sure if it could save his life. Quenji, try hitting it. Sejun handed the helmet to Quenji. He wanted to wear and test the helmet himself, but if he is unlucky he could die if other body parts broke while the helmet remained intact. Crewing? Can I break this? Quenji asked, worried he might break the helmet. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and break it. Kellyan spoke confidently, as if it was impossible. Even a monster from the 99th floor of the tower couldn't easily scratch dragon bones. Crewing. I'll hit it then. Quenji raised both hands to strike the helmet. Wait. Let's go somewhere else to do this. If Quenji swung at the helmet with full power here, the problem wouldn't be the helmet, but the farm could have been destroyed. There's no need for that. Barrier. Kellyan created a barrier that isolated the surroundings. Thank you, Kellyan. Try it, Quenji. Crewing. At Sejun's words, Quenji nodded his head and raised both hands, letting out a cute scream as he struck down the helmet. Q-u-u-uing. Unlike the cute scream, the power was not cute at all. A tremendous shockwave erupted. It was hard for Sejun to even withstand the shockwave. If it weren't for Kellyan's barrier, there would probably be a hole deeper than the cave where Flammy was, in the farm. After the shockwave passed, "Oh," Sejun exclaimed as he checked the helmet. As expected, the helmet made from dragon tooth was perfectly intact without a single scratch. Ha ha ha. What did I tell you? Kellyan laughed heartily and quickly infused magic to restore a tiny dent of about 1 millimeter on the helmet. You clumsy fool. How much good stuff did you pick up around Sejun? Even though it was a tooth from 10,000 years ago, it was still his tooth that was scratched. For Kellyan, it was a blow to his pride. While Kellyan was cursing Quenji, swoosh. How does it look, Quenji? Sejun asked Quenji, wearing the bone helmet. Crewing. It's good. Quenji didn't know about the design but gave a perfect score for durability, seeing the helmet withstand his attack. And, crewing. Daddy, I want a helmet too. Quenji also requested a helmet. Quenji thought it would be fun to wear it together with Sejun. Quenji wants it too? Crewing. I want to wear it with Daddy. Kellyan, I'll buy this. But first, please give me 5 Dragon Tooth Warriors on a 10-month installment plan. Since the size was adjustable, he ordered for Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Golden Bat as well. Installment? It means I will pay the price for the Dragon Tooth Warriors in installments over 10 months. Sejun didn't haggle over the price with dragons. If he inadvertently offended the dragons, his life could be in danger. Instead, like with Kaiser, he just agreed to receive the goods first and pay later. Then 500 bottles of make jewelry every month. Agreed. Thus, the deal between Kellyan and Sejun for Dragon Tooth Warriors was concluded. 41st floor of the tower. Ulrich, where are you? Meow. Theo was wandering around calling the name Ulrich, the king of the Black Hawk tribe, in a contemptuous manner, when Ulrich, upon hearing from his subordinate that a cat was calling his name disrespectfully, came to investigate. Cat merchant, what brings you here? Ulrich asked, watching Theo's tail. Fortunately, Iona, the great destructive wizard, was nowhere in sight. Look at this, meow. I've got a proof mark, meow. It's the mark that proves that I'm the subordinate of the great black dragon, meow. Theo lifted his left hind leg, showed the black dragon tattoo engraved on his paw, and bragged to Ulrich. That is the mark of the great black dragon. Ulrich recognized it immediately, the remnants of the ferocious aura emanating from the tattoo on Theo's paw. The aura that flowed from it was undoubtedly that of a dragon. Foof. Do you want it, meow? Theo, laughing like a villain, asked Ulrich, who couldn't take his eyes off his paw. I want it, Ulrich answered, as if mesmerized by the black dragon tattoo on Theo's paw. It was a mark of being a subordinate of the great black dragon. Possessing it would be a glory from the clan. No, the glory of his entire race. And if he could achieve it, he would become a great king who would be remembered in the history of the Black Hawks for generations to come. Then listen to me from now on, meow. Theo spoke arrogantly, placing his hand on his waist. If Ulrich obeyed him, he intended to ask Sejun later to get one of Kaiser's scales for him. Of course, we will follow whatever the subordinate of the great black dragon says. No, meow. What? Listen carefully, meow. I am Theo Park, the deadly yellow cat, subordinate of the great black dragon, meow. Ah, yes, the deadly yellow cat, Theo Park, subordinate of the great black dragon. Pure, that's right, meow. Theo felt very pleased to hear his introduction from someone else's mouth. Subordinate of the great black dragon, Deadly Yellow Cat Theo Park, bestow upon us the honor of using the mark of the Great Black Dragon. Meow. How do you intend to use the mark? Meow. We have a way. Lucan. Ulrich shouted. Yes. A giant black orc entered, holding a staff adorned with skulls. Our Black Orc tribe's shaman, Lucan, will copy the mark on the paw of the Great Black Dragon's subordinate, the Deadly Yellow Cat Theo Park. Copy? Meow. Yes. The mark of the Great Black Dragon's subordinate, the Deadly Yellow Cat, Theo Park, will not be damaged. Okay then. Meow. Thank you. Deadly Yellow Cat, Theo Park, subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Ulrich, just call me by my name from now on. The titles were getting too long, and Theo found them bothersome. Yes, Lord Theo. Lord Ulrich, where will you engrave the mark? Lucan asked Ulrich. The Great Black Dragon is a supreme being. It's impossible for me to be above him. I will engrave the mark on my forehead. Yes, I understand. Then, please place the mark on your head. Okay. Thud. Ulrich lay before Theo. Lord Theo, please place the mark on my forehead. Like this. Meow. Chuck. At Ulrich's request, Theo placed his paw, with the tattoo, on Ulrich's forehead. Somehow, it looked like a delinquent stepping on a person's head, who was bowing down and begging. Please stay like that for a moment. Thump, thump, as Lucan hit the ground with his staff and used a spell. A red light flowed between Theo's paw and Ulrich's forehead. It's done. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Theo. You've worked hard too, Ulrich. Meow. Theo responded without changing his position at Ulrich's words. You may take it off now. Okay. Meow. Theo finally lifted his paw off Ulrich's forehead, revealing the perfectly engraved tattoo of the Great Black Dragon on Ulrich's forehead. At that moment, Meow, Theo discovered that something else was copied as well. The round shapes surrounding the Black Dragon tattoo. Theo's paw print had been engraved along with the Black Dragon tattoo on Ulrich's forehead. However, Lucan, from now on, this mark will be the flag of our Black Orc Kingdom. Yes, I understand. The Black Orcs thought that the original mark of the Great Black Dragon looked like that. It's not my fault. Meow. Theo kept his mouth shut. Thus, the image of the Great Black Dragon's mark and Theo's paw print became the new flag of the Black Orc Kingdom. Late at night in the 99th floor cave of the tower, crackle, crackle, the sound of burning firewood, and surrounding the campfire were Sejun, Flammy, Quenji, Golden Bat, and Iona. So, the man opened the lid just in case. Gulp. Everyone swallowed, engrossed in Sejun's words, and another dumpling disappeared. Sejun was telling scary stories around the campfire. Having fun. Crowing. Dad, I'm scared. Quenji clung to Sejun's side at the mysterious phenomenon of food disappearing without being eaten. Nothing was more terrifying for Quenji than food vanishing for no reason. Then, G-ah-rah-rah-rah-rah-rah, a loud noise came from Quenji's stomach. Crowing. I'm hungry now that we're talking about food. The fearful expression from a moment ago disappeared, and Quenji looked pitifully at Sejun. Normally, they would go to bed early and wake up early, but today was a special situation. Permission from Mom or Dad was needed for a late-night snack. Should we eat some popcorn then? Crowing. I am excited. Quenji didn't know what popcorn was, but at Sejun's word that they would be eating, he cheered in delight. Just a moment. Sejun stood up and placed two wide pots made from fire and worker carapace over the campfire. And then, sizzle, he poured red corn kernels into the two pots. It was the exploding stamina corn that he had set aside for later consumption. Shortly after, crack, crack, steam created inside the heated corn kernels began to pop and escape, causing the pots to quickly fill with white snowflake-like popcorn. Let's make some salted popcorn first. Sejun added salt to one of the pots filled with popcorn and stirred it evenly. And then, here, Sejun rolled some leaves into a cone like an ice cream cone and filled it with popcorn. He didn't give too much, just enough to whet the appetite. Crunch. Crowing. Delicious. It's tasty. Coyote, coyote, coyote. The animals exclaimed and started eating the popcorn frantically, addicted to its savory and salty taste. Meanwhile, Sejun took out a new pot and started boiling water and honey together. Crowing. Quenji looked anxiously at the honey turning brown. If you're going to burn honey like that, you should have let me eat it instead. It's not burning. Just wait a little. When the honey had reduced to a certain extent, Sejun poured in the unsalted popcorn and stirred it vigorously to evenly mix the honey and popcorn, making honey popcorn. Crowing. Is it ready yet? Quenji, who had finished the popcorn given by Sejun and was intoxicated by the honey scent emanating from the pot, started circling around the pot, watching Sejun making honey popcorn. Quenji, wait. When Sejun spoke sternly to Quenji, who was wandering around the hot fire, crowing, Quenji will wait in his place. Quenji quickly sat down in its place and waited patiently for the food, as he had learned when he was younger. It's almost done. Iona, please use a weak drying spell. Sejun asked Iona to cast a spell to remove the moisture from the popcorn in the two pots. The taste of popcorn is important, but the texture is really important as well. Coyote. Yes. Dry. Iona quickly cast a drying spell. She, too, wanted to quickly eat the popcorn, enticed by the sweet smell. Once the honey popcorn was ready, eat whichever flavor you want. Sejun let the animals choose between salted popcorn and honey popcorn, and filled a bowl for himself. I'll have half of both. Sejun filled his leaf cone cup half with salted popcorn and half with honey popcorn, covering the opening and shaking it to mix. And then, crunch. He grabbed a handful of popcorn and shoved it into his mouth. Crunch. Yes, this is it. Sejun shivered at the taste in his mouth. The combination of salty and sweet popcorn alternated as he chewed, creating an unbeatable blend. On top of that, crunch. The crunchy texture of the honey popcorn, which hardened as the honey cooled, added to the enjoyment of eating. Crewing, Quenji, who was focusing on the honey popcorn, followed Sejun's example and mixed his popcorn. Following Sejun always led to success, so Quenji trusted him completely. And then, crewing. It's delicious. Once again, the trust was rewarded. Crewing. Crunch. Quenji began to eat salted popcorn with one hand and honey popcorn with the other, alternately gobbling them down. And so, the 295th night of being stranded passed. Find and protect the golden bat at all costs. Han Tae-jun, who had ordered his subordinates to find the golden bat after receiving Theo's message, was hurrying towards the tower. Just then, buzz. The secretary's smartphone started ringing. Hello. Really? Send the link right away. Click. The secretary hung up the phone. And then, President, they say they found the golden bat. Really? How? Take a look at this. The secretary played a video on the tablet, and a broadcast edited by Bi Jong-ho titled "There's Such a Thing in the World" was shown. It's already been broadcasted. Where is it? It's Hanla Building next to our association. Next to our building? It was that close? How much does the Hanla Building cost? Well, the original price was about 200 billion won, but due to the broadcast about bats appearing in the building, I think we can significantly lower the price. Buy it immediately. Yes. Han Tae-jun, asked by Theo to find a building where the golden bat appears, was thinking of giving it to Theo as a gift. I'll count this as a favor. Coincidentally, the owner of Hanla Building wanted to sell the building urgently. As a result, Han Tae-jun was able to enter the tower with the building contract purchased under Sejun's name. When Sejun woke up in the morning, the surroundings were a mess. Popcorn spilled from the night before was scattered all over the floor. Beiro wrong. Quenji was sleeping inside the pot, holding the golden bat. Iona had gotten up early and went to check on the construction site of the wizard tower. Master, are you awake? Yeah. Flammy greeted Sejun, who was looking around. Did you sleep well too, Flammy? Yes. It wasn't quiet last night, so it was great. Our Flammy must have been lonely all this time, wasn't it? Sejun thought that he should play in the cave more often from now on. And he left Quenji and the golden bat sleeping and went outside. Then, Quack, a mushroom man proudly approached Sejun. You came at the right time. When mushroom ants are full of confidence, they usually have an elixir mushroom on their back, so Sejun welcomed the mushroom ant warmly. Quack, the mushroom ant, pleased with Sejun's hospitality, showed its back. As Sejun expected, there was only one elixir mushroom on the back of the mushroom ant. It was a black, stone-like mushroom he had never seen before. You worked hard to grow it. Sejun praised the mushroom ant while patting its back. And then, pop, he picked the mushroom. You have harvested enhanced elixir, black truffle. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. You have gained 250 experience points. Huh? A black truffle? It was a mushroom he had only heard of on Earth. Isn't this really expensive? Sejun hurriedly checked the options. Enhanced elixir, black truffle. A black truffle grown by Park Sejun's tenant farmer mushroom ant, absorbing all the surrounding nutrients for a long time, growing into an elixir. Boasts an intense fragrance. Upon consumption, all stats +3. Cultivator, Tao Farmer Park Sejuns. Tenant Farmer Mushroom Ant. Expiration date, 150 days. Grade, C+. Wow! It was an enhanced elixir that increased all stats by 3. I'll eat it before Quenji wakes up and get rid of it. Gulp. Sejun hurriedly put the black truffle in his mouth and chewed. It was obvious that Quenji would ask for it if he saw it. He had to survive too. He couldn't keep being treated as the weakest. You have consumed an enhanced elixir, black truffle. All stats have increased by 3. Good. Feeling stronger than yesterday, Sejun cheerfully started the morning. Then, crowing, "Good morning, Quenji." Awakened by hunger, energetically greeted Sejun in the morning. Sniff, sniff. Crowing, crowing. Dad's mouth smells good. What did you eat alone? Approaching Sejun, Quenji started sniffing around Sejun's mouth and immediately figured out that Sejun had eaten something alone. The problem was that he ate the black truffle, which had an intense fragrance. What? No, I didn't eat anything. Sejun hurriedly covered his mouth to prevent the fragrance from spreading. But, crowing, crowing. Then why are you covering your mouth? Dad, you said lying is bad, but Dad, you're lying now. It only increased Quenji's suspicion. No, I didn't eat anything. The more Sejun denied it, the stronger the truffle scent spread from his mouth, confirming that he had eaten something alone. Crowing, crowing. If you lie to the end, there's no choice. Quenji cannot let Daddy be a bad guy. If a parent tries to go down the wrong path, it's the child's duty to stop them. Quenji, who had made up his mind, took out his branch stick. I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm hitting you to make you come to your senses. Quenji was at ease hitting Sejun with his branch because Sejun had the Kaiser's scale. Alright. Dad ate alone. So, Quenji, put that branch down. Faced with Quenji's grim expression as he approached with his branch, Sejun hastily confessed. It was not because he was afraid of Quenji disciplining him. He just wanted to set an example as a parent. For real. The timing was a bit off though, but, crowing, phew. That was close. Quenji, who had prevented his dad from becoming a bad guy, heaved a sigh of relief and put the branch back on his back. Then, growl. Quenji's stomach signaled for food. Hungry? Let's eat quickly. Sejun hurriedly started cooking. Fortunately, he didn't get caught eating the elixir mushroom. Alright. Line up. The wizards began to control the monsters that had arrived on the 99th floor of the tower. They were laborers recruited for the construction of the new wizard tower. Then, is this the place? Among the laborers, a creature with a crocodile's head was carefully examining the surroundings. It was Rukun, who had disappeared from 75th floor of the tower. Through days of investigation, Rukun found that Theo's final destination was always the 99th floor of the tower. The Miller's home must be there. So, while wondering how to enter the 99th floor without suspicion, Rukun saw an advertisement for construction laborers for the Gravity Wizard Tower and entered the 99th floor mixed in with the laborers. Thus, while following the wizards, Rukun arrived near Sejun's farm when, take a short break here and then move again. Don't leave your spot. The wizards gave the laborers a rest and hurried towards Sejun's farm. To be precise, towards the crop storage. Squeak. The rabbit guarding the storage welcomed the wizards. And then, Rabbit, give me 2 jars of cherry tomatoes and 3 jars of dried golden sweet potatoes. I'll take 3 jars of cherry tomatoes and 30 carrots. The wizards began to order snacks from the rabbit guarding the storage. These days, buying snacks here was a great pleasure for them. Although the low-level wizards could only eat green orbs, a little snack was allowed. The senior wizards in the tower also knew how hard it was to eat green orbs only. Besides, the magical cherry tomatoes, which temporarily increased magic power, helped in getting a better feel for handling mana, making it a mandatory snack for wizards visiting Sejun's farm. As the wizards were buying their snacks, Sneak, one of the laborers, cautiously moved. It was Rukun, who had come to find Myla's hoe. Where could it be? Rukun bent down and carefully looked around Sejun's farm. Then, Rukun found the strategic weapon. The legendary land-moving, Myla's hoe too easily. It was just stuck in a field nearby. It must be Myla's hoe, right? It was so poorly managed that Rukun wondered if what he saw was a fake. To an unknown person, it would have just looked like a common farming tool on the side of the road. But when Rukun grabbed the hoe, the earth's power responding to his strength confirmed that it was the legendary Myla's hoe. Do they not know how extraordinary this equipment is? They knew. Sejun just considered it as just slightly better equipment, as he had felt the strength gap that could not be filled by the equipment alone. Whatever. Rukin, who had obtained Myla's Ho, quickly fled to the entrance of the 99th floor. Buzz, buzz. The poisonous honeybees were annoying him along the way, but they couldn't penetrate Rukin's thick skin, so he just ignored them and ran. And almost when he reached the entrance of the 99th floor of the tower, crowing, "That's my dad's!" Quenji came running from afar and shouting. 30 minutes earlier, feeling guilty for eating the enhanced elixir mushroom alone, Sejun prepared a lot of food that Quenji and the Golden Bat liked. He made honey bxilgi, honey rice cake, and sweet potato soup, and took out bananas, watermelons, and mangoes which were limited in quantity from the void storage. Crowing, "It's delicious." Little brother, Golden Bat, eat a lot. Pip pip. Yes, big brother Quenji, you too eat a lot. Quenji and the Golden Bat feasted on the delicious food from morning. After finishing a hearty breakfast, then, I will be making makejuli, rice wine. You two can play and have fun. Sejun left Quenji and the Golden Bat to play and went to the brewery. Since the amount of makejuli to be supplied to the two dragons was not small, Sejun had the architect Grey Rabbits build a brewery for making makejuli. After Sejun left, crowing, "I'm full now." Pip pip. Me too. When Quenji and the Golden Bat were looking at each other's bulging bellies and laughing, buzz, the seventh poisonous queen honeybee flew quickly from afar. Crowing? What happened? Quenji asked the seventh queen honeybee. Buzz, buzz. Quenji, there's big trouble. It's an intruder. Crowing? Did another poisonous honeybee come? Quenji and the seventh honeybee were connected by a sticky honey connection. Sometimes when the eastern poisonous honeybees appeared, Quenji would chase them away and receive a more special honey as a reward. Buzz, buzz. No. The intruder is running away with Sejun's Ho. Crowing? Quenji thought he had heard it wrong. Daring to steal my dad's stuff? There's no way. But, pip pip, if it's Sejun's Ho, it's a legendary equipment. Buzz. Yes. We have to catch them before they leave the 99th floor. The conversation between the Golden Bat and the seventh queen honeybee confirmed he hadn't heard wrong. Crowing? Crowing? How dare some bad guy steal Quenji's dad's stuff? Where's the bad guy? Buzz. Over there. Big brother Quenji. Let's go together. So Quenji and the Golden Bat followed the seventh queen bee, and after about 20 minutes, they saw a creature with a crocodile's head running with Sejun's Ho. Dada dada. Crowing, crowing. Put down that Ho quickly. It belongs to Quenji's dad. Yes, that's right. It belongs to Sejun. Quenji ran quickly, spreading his arms wide to block Rukin's way, and the Golden Bat surrounded him from behind. Kyakkya. Move if you don't want to get hurt, kid. Crowing, crowing. My name's not Kid. It's Quenji. And taking other people's things is bad. Chuck. Quenji pulled out the branch stick on his back. Land moving. Thump. Rukin, who wanted to test Myla's Ho anyway, swung the hoe strongly toward the ground. Rumble, rumble. The ground began to rumble loudly. It was different from Sejun's hoeing. And, thump. Giant stone hands, 5 meters in size, sprouted from the ground. Dozens of such giant stone hands surrounded Quenji, the Golden Bat, and the seventh queen honeybee. Buzz. Quenji, what do we do? The seventh honeybee who guided Quenji spoke in a fearful voice after seeing the giant stone hands. Crowing. Golden Bat, protect the seventh. Big brother Quenji, what about you? The Golden Bat asked Quenji in a worried voice. What if there was an accident? But, crowing. Dad said it's okay to hit bad guys. Quenji, clearly intending to use force, stomp, stomp, confidently stepped forward. Kyakkya. Brave, aren't you? You must not know how scary the world is. Take this. Excited by the spectacle he created, Rukin moved the stone hands to make fists and attacked Quenji. Whoosh! Stone fists attacked Quenji with a whistling sound at high speed. But, crowing, when Quenji infused the enhanced branch with magic power and swung it, crash! The enlarged branch shattered 5 stone fists at once. And then, crowing, I'll teach the bad guy a lesson. Quenji smashed the stone fists blocking his way and rushed towards Rukin. Eek! Land moving. Seeing Quenji rushing towards him, flustered Rukin moved the ground again. And then, thump, thump. This time, The stone hands opened their hands and began to press down on Quenji. Crewing. Quenji stretched out his hands to resist the pressure. But, land moving, thump, thump. Rukun continued to summon stone hands to bury Quenji. Kyakia. That should be enough. When Rukun was pleased as he looked at the 20-meter-high small hill of stones he created. Crack. The stone hands split apart. And then, Kruyuyuyuing. An enlarged Quenji appeared, breaking through the stone hill. How did land moving, as a giant bear 5 meters taller than the pile of rocks, appeared? Rukun made a last-ditch effort. He thought that if he were pushed back here, it would be the end. Rumble. With a vibration incomparable to before, a gigantic hand appeared, 10 times bigger than the enlarged Quenji. Kruyuyuing. Overwhelmed by the enormous stone hand, Quenji was flustered. Just then, Kuyuyuong. From afar, a large pink mana wave in the shape of a bear paw collided with the gigantic stone hand. It was an attack from a pink bear. There was no sound, and the stone hand disappeared. Crewing. It's Mum. Emboldened by his mother's appearance, Quenji rushed towards Rukun again. But Rukun was gone after the previous attack. He hadn't run away but had vanished along with the stone hand. On the ground lay only Sejun's Ho, which had withstood the pink bear's attack. Crewing. I've cleaned up the bad guy. I've found Dad's Ho. Quenji, having accomplished his goal, returned home with a proud expression. What's going on? Sejun, who had been making jewelry, came outside, puzzled at the suddenly darkening sky, only to see it brighten again. From now on, you all will be building a farm on the 41st floor. Meow. Lord Theo, are you talking about a farm for farming? Ulrich was taken aback by Theo's sudden order to create a farm. They were a fighting race that knew nothing but fighting. And now farming? Don't you want to be a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon? Meow. No, that's not it. Farming is essential if you want to be a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, Chairman Park. Meow. I went through this process too. Meow. Theo said in a firm voice, acting as if he had farmed vigorously, although he had only helped with the farming when Sejun ordered or praised him. Understood. Then we will start building the farm on the 41st floor. Ulrich, who believed in Theo's words as steadfastly as stone, began to construct a farm on the 41st floor. But among the millions of Black Orcs, nobody knew about farming. They had always stolen or hunted, never having grown anything themselves. The great sage and shaman, Lucan, you take the lead in building the farm. Yes, farming is all about planting and growing in the ground. Leave it to me. Thus, the farm's construction began under Lucan's guidance, who had learned farming from a book. However, Lucan knew no more about farming than the others. Plant the young Black Orcs in the ground. Lucan thought that after planting, he should feed them and let them grow. Thus, the seeds Theo sowed began to take root in a strange direction. And then, meow meow meow. Unaware of what he had done, Theo went down to the 40th floor of the tower to meet Han Tae-jun. By the building at this address in the name of Chairman Park. Meow. Theo came down to the 40th floor and immediately asked Han Tae-jun to buy the building, just as Han Tae-jun expected. This place? That's right. Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, do you know how expensive this building is? Han Tae-jun purposely acted surprised at Theo's request. I don't know. Meow. Is it very expensive? Meow. It's 200 billion won. In tower coin, that's 200,000 tower coins. It's a burden even for me, so let's count this as one favor. Okay, meow. Here. As Theo used the favor, Tae-jun immediately handed over the building contract signed in Sejun's name. Meow. Excellent. Meow. Chairman Park will be very pleased. Meow. Theo quickly took the contract. In a flash, Sejun had acquired a 200 billion won building in Gangnam for free, with just a flick of his cat's paw. So, is there anything else? There's more. Meow. I'll use one more favor. Meow. Really? Fill the building with food for the rest of your life. Meow. Having acquired the building, now it needed to be filled. Okay. How much could it be? I'll fill it up completely. Theo's word lifetime did make Han Tae-jun a bit nervous, but his face brightened at Theo's words that he would use one more favor. Compared to the building's price, the cost to fill it with goods was not that great. And how much could one eat anyway? Han Tae-jun would later realize how wrong he had been. He had not known that there were many voracious beasts around Sejun who never seemed to be satisfied. It was a very reckless decision. Thank you. Meow. Now, please fill it with goods. Meow. Okay. And we need more sturdy blade green onion leaves. There was a possibility that locusts could invade other places, so this was to prepare just in case. I got it, meow. I'll tell the interns, meow. With that, Theo headed back up to the 99th floor after talking to Han Tae-jun. Ugh, nice. Kaiser downed a shot of makgeolli, rice wine, and savored the aftertaste with a satisfied smile. And as he bit into a roasted sweet potato, "Father, the Black Moon is appearing." Anton rushed in, shouting, "What? Black Moon?" At Anton's words, Kaiser's expression hardened, and he hurried outside. In the distance, a thin gap was visible between the world engulfed in red clouds. It was undoubtedly the Black Moon. And the Black Moon was not emitting light but absorbing it, amplifying its presence as it appeared. Awaken all the black dragons and have them stand by. Yes, the hitherto lackadaisical Kaiser now exuded authority and urgency as he ordered Anton. It would take almost 10 years for the Black Moon to fully appear, but 10 years is not a long time in the eyes of dragons. Especially when waking dragons that have slept for hundreds of years, they must be awakened now to be able to fight in prime condition 10 years later. Release. Boom. Kaiser dispelled the polymorph spell, transforming into a gigantic dragon and soaring into the sky. From the sky, he could see the red world, growing as it absorbed energy through tendril-like tubes connected to the destroyed worlds. The red world's name was Destruction. Destruction was always wrapped in ominous red clouds, without sun, moon, or stars, and surrounding Destruction were 8 towers, including the Black Tower. Above these towers floated a massive piece of land. It was the dragon's home and the frontline fortress in preparation for the battle against Destruction. To think it's appearing now. Kaiser looked at the Black Moon with a grave expression. The appearance of the Black Moon meant they're coming back. There was only one time in the past when the Black Moon appeared like this, when the towers were born. A Black Moon formed in the middle of the newly born Red World. Soon after the Black Moon completely appeared, 12 beings known as the Apostles of Destruction, possessing immense power, emerged from it. They attacked the dragons as soon as they appeared, and the ensuing battle between the 12 Apostles of Destruction and 10,000 dragons resulted in an overwhelming victory for the dragons, thanks to their sheer numbers. But the Apostles of Destruction left a message that they would return when the Black Moon rises, and they vanished, turning to ashes. The victory was nothing but a wound, considering that 1,000 dragons died to defeat the 12 Apostles of Destruction. Phew. I hope the damage isn't too great this time. As Kaiser was worrying about the future, Kaiser, it's been almost 3,000 years since we last met like this, has it not? Kellyan, who had transformed into his original body, approached him. That's right. We haven't met since the Black Moon event. The others are waiting. Let's go quickly. All right. Kaiser and Kellyan flew towards the conference hall to prepare measures against the Black Moon with the other clan lords. As Kaiser and Kellyan departed, wriggle. The routes that had emerged from the Black Tower began to move busily. Day 299 of being stranded. Take this. Belly puff. Bubabubup. Kuk-kuk-keek. After eating a hearty lunch, Sejun was playing with Quenji, blowing air into Quenji's swollen belly. Kuyong. It tickles. As they played, snore. Ka. Sejun and Quenji fell asleep. Then, Kayut Kayut Kayut. It seems you're enjoying a nap. Iona, who had returned after finishing the tower construction, found the two of them. Swoop. Iona took this opportunity to settle on Sejun's lap and close her eyes. Kayut Kayut. Kayut Kayut. Iona was dreaming a nightmare of both anger and joy. A moment later, huh? Iona is here? Crewing? Big sister Iona, when did you come? Sejun and Quenji, having just woken from their nap, noticed Iona. Kayut about 10 minutes ago. Iona answered, her voice a bit irritated from not getting enough sleep. What are you doing here? Weren't you busy with the wizard tower construction? Kayut Kayut Kayut. The wizard tower construction was completed today. What? It's all built already? Sejun was surprised at Iona's words. From what he'd heard, the height of the wizard tower exceeded 500 meters. Kayut Kayut Kayut. The power of magic is great, you know, Iona said, enjoying Sejun's reaction. Then can we go see the wizard tower? Of course. I was going to invite you to the tower's completion celebration party later. Oh, you're having a celebration party too? A party? Sejun's voice was filled with excitement. Crewing. Party. Quenji's voice was also full of excitement, knowing that a party meant more food than usual. Kayut Kayut Kayut. Yes, we're planning to do it a week from now. So, I have a favor to ask of you. Sejun. What is it? I want to use your crops for the food at the party. That's fine, you can use them as you like. The storage room was overflowing, except for some crops. Coyote. Thank you, I'll pay you well. Iona thanked Sejun for his permission, mentioning that the chefs would come for the crops and left. And then, hello. The chefs who came to pick up the crops took an enormous amount of produce from Sejun's storage, indicating the grand scale of the upcoming celebration. Thanks to that, Sejun's seed bank balance combined with Theo's earnings reached exactly 100 million tower coins. The wizards were indeed wealthy, paying without even haggling. When Sejun had 100 million tower coins, Alien, can I get another power? He asked if he could receive a new power. The tower's administrator asks you to wait a moment. A moment later, grantable powers. Alien checked the tower coins Sejun had and showed the available powers. The tower's administrator says you can choose one of the 3 powers. I've decided. I'll take strong stamina. He didn't need to think about it. When he pondered what he should do to survive, the answer came quickly. The tower's administrator says she will grant you. Yes, 100 million tower coins have been deducted from your seed bank. The tower's administrator grants there. You can later enhance. Due to the effect of, with a sudden increase of 50 in his stamina stat, his stamina became 74. With increased stamina, Sejun felt his chest swell with grandeur, and a confidence that anything seemed possible. Just then, Quenji, humming a tune, approached Sejun. One must always be humble. As soon as he saw Quenji, the grandeur in Sejun's chest disappeared, and he felt humble, like a conditioned reflex. Crewing. Dad, why are you suddenly so down? Eating something tasty is what you do when you feel down. With that, Quenji comforted Sejun and dragged him to the kitchen. Then, Quenji wants to eat garatiauk, rice cake. Quenji boldly spoke of what he wanted to eat. But, we don't have money to buy rice flour now, Sejun replied with a troubled expression. He had spent all his money to gain the new power, and he had no money left for the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. So we're beggars. Quenji looked saddened by Sejun's answer. Beggars? We're not beggars, just temporarily poor. Instead, I'll make honey jelly today. Sejun hurriedly offered an alternative upon hearing Quenji's words. Dad can make honey jelly too? Quenji, who thought that only poisonous honeybees could make honey jelly, was excited by Sejun's words. Yes, I can make honey jelly, Sejun said with a confident expression. Making honey jelly was incredibly simple. Now, put the honey in a bowl. Ice cube. He quickly froze the bowl containing the honey. Done. That's it. Is that it? Quenji looked disappointed. He had already tried the honey ice cube before. This is different from what you ate last time. Last time it was half water and half honey, but this time it was 100% honey. Thump. Sejun split the ice cube in half with his hand axe, and, look. Sejun took out the honey in the bowl, and it jiggled like jelly. Dad is amazing. Yes, Dad is amazing. Right? Ice cube. Puffed up by Quenji's praise, Sejun started making honey jelly again. Quenji's praise made Sejun dance with joy. Theo was heading towards the 99th floor of the tower. Meow. I need to stop by somewhere first. Meow. Theo, suddenly remembering something he had to grab, entered the 75th floor. And the place Theo headed to was the lost and found storage of the Wandering Merchant Association, where he had gotten the item that had promoted him to temporary vice chairman. What? Why are you here again? Taru, who was guarding the lost and found storage, said when he saw Theo. How much for one drawer? Meow. What? This isn't that kind of place. Go away. I don't want to. Meow. I want to draw. Meow. Theo knew that there were items here to ensure his long-term rule as vice chairman. The road to becoming the tower's top wandering merchant was long and far, but he wanted to remain vice chairman during that time. I need the item in there for that. Meow. No one can stop me. Meow. I'm going to draw. Meow. Theo said, looking at Taru with an intense glare. Just go away. This is not a place for draws. The guard of the lost and found storage, Taru, tried to politely send away this cat merchant, Theo. However, let's start bargaining. Meow. I said no. This damn cat merchant wasn't taking no for an answer. How about 1 tower coin for 1 drawer? Meow. And this outrageous price? Look at this guy. Apostrophe. At the price Theo was offering, Taru felt strangely offended. Unknowingly, His hand tightened its grip on the spear he was holding. Even if there was nothing valuable in the lost and found storage, 1 tower coin? Then what does that make him, who had been guarding this place for over 100 years? While Taru was feeling upset, the best merchants buy good items at the cheapest price possible. Meow. Theo, who believed that maximizing profit by buying good items at the cheapest prices was the virtue of a competent merchant, only thought about getting the draw as cheaply as possible. Ideally, he wanted to go in for free and take everything he liked, but Theo still had some conscience. This is not that kind of place. Taru, holding back the anger rising from his chest, refused again nicely. However, then, 1.1 tower coins. Theo's bargaining had just started. No. Then, 1.2 tower coins. I said no. 1.3 tower coins. No means no. Taru continuously refused, and Theo kept bargaining, refusing the refusals. What a stubborn guy. Taru was annoyed watching Theo slowly raise the price bit by bit. He had heard that the best wandering merchants were stingy, but he didn't know it would be to this extent. It was too stingy. And so, hours passed this way. 10 tower coins. Hey, that's too cheap. Eventually, Taru shouted in anger at the price Theo offered. You surprised me, meow. If it's cheap, you should have said so, meow. How about 20 tower coins for 1 draw, meow? Theo cheerfully doubled the bargaining price. 1,000 tower coins. Otherwise, you cannot enter, Taru said firmly. If it was the place he was guarding, it had to be worth that much. Taru thought that Theo, who had luckily drawn an item that Rukun was eyeing last time, was surely hoping for another stroke of luck. So, he planned to teach this puny cat a lesson. If he spends 1,000 tower coins to draw a useless item, he will come to his senses quickly. Probably, after spending 1,000 tower coins to draw a worthless item, he would never come back to draw again. Give me a discount, meow. When Taru named his price, Theo tried to haggle 3 times. However, Taru had no intention of bargaining, standing his ground. Fine then, meow. Here are 3,000 tower coins, meow. Theo's purpose was to do as Sejun instructed. Chairman Park told me to ask for a discount 3 times, meow. Theo confidently handed 3,000 tower coins to Taru. There were 3 items he couldn't get last time. He planned to take all of them today. 3 items? Taru was taken aback by Theo's action. You cannot take 3. You can only take 1. No exceptions. He wanted Theo to be fooled once, but the amount was too large. Worried about Theo's loss, Taru returned 2,000 tower coins. And then, thump, he opened the door to the massive lost and found storage. Whoosh! As the door opened, the torches inside the dark storage warehouse lit up. Why are there so many restrictions, meow? As Theo grumbled, if you don't want to do it, just go back. No, meow. Then I will go in, meow. As Taru tried to close the door of the lost and found storage again, Theo hurriedly entered. 10 minutes later, meow, meow. Theo came out carrying a shabby box. Is that what you chose? Taru naturally thought that Theo had chosen the item inside the box and looked inside. However, clang. It was empty. Don't tell me you're going to pick this box. Yes I am, meow. Then I will come again next time, meow. Theo put the box in his bag, with a satisfied expression, and left. Why would you even come back? I bet you won't show up again. Taru was convinced that Theo had chosen a trash item, the land of the Golden Dragon. Thud, thud. Kaiser and Kellyan arrived. As they entered, golden, red, blue, purple, green, and brown dragons had already arrived. Now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. As the 2 entered, Artemis Yule, the head of the Yule clan and the Golden Dragon presiding over the meeting, announced the start of the meeting. However, due to the nature of the dragons, who do not interfere with each other, there wasn't much to discuss. The meeting formally proceeded with the agenda of waking the sleeping dragons and preparing to fight against the Black Moon. And when the meeting ended and the dragons were about to leave, have some of this food before you go. It is made from the crops harvested by the Tower farmer of our Golden Tower. Artemis offered food to the dragons. His intention was clear, to show off his competent Tower farmer. He. I feel bad just accepting the food, so I should bring something out too. This is liquor brewed by the Tower farmer of our Red Tower. This is. The other dragons also started boasting about the things made by the Tower farmers of their respective towers. However, Kaiser and Kellyan only ate what the other dragons brought out without saying anything. Kaiser wanted to boast about Sejun's crops, but he held back for the sake of Kellyan's pride. Normally, he was like an enemy, but he did not want to hurt Kellyan's pride by boasting about his own crops in this situation. Then, Kaiser, Kellyan, why aren't you bringing anything out? What delicious thing are you hiding so tightly? Let's share. Isn't that right? Ha ha ha. Dear Peyton, the head of the Peyton clan and the purple dragon, said with a laugh. His eyes were full of disdainful glances. The atmosphere in the meeting room turned cold at Tyr's words. The heads of the clans did not leave their territory, but since other dragons interacted with each other, they roughly knew the situation of the other towers even if they did not know exactly. The Black Tower did not have a tower farmer because of Kaiser's granddaughter, Aileen, and the White Tower was in a situation where no farming was done because Kellyan's grandson, Ajax, suddenly became a tower farmer. Knowing this, Tyr still brought it up. Damn it! Kaiser glared at Tyr without saying a word, and Kellyan swallowed his anger and endured it. He. Let's see them get mad. Tyr, who had always held a grudge against the two, secretly hoped they would get angry. If Kaiser and Kellyan get angry here, he can pretend he didn't know their tower's situation and back out, leaving the two in an embarrassing situation. Then, Tyr, if they don't want to take it out, they don't have to. There's no need to force them. Brechio Org, the female head of the Org clan and the Green Dragon, spoke to Tyr in a cold voice, defending Kaiser and Kellyan. Her granddaughter, Ophelia, was also a tower farmer, similar to Kellyan's situation. Of course, the Green Dragons are the most eco-friendly species among the dragons. It was an agricultural elite among the dragons. However, Brechio was greatly surprised when she saw the crops of the Black Tower, which were given as rewards at the recent Green Tower Harvest Festival. She was surprised that a tower farmer appeared in the Black Tower, and even more so by the quality of the crops they produced. The crops of the Black Tower's tower farmer, Park Sejun, were still of low grade, but they were perfect. It was like catching two birds with one stone, both in taste and effect. So she planned to have a separate conversation with Kaiser after the meeting ended. But Tyr ruined the mood. I might have been too hasty. Sorry. If you don't want to share, you don't have to. If the two of you don't have anything to bring out, I was going to share some. Tyr continued to be provocative until the end. Let's disperse for today and meet again in 3 months. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Artemis hurriedly ended the meeting. Whenever dragons hold a meeting, starting with the Yule clan, they gather once every 3 months on each clan's land. This was the law of the dragons. On the 301st night of being stranded, the rabbits, poisonous honeybees, and mushroom ants have all gone home. Sejun prepared for the 11th blue moon, which was about to start. The tower administrator says she is sorry for not being able to help. Aileen tried hard to charge the searchlight created by Kaiser with magic power, but it required 2 slots of magic power to operate. It was difficult for Aileen to even charge 1 slot with her magic power. It's okay. We have prepared enough for today, Sejun said, looking at the farm guarded by the pink bear and 5 black minotaurs. Just looking at it was reassuring. Whenever Flammy had been able to use the flame of purification, Sejun used it on the black minotaurs. As a result, all 5 of them were unaffected by the blue moon. Moreover, with Quenji also there, it was sufficient to protect the farm. Then, crowing, "Dad, everything is fine." "Pip pip." Sejun, "Everything is fine." Quenji and the Golden Bat returned after patrolling the farm to check for any intruding fire ants or poisonous bees. "Good job. Let's have a midnight snack." Sejun prepared a midnight snack for the animals who had been working hard without sleep. Crowing, "Great." Hearing the word snack, Quenji excitedly raised his short front paws in joy. "I will make garati auk, rice cake, for you today." Yesterday, the wizards of the Wizard Tower, who couldn't go outside during the blue moon, has bought snacks, and thus Sejun had some money again. He used that money on relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. He put money into it, obtained rice flour, made rice cake dough, and stored it in the treasure vault of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. That's when he realized, I'm rich. If he sold just one of the gold bars in the treasure vault, he could get dozens of coins. Sejun had completely forgotten about the treasures in the vault. "I'll use this to buy a new power later." Sejun decided to use the treasures to buy new powers and close the treasure vault. As a day passed, current list of items available for withdrawal from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. a total of 23,918,120 items. Chewy dough 1 kilogram x5. The dough had turned into chewy dough. The black rabbit had diligently pounded the dough and put it back. I will take out 5 kilograms of chewy dough. Withdrawing 5 kilograms of chewy dough from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Okay, press it gently and slowly, Sejun said, putting the dough into the manual Garatiauk machine held by Quenji. Crewing. Having done it several times already, Quenji skillfully started making Garatiauk. Chewy Garatiauk have been completed. Your proficiency in cooking LV4 has slightly increased. Due to the effect of cooking level 4, the taste and effect of chewy Garatiauk have slightly increased. The Garatiauk were completed. As the Black Rabbit's skills improved, the word slightly that was attached to the Garatiauk's description disappeared. Okay, let's eat. Sejun cut the Garatiauk into bite-sized pieces and gave them to the pink bear, Quenji, and the golden bat. Of course, honey was essential for Garatiauk, so he took out a lot of honey as well. Here, you guys eat this. Thank you for the food. The black monitors didn't like the texture of the rice cakes, so they didn't eat them. Instead, Sejun gave them a lot of cherry tomato stems. By the time Sejun and the animals happily finished their midnight snacks, oh, it's the blue moon. A blue moon rose in the sky. Let's get to work. Sejun stood up and said they had to scatter and locate the crops affected by the energy of the blue moon. Then, Chairman Park. I'm here, meow. Theo, who had just arrived, flew towards Sejun. Oh, Vice Chairman Theo, welcome. Meow. Theo was put to work as soon as he arrived. Why do I have to do this, meow? Theo, hanging on Sejun's head, peered around the field that was being illuminated by a blue light with a pout on his face. He was sulking because he couldn't hang on Sejun's knee as it couldn't be seen from below. Vice Chairman Theo, please endure a little longer. I'll give you Cheru afterward. Meow. Okay, meow. Theo, encouraged by Sejun's words, looked around with wide eyes. Then, meow. Chairman Park, found it, meow. Crewing. I found it, Daddy. Theo and Quenji, who were looking over the field from atop Pink Fur's head, simultaneously spotted the area where the blue light was beginning to intensify. Meow. Quenji, I saw it first, meow. Crewing. No, Quenji saw it before Big Brother did. As Theo and Quenji argued over who spotted it first, flash. The blue light brightened even more, as if absorbing all the energy of the blue moon. What's this? Having never experienced this before, Sejun approached the cherry tomato field radiating light. SSSHH. By the time Sejun approached, the blue light had completely transferred to a single cherry tomato, which now radiated not blue or red, but a pure white light. Thud. Sejun, as if entranced, plucked the white cherry tomato. And then, Elixir, you have harvested a cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Due to the effect of harvesting LV6, you harvested a crop 1 grade higher. Your job experience greatly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased greatly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has been filled, and the level increases. You have acquired 1000 experience points. Huh? Sejun came to his senses only after seeing the harvested message. And then, a cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. He was shocked to see the name of a crop he had never seen before. Moreover, it was an elixir. Just then, you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower acknowledges your exclusive cultivation rights for the new variety. Without your permission, no one can cultivate the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Your job experience increases greatly. All this time, Sejun had harvested cherry tomatoes the most until now, but he had never encountered a new variety. He had almost given up, but cherry tomato, I always believed in you. The magical cherry tomato finally gave Sejun a new variety. Moreover, it was classified as an elixir. As Sejun hurriedly tried to check the attributes of the white cherry tomato in his hand. You have achieved the feat of creating 5 new varieties in the tower. As a reward for the great farmer's achievement, 1 job characteristic will be added. Every time you create a new variety, all your stats increase by 10. Oh, jackpot. Every time a new variety is created, all stats increase by 10. It was an amazing job characteristic that had the same effect as raising 40 levels. Let's check its attributes now. Sejun happily checked the options of the elixir. Cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. It is a mutant cherry tomato that has absorbed the intense magic power of the blue moon at the highest point of the tower. A cherry tomato grown inside the tower. It is delicious and full of nutrients. Its color changed to white as it absorbed powerful magical power. Consuming it permanently increases magic power by 10. It was born by absorbing powerful magic, and it cannot grow anywhere that doesn't have strong magic presence. Cultivator, Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 10 years. Grade, A. Huh? It's A grade? He then remembered the message that said he had harvested a crop of 1 higher grade. At that moment, put that cherry tomato in this box. Meow. Theo took out a box from his bag. What is that box? It's a box I got from lottery draw. Meow. What? A lottery draw? Did you do a draw at the blacksmith? No. Meow. I found a new place. Meow. It was the lost and found storage warehouse, which unbeknownst to Taru, has become Theo's new location for lottery draws. Oh, really? Sejun seemed even happier with Theo's words than when he got the elixir cherry tomato. Theo's draw are always great. Just as Theo trusted Sejun's knee, Sejun also trusted Theo's front paw. Sejun examined the box. Shabby wooden box? Question mark. Grade, E. He. I wonder what effect this has, Sejun said with a voice full of anticipation. And then, Aileen, please appraise this. He asked Aileen for an appraisal. The tower administrator says to leave it to her. As soon as Aileen responded, the shabby wooden box disappeared. A moment later, the tower administrator says the appraisal is complete. The tower administrator says Theo has brought another good item. Of course. Meow. I always bring helpful items. Meow. So, Chairman Park, quickly praise me. Meow. Alright. Vice Chairman Theo, well done. Just with words. Meow. Extend my term as Vice Chairman quickly. Meow. Okay. 1 month extension. Meow. Meow. Good. Meow. Theo, pleased to have the term as Vice Chairman extended as he wanted, rubbed his forehead on the back of Sejun's head in delight. The tower administrator says it seems to be an item that will be helpful to you. Really? The tower administrator says you will know when you see it yourself. Thud. With Aileen's words, a box appeared in front of Sejun. Huh? It was definitely a shabby wooden box before, but now it had transformed into a golden box. Sejun quickly checked the options of the golden box. Golden box of abundance. A box containing the power of an ancient god responsible for abundance, whose name has long been forgotten. Over time, most of the god's powers have faded. If you put 1 grain or fruit in it and wait a day, it will increase to 2. Usage restriction. Worshippers of abundance. Creator. Grade, A+. God's power. As described, the power had significantly faded, and the grade was low for a god's power item. On top of that, the option was to double, not more, a bit lacking for a divine item. Vice Chairman Theo, I'll put it in here like you said. Still, it was not a bad effect if it could double the elixir cherry tomato, which there was only 1 of, in just 1 day. Sejun put the white cherry tomato in the golden box of abundance. Then he put the golden box into the void storage and came out. ZZZ. Kar Quenji and the golden bat were sleeping on Pink Fur's back, and, meow. Churu. Theo, who was adamant about eating churu before sleeping, was half asleep, hanging on Sejun's head, after achieving his goal of extending his term as vice chairman. You must be tired. Snap. Sejun put Theo on his knee. After that, Sejun continued to look around the field with Pink Fur and 5 black minotaurs. However, it seemed that the elixir cherry tomato absorbed all the energy of the blue moon, as no other crops, imbued with the energy of the blue moon, appeared. As the blue moon ended, good job, everyone. Kweong Mu. Sejun gave plenty of food to the Pink Fur and black minotaurs as a token of gratitude and sent them back. I should get some sleep too. After sending off the animals, Sejun entered the house. As soon as he lay down on the fluffy mushroom mattress, he fell asleep. Snore. Goro wrong. Only the sound of Sejun and Theo snoring could be heard in the bedroom. Meow. I slept well. Meow. Theo, who had a good night's sleep on Sejun's knee, stretched out his front paws and stretched refreshingly. And then, thump, thump, he stepped on Sejun's body and approached Sejun's face. Chairman Park is still in dreamland, meow. But his face looks really bad, meow, Theo said pitifully while looking at Sejun's face. When would Chairman Park's face ever get better, meow? There is no other way, meow. I will give a special massage, meow. Press, press. Theo diligently stomped on Sejun's face with his front paws. While Theo was massaging Sejun's face, Coyote, Coyote, Coyote. Vice Chairman Theo, you're here. Iona, who had come to ask Sejun for a favor, was delighted to see Theo. Iona, nice to see you, meow. Yes, Vice Chairman Theo, there is a completion celebration party for the completion of the Wizard Tower in 4 days. Please come then. Iona invited Theo to the party. Meow. Is Chairman Park also going? Yes, Sejun has also agreed to come. Then I'll go too. Meow. While Theo and Iona were talking, Sejun woke up. Did Chairman Park wake up? Meow. Of course, I'd wake up. You're chatting so loudly beside me, Sejun grumbled as he got up. That's good, meow. Chairman Park, now that you're awake, give me a cheru, meow. Theo laid down on Sejun's lap, with twinkling eyes, ready to eat cheru. Coyote. Then I should also take a short nap before I go. As Theo lay down, Iona quickly wrapped Theo's tail around her and closed her eyes. Alright. Yawn. Sejun, still half asleep, tore open the cheru and fed it to Theo. Slurp slurp slurp. As expected, the cheru fed by Chairman Park while on Chairman Park's lap is the tastiest, meow. Theo was happy while eating the cheru, and as Sejun was feeding Theo and starting to wake up, crowing, Daddy, Quenji is hungry too. Quenji, who woke up due to hunger, immediately came looking for Sejun as soon as he opened his eyes. Alright. Eat this and wait for a while. Sejun took out some dried sweet potatoes from the void storage and gave them to Quenji, crowing. It's delicious. Choo choo. Quenji, sitting next to Sejun, diligently ate the dried sweet potatoes. A moment later, Sejun. Good morning. The golden bat, having woken up, came to find Sejun. Yes. Good morning. And so, surrounded by the animals, Sejun began the 302nd morning of being stranded. So, you want me to decide on a new name for the Wizard Tower? Coyote, Coyote, Coyote. Yes. Crunch, crunch. Iona, who answered Sejun's question, continued to gnaw on roasted peanuts. The reason Iona came to Sejun was to get a new name for the Wizard Tower. Originally, it was the Gravity Wizard Tower, but as it has absorbed the fire, destruction, and meteor wizard towers, its size increased and its identity as a user of gravity magic became blurred. Therefore, a new name was needed for the Wizard Tower that would give everyone a sense of belonging. And at the end of the Wizard Tower meeting, it was suggested that Sejun, the real power behind the Black Tower, should give the Wizard Tower its new name. Meow. I have a good name, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, shortened to Theopar Tower. How about that, meow? That's totally lame. What do you mean, meow? There's no way that's lame, meow. Then how about Theopark Tower, meow? Pass. Why are you rejecting everything I suggest, meow? Just as Theo was about to argue why his proposed name wasn't being accepted, crowing. Quenji thought of a name too. Quenji said, raising his front paw energetically. Oh, what is it, Quenji? Crowing. It's Honey Tower. Quenji suggested the name of his favorite food, honey, for the Wizard Tower. That might be difficult. Crowing. Crowing? Honey is delicious. Why can't it be? Quenji was puzzled why the delicious honey couldn't be the name of the Wizard Tower. Then, Pip Pip. How about naming it Sejun Tower after Sejun? The Golden Bat suggested naming the Wizard Tower after Sejun. He. The Golden Bat is making me blush. Apostrophe. Sejun was secretly pleased when, it won't work, meow. It's too weak, meow. Crowing. The name lacks strength. Theo and Quenji opposed naming the tower after Sejun, who they deemed the weakest. These guys. No. It's just Kaiu Sejun. Your name won't work. Then everyone will look down on our Wizard Tower. Just as Sejun was about to argue, Iona's anger gauge rose to level 2, and she became angry. I've become much stronger than before. As Sejun was feeling wronged, Pip. I'm sorry for suggesting a weak name. The Golden Bat, who suggested Sejun's name, apologized. Golden Bat, you too. Having been dealt the final blow, Sejun fell into despair. The task of naming the Wizard Tower only hurt Sejun. Then, The tower administrator is furious that someone dares to disrespect her tower farmer. Aileen came to Sejun's defense. The tower administrator admits that the tower farmer of the Black Tower, Park Sejun, is weak to the point where his death anywhere, anytime wouldn't be surprising, but she praises him for being better at farming than anyone else. Aileen, Sejun wished she had just praised him without mentioning the earlier part. As Sejun's self-esteem began to plummet, the tower administrator declares that she will name the Wizard Tower Park AI Wizard Tower. As soon as Sejun heard it, he understood. He knew Aileen's naming style. It combines Park from Park Sejun and AI from Aileen. However, Kyute, Park AI Wizard Tower, Iona, not understanding where the name came from, tilted her head. The pronunciation was similar to Parky, TL, Charity, which could be confusing to others. The tower administrator allows the use of the descriptor Black for the Wizard Tower. Kyute, Kyute, Kyute. Thank you, Great Black Dragon Aileen. Without a second thought, Iona accepted Aileen's proposal. Using the descriptor Black in the Black Tower was of great significance. Only those who had permission from the Black Dragon could use the word Black. Of course, one could use it secretly, but the consequences were not something one could handle alone. Dragons never forgave the races that used the term Black without their permission. Not only the individual involved but the entire race had to pay the price. And that price was extinction. It was a great honor to use a term of such weight for the name of the Wizard Tower. The tower administrator announces that the Wizard Tower built on the 99th floor will be called the Black Park AI Wizard Tower. Thus, the name of the Wizard Tower was decided. Black Park AI Wizard Tower. Later, hunters approached it, thinking it was a charitable tower due to its name, but it turned out to be entirely different from charity, becoming an object of terror to hunters because of its destructive behavior. What will you do once we reach Amsterdam port? On the deck of a grain transport ship departing from Lagos port in Nigeria, Jonathan asked his colleague. What will I do? Head straight to a bar. As his colleague answered with excitement, boom. Suddenly, a soft vibration and sound came from the tank filled with grain. What's that? It seems it's coming from the tank with cocoa. Could something be rotting inside? Although rare, sometimes the tank would expand due to gas produced by rotting grain stored inside. Maybe there was something wrong when we hurriedly departed from Lagos. In Lagos, millions of locusts appeared and attacked people and animals indiscriminately, so their employer ordered the cargo ship to be loaded with grain and depart as quickly as possible. And they did depart hastily with the loaded grain. So we have to clean the tank as soon as we arrive? Exactly. Damn. Instead of drinking, we'll only be cleaning. As the two of them were complaining, bang! With a massive explosion, the lid of the tank was forcibly opened. And then, buzz, buzz. Locusts began to pour out. What? Locusts, run! Jonathan urgently shouted. But they were in the middle of the vast open sea. There was nowhere to run. The locusts attacked the people inside the ship as if they were hunting. The bodies of the locusts had turned completely yellow. The Earth Defense Force had driven all the locusts out of Lagos, Nigeria, and were feeling relieved. But the locusts had already infiltrated dozens of grain transport ships, and without any interference, they rapidly increased their numbers by consuming the grain, evolving into yellow locusts. Simultaneously, as grain transport ships were heading to various ports worldwide, the number of ships that lost contact quickly increased. Day 305 of being stranded. Sejun took out an elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power from the Golden Box of Abundance. The maximum capacity of the Golden Box of Abundance was 2, so if it increased to 2, one must be removed to increase it again. You have obtained 30 seeds of the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. Sejun didn't eat the obtained elixir-grade cherry tomato but extracted the seeds from inside. It was pointless to eat 1 or 2 pieces as he would still be ignored by the animals around him. Of course, one reason was that he was constantly failing to sow the seeds and consuming them. Let it work this time. Are you ready? Sejun stood in front of a pot filled with soil and spoke to Theo and Quenji. Ready, meow. Crowing. I'm ready. Theo and Quenji began infusing their magic power into the pot. Sejun had been continually failing to plant the seeds of the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. It couldn't grow unless it was in a place filled with powerful magic power. So Sejun, who was artificially creating a powerful magic-filled environment with the help of Theo and Quenji, attempted to plant the elixir-grade cherry tomato. However, elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power has been planted. The environment is not strong enough in magic power for the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power to grow roots. Seed sowing failed. SSSSSS. The seed turned into ashes along with the message. It was another failure. How much magic power do we even need? Even with Theo and Quenji's magic power, it wasn't enough. Sejun thought he might have to involve Iona next time. After failing to plant the elixir-grade cherry tomato, "I'm so bored." Sejun spoke in a bored voice. He couldn't step out of the house since yesterday. It was because of the Black Parquet Wizard Tower's completion celebration party. The powerful beings from each floor who received an invitation were coming up to the 99th floor to participate in the party. And they had to pass through Sejun's farm in the middle to get to the Wizard Tower, so Theo and Quenji, worried about Sejun, prevented him from going outside. "Chairman Park, let's just sleep at home. Meow." Theo spoke as if to comfort Sejun and lay down on Sejun's lap, rubbing his back vigorously on Sejun's knees, crowing. "Big brother is right. It's dangerous outside." Quenji also agreed with Theo and sat down, sticking his butt to Sejun's, and ate honey brought from the void storage. Both seemed eager to take advantage of this opportunity for their own benefits. "Should I just go out?" Sejun could leave any time if he wanted. He is the owner of this place, and all the animals protecting him were strong. Plus, Aileen was on his side. However, thump, thump. Seeing the endless line of monsters outside the window, he automatically thought there was no need to go outside. There was no need to deliberately wander in a place filled with strong creatures. Home is indeed the best. Sejun lay on the soft shaggy mushroom mattress and looked up at the ceiling. It had been a long time since he spent all day at home. "When I think about it, on my days off on Earth, waking up late in the afternoon and rolling around in bed until evening was the norm." He found it strange that he felt stuffy staying at home like this. While lying down and lost in thought, Seed Shop is now open. The Seed Shop opened. Checking the level of the Seed Shop skill. Seed Shop LV 3 confirmed. Park Sejun's grade has been upgraded from ordinary to extraordinary, as the level of the Seed Shop skill increased by 1 as a reward for completing the level 50 job quest. The grade also increased accordingly. In the extraordinary grade, you can select one seed that you've previously purchased from the Seed Shop and buy it daily within 10 tower coins. The selected seed will be removed from today's seed sales list. If you wish to change the selected seed to another, you must pay a certain change fee. Which crop would you like to choose? There's a fee. Carrot seed, strawberry seed, onion seed, key onion pepper seed. While Sejun was thinking, the crops he had bought before appeared. "I'll choose later." Since there were no crops that needed to be grown urgently, Sejun decided to choose later slowly. 5 types of seeds to be sold today will be shown randomly. At the current grade, you can buy as many seeds as you want within 50 tower coins. When the grade increased, the number of seeds shown randomly increased from 4 to 5, but the amount available for purchase increased tenfold from 5 tower coins to 50 tower coins. Sweet pumpkin seeds 50 to 6 tower coins. Peanut seeds 1000 to 9 tower coins. Firebean seeds 1 to 10 tower coins. Watermelon seeds 10 to 12 tower coins. Blueberry seeds 10 to 20 tower coins. The prices have gone up again. The prices of the seeds had increased by almost 50% since the last time he saw them. Sweet pumpkin, peanuts, fire beans, blueberries. Sejun had collected many watermelon seeds from the watermelons the monkeys had given him on the 77th floor of the tower, so he bought all the seeds except the watermelon seeds. 45 tower coins have been deducted from Park Sejun's seed bank account. 450 points have been added to your Seed Shop loyalty points. You now have a total of 601 Seed Shop loyalty points. Cooking. 4 small leather pouches filled with seeds fell onto Sejun's hand. Thank you for using the Seed Shop. You can use the Seed Shop LV 3 again after 30 days. I should first plant the firebeans in the pots. As Sejun was about to plant the firebean seeds in a pot, squeak, squeak, quack. Sounds of rabbits and mushroom ants guarding something were heard from outside. And then, "How dare you insignificant creatures block my way? I am Jashu, the son of Black Leopard, the the ruler of the 95th floor. I'm the next ruler of the 95th floor. If you don't want to die, move aside." A voice full of arrogance was heard. There are always beings like that, ones who think they're at the top without realizing there's always someone above them. It seemed that an unwelcome guest had arrived at the farm. I should go out. Even though he was reluctant, he couldn't just stand by while his family was being threatened. There are always people like that. Meow. Crowing. We will teach them a lesson. Enraged at the intruder that caused the disturbance, Theo and Quenji also got up to follow Sejun. "Guys, let's wear these before we go out." Snap. Meow. Crowing. Sejun put on the Dragon Warrior helmet for safety and also put them on Theo and Quenji. Although he could have worn it alone, he felt embarrassed to do so, so he put it on them as well. And so, Sejun, Theo, and Quenji went outside. Squeak. Quack. Rabbits and mushroom ants, intimidated by Jashu's threats, did not back down. This was Sejun's farm, a place that took them in when they had nowhere else to go. They were determined to defend it, even if it meant dying. These insignificant creatures, really. Realizing their determination, Jashu grew angry. His pride was wounded, thinking they dared to challenge him. "I tried not to shed blood since this is the 99th floor, but kill them." Yes, although the invitation warned not to harm the creatures of the farm, and the black minotaurs guarding the entrance to the 99th floor had also warned them not to harm the farm. However, Jashu thought that the warning did not apply to the insignificant rabbits and mushroom ants roaming around the farm. At that moment, meow. Crowing. Two beings wearing white bone helmets appeared and killed the leopards that were about to attack the rabbits and mushroom ants. "Quenji, over here." Meow. Theo precisely dodged the leopards' attacks and lured them towards Quenji. Cruyuyuing. Thud. Quenji hit them with his branch. "Who are you two?" Cruyuyuing. Furious, Jashu slammed the ground and shouted, "You are dead." Sejun grinned as he looked at Jashu. Of all places, he had slammed on the rock that Quenji occasionally used for naps. It was a rock that Sejun had carved for Quenji using Myla's hoe. Crowing. The bed that Dad made for Quenji is broken. Quenji is angry. As Sejun expected, Quenji looked at the broken rock with sad eyes and swung his branch at the black leopard named Jashu in a fit of rage. Bang! "It's really dangerous outside the house," Sejun commented, watching Jashu fly away. After chasing away the uninvited guest, Sejun took measures to ensure that monsters could not enter the farm, so that the rabbits and mushroom ants could work comfortably. He didn't do anything extraordinary. Private property. "Enter and you will die." Ferocious beasts inside. He put up a signboard with a warning so that monsters would not enter out of curiosity just like before. The monsters had already received a warning from Iona and the black minotaurs not to mess with the farm's inhabitants, and some had witnessed Jashu being attacked earlier, so the sign was sufficient. After putting up the sign, Sejun started making a new stone bed for Quenji. "Raise the ground." Rumble. The ground moved, and a new stone bed began to form where the bed had been destroyed. Having made one before, he recalled the experience and made a bed optimized for Quenji's physique. "Quenji, lie down and try it." Crowing. New bed. Crowing cheered and quickly lay down, happy that Sejun made a new bed. And then, crowing. "It feels great." Quenji rolled around happily on the bed. At that moment, gurgle, a loud sound came from Quenji's stomach. He seemed to have gotten hungry after exerting himself earlier. Crowing. "I'm hungry." Quenji, who was rolling on the bed, suddenly got up. "All right, let's eat." It was early for dinner, but they decided to eat a little earlier that day. Meow meow meow. Grilled fish. Meow. Crowing. At Sejun's suggestion to eat, Theo and Quenji started singing. And then, flap flap. Hearing the singing, the golden bat also appeared and sang along. As the animals sang, "What should we have for dinner?" Sejun pondered over the dinner menu. Theo likes grilled fish, Quenji eats anything, and a few cherry tomatoes will suffice for the golden bat. All right, Sejun decided on the dinner menu and immediately started cooking. First, grill the fish and corn. While grilling the fish and corn on thin wooden skewers over the fire, chack, he squeezed cherry tomato juice into an empty pot to make juice. While making the juice, he used his talent, fire mastery, to adjust the fire occasionally to make sure the grill didn't burn the food. Hey, controlling the flame is an art. Sejun admired his own fire control skills as he perfectly cooked the grilled fish. Soon, the grilled fish, corn, and cherry tomato juice with honey were ready. "Guys, let's eat. Sejun called the rabbits for dinner. Then, squeak, squeak, cheers from the rabbits were heard. What's going on? As Sejun wondered, crowing. It smells like Big Bro. Quenji, delighted, ran outside. Big Bro? You mean the black rabbit? Let's go see the black rabbit quickly. Meow. Theo confirmed Sejun's thought and urged him to go outside. Okay. As Sejun hurriedly followed Quenji outside. Squeak, pipe. Black Rabbit and Choo Choo were happily chatting with the other rabbits. Black Rabbit and Choo Choo, who were invited to Iona's celebration party, brought 300 subordinate rabbits to Sejun's farm. Crowing, squeak, pipe. Seeing Quenji approaching, Black Rabbit and Choo Choo greeted him warmly, and also Sejun and Theo, who followed. You came. Let's go inside and eat dinner first. Sejun led the rabbits to the kitchen. The kitchen, which had handled 1,000 rabbits during the past harvest festival, was spacious enough for all the rabbits to enter. Although the food for the rabbits was slightly insufficient, it was easily resolved by taking out carrots from the storage. After dinner, Black Rabbit and Choo Choo handed a small box to Sejun. What's this? Squeak. Just open it. Pipe. You'll know once you open it. Both urged him to open the box. Okay, thunk. When Sejun opened the box, it's cold. Cold air flowed out of the box, and in the middle of the cold box, a single walnut was carefully placed. Is this for me to eat? Squeak. No, Pipe. It's the last walnut left in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Black Rabbit and Choo Choo vigorously shook their heads at Sejun's question. No? Then why did you give it to me? Squeak. Uncle, please plant and grow the walnut. Pipe. Pipe. Only Sejun can grow this. Please take good care of it. Both Black Rabbit and Choo Choo said, looking at Sejun with eyes full of trust. They essentially wanted him to grow a walnut tree and harvest a lot of walnuts. Suddenly I feel pressured. It felt strange to be relied upon by someone, but it felt good. He. Don't worry. Just trust your uncle, Sejun confidently exclaimed. He might not be sure about combat, but he was confident about farming. But I don't know if I could plant this. Sejun looked at the walnut in curiosity. He had seen walnuts on Earth, but he had never thought of them as seeds. If Black Rabbit and Choo Choo had known, they might have taken the walnut back. Let's take a look first. Sejun picked up the walnut from the box and examined it closely. Walnut of training. A walnut harvested from a walnut tree grown inside the tower. It's delicious and nutritious. Every time you crack the hard shell of the walnut, your strength increases by 0.1. Eating the walnut inside makes you feel full for longer than usual. Grade C. Walnut of training. It was interesting that cracking the walnut shell increased strength, not eating the walnut itself. But why is there only one? The description mentioned a walnut tree, so Sejun asked. Pipe. All of them disappeared when the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell. It seemed that they were eaten by locusts. Squeak, squeak. We were lucky to find this walnut of training. One of the rabbits, according to Black Rabbit's explanation, one of the rabbits who had been taking care of the walnut of training tree barely saved one walnut when the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell. Black Rabbit recently acquired that saved walnut. However, there was no rabbit left in the Red Ribbon Kingdom who remembered how to grow a walnut tree. Squeak. So, I brought it to you, Uncle. That's why Black Rabbit brought it to Sejun. Squeak. Uncle, to quickly increase the combat power of the Black Rabbit tribe, we need the walnut of training. Black Rabbit wanted to use the walnut of training to increase the combat power of the Black Rabbit tribe, which was in charge of the military power of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Got it. Leave it to me. I need it too. This isn't food, so it wouldn't be stolen, and he could get stronger. After the conversation, Black Rabbit and Choo Choo left for the Wizard Tower first. The rabbits on the farm also went with them. The next morning. Alright. When Sejun got up, Chairman Park, are you awake? For some reason, Theo was already awake, grooming himself vigorously by licking his fur. Vice Chairman Theo, what's up? Why are you up so early? Isn't it obvious? I have to groom myself for the party. Grooming? Yes, grooming is essential for the party. Sejun was taken aback by Theo's words. Come to think of it, I don't have any clothes to wear to the party. The animals are all covered in fur, so it doesn't matter. But it's different for me. Sejun had only thought about going to the party, looking at the Wizard Tower, and eating delicious food. He hadn't thought about what to wear at all. It must be nice, being covered in fur. Sejun looked at Theo, then at his own clothes. The clothes Sejun was wearing were the ones he had worn during the vanishing, with the ends cut off and mended whenever there were holes. In other words, they looked like rags. He felt unnecessarily depressed in the morning. The only consolation was that Quenji didn't care about such things. Greek. Sejun, who found comfort in that, opened the storage room and took out the golden box of abundance. He then took out 2 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes, which had increased to 2, and put the walnut of training in the golden box of abundance. He planned to increase the number of walnuts first. A little later, crowing, "Dad, I'm hungry." Quenji came looking for him. However, Quenji, you? To Sejun's surprise, Quenji also came dressed up, and very stylishly at that, with pomade made of pine resin. There are even pearls on his body. Using pearls is cheating. He already has the advantage of fur, and now he's added pearls. Quenji, who did this for you? Crowing. Mom did it. Do I look cool? Yeah, super cool. Quenji looks absolutely dashing. Sejun gave a thumbs up, praising Quenji, though the realization that he was the only one who'd look shabby at the party saddened him. Quenji genuinely looked adorable. Who would have thought that pink fur would have such a sense of style? Kyuhi. Quenji, pleased by Sejun's compliment, laughed happily, lifted Sejun up, and went to the kitchen. Sejun did not intend to eat breakfast because he planned to eat a lot at the party, but, crowing, in order to eat a lot, you have to eat a lot of breakfast too. Quenji had a different thought. So, after breakfast, Sejun left for the Black Parquet Wizard Tower with the animals. Crowing, it's time to go eat something delicious. Quenji, who had enlarged himself, carried Sejun and the animals on his back and ran quickly. Wow, Sejun exclaimed as he saw the circular tower soaring high into the sky. The size looked well over 3,300 square meters even at a glance. They built this in just a few days. If I start a construction company on Earth with Iona, it will be a huge success, right? Moreover, if Theo takes care of sales and Quenji takes care of demolition, it would quickly become the world's best construction company. Sejun thought it was too trivial to consider conquering the world with such capable members. As Sejun daydreamed about starting a construction company, the distance to the wizard tower decreased. His body gradually felt heavier. To be precise, Sejun was being pressed down by the strong energy surrounding him. It was not something the animals around him could help with. I should use it in advance. Dragon Tooth Warrior Helmet. Sejun wore the dragon helmet he had planned to use before entering the party. As it contained Kellyan's magic power, it protected the wearer from the surrounding energy. Transform into full body armor. Sejun transformed the helmet into full body armor here. Since he had no clothes, he planned to cover himself with the armor. Meow. What? Meow. Theo was annoyed as the bone armor covered Sejun's knee. Endure it until we go home. Okay, meow. But you have to stroke my belly on the way back. Meow. Okay. Sejun appeased Theo, shielding the surrounding energy with the bone armor, and solved the problem of party clothes at the same time before entering the Black Tower's party hall. Then, oh, nice to meet you. Are you Theo Park, the new elite wandering merchant? A red panda approached Theo, who was hanging on Sejun's knee, pretending to recognize him. That's right, meow. But how do you know me, meow? My name is Dory, an advanced wandering merchant. I was there when you came to apply for the elite wandering merchant at the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association. Really, meow? Yes. If it's alright with you, could you share with me and other advanced wandering merchants how to become an elite wandering merchant if you don't mind? Now, meow. Faced with Dory's request, Theo was torn between boasting to the other merchants and looking after Sejun. It's okay, go ahead. Quenji and the Golden Bat were beside him, and he didn't think there would be anyone daring enough to start a fight in Iona's tower. Meow meow meow. Then I'll go tell the other wandering merchants my tricks and come back quickly. Meow. Excitedly, Theo followed Dory. And then, let's see what there is to eat. Crowing. There's a lot of delicious food. Pip pip. There are a lot of fruits too. While Sejun was looking at the food with the animals. Hey, I am Koto, a lower true bone skeleton from the 20th floor of the tower. Hand over your bones immediately. Contrary to Sejun's expectation, there was a daring being, a skeleton with thick bones, about 3 meters tall, demanded Sejun's bones. You messed with the wrong person. Guys. Sejun smirked and looked around. However, Quenji and the Golden Bat were nowhere to be seen. Crowing? While wandering around the party hall, Quenji noticed some skeleton dogs staring at Sejun with malicious intent. It's not that Quenji has learned bad language, but they were actually skeletons with dog heads. Pip pip. How dare they look at Sejun like that? Brother Quenji, should I take care of them? The golden bat, angered by the skeleton dogs looking at Sejun with hostile gazes, whispered to Quenji while making a throat-slitting gesture with its wing. Crowing. No, I've never seen anyone weaker than Dad. Pip pip. Well, that's true. Finding someone weaker than Sejun on the 99th floor was like plucking stars from the sky. Therefore, Quenji decided to restore his dad's confidence. Crowing. Golden bat, hide over there. Pip pip. Yes, Brother Quenji. They hid behind a table and kept an eye on the skeleton dogs approaching Sejun. Then, sniff sniff. Quenji and the golden bat smelled something delicious. Crowing. It smells like honey. Pip pip. Brother Quenji. I smell something fragrant too. Unfortunately, the table they hid behind had garatiauk, rice cakes, smeared with honey and strawberries, and they got distracted by the food. Among the skeletons, there is a caste system called bone rank, which determines one's status based on the bones. It classifies the skeletons into 5 levels based on who owned the bone originally, the power of the bone's original owner, and how well its shape is maintained. Sacred bone, true bone, noble bone, common bone, mixed bone. From true bone onwards, skeletons are treated as nobility. True bone skeletons from the 93rd floor, following Sacred Bone Kerr and his son Ba to the party, discovered a skeleton. Although they couldn't determine the original owner of the bone, it had less than 0.1% of its original power and was greatly deformed. A mixed bone. They assumed the mixed bone skeleton was a slave following its master since they too had struggled to attend the party where the lowest mixed bone skeleton was present. So they ordered the lowest ranking true bone skeleton among them to collect the bone. Offering one's bone signifies submission in skeleton society. It was a light jest by the true bone skeletons. That's why Koto, a lowest-ranking true bone skeleton from the 20th floor, approached Sejun and demanded the bone. Kuk 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 kuk. From afar, the sound of true bone skeletons holding back their laughter could be heard, all because of Koto being ignored even by a slave. Hey, you! Quickly offer your bone. As Koto raised his voice and reached out towards Sejun, if he returned empty-handed after being ignored by a mixed bone, it would be a stain on his reputation forever. Sejun, thinking Koto was attacking, quickly raised his arm in defense. If you won't offer it, I will take it myself. Koto grabbed Sejun's arm. Crazy bastard. Frightened Sejun, seeing Koto demanding the bone, swung his arm to shake off Koto's hand. And then, thwack! Koto's arm was detached way too easily. More precisely, the bone in Koto's arm came off. What? Sejun was startled by the unexpected situation and then realized, right, I've become strong. He had forgotten because he had been with beings from the 99th floor, but Sejun had the ability to easily overpower those from around the 20th floor. Clink clang. Sejun, who had been nervous just moments before, now held the detached arm of Koto. And then, hey, skeleton dog. What did you just say? Sejun spoke with a confident expression, forgetting his earlier nervousness. It was the epitome of pettiness. You! How dare a lowly mixed bone like you attack me, a lower true bone? Where is your master? I'll hold him accountable for the mistake of his slave. What slave? What are you talking about? And mixed bone? This is a dragon bone. If Kellyan heard what you just said, you'd be annihilated instantly. Eek! I challenge you to a duel. Koto, enraged by Sejun's words hinting you almost got into big trouble, shouted. What duel? Just take the hits. Thwack, thwack. Sejun started hitting Koto with Koto's own right arm. Then, enough. The true bone skeletons who had sent Koto approached. All eyes at the party were on Sejun and Koto. It was not good for the other skeletons to see Koto continuously being beaten up. What's this? You are trying to fight with numbers? Even though the other skeletons had a completely different aura than Koto, Sejun, who had already gained too much confidence, charged at them like a speeding train. Do you think we're a joke just because you defeated the single skeleton from the 20th floor? One of the true bone skeletons standing behind stepped forward, transforming its hand bone into a sword. Then, it infused mana into the bone sword and slashed at Sejun. Thwack! The bone sword collided with the bone armor, but thanks to the hardness of the dragon bone, the sword could not fulfill its purpose. However, What the? Sejun felt a shiver down his spine. The armor's bone was about half cracked because of the bone sword. It meant that if he got hit in the same spot again, the armor would be penetrated. However, pretty sturdy, aren't you? But how many times can you withstand it? Thwack, thwack. No matter how many times the skeleton attacked, Sejun's bone armor was not penetrated. The regeneration speed of the bone armor was much faster than the skeleton's attacks. 1 hit, 2 hits, apostrophe. Thanks to that, Sejun was immersed in counting how many times the skeleton attacked and thinking about how to deal with these skeletons. Then, crowing, "Daddy's in danger." Quenji, who had finished eating the honey garatiauk on the table and focused on Sejun, saw Sejun being beaten by the skeleton. He even forgot that he was hiding to boost Sejun's confidence. Crowing, without thinking, Quenji ran towards the skeleton and threw a punch. Kwang! With a loud bang, the skeletons shattered into pieces and crashed into the wall of the tower. And then, kwang! Another loud noise was heard as a hole appeared in the newly constructed wizard tower's wall. The monsters participating in the party were frozen in place, staring at Quenji, who had dared to make a hole in the wizard tower. Crewing? Is Daddy okay? Quenji hurried over and checked Sejun's body. I'm fine. Shall we leave? Vice Chairman Theo. Seeing the hole in the wizard tower's wall, Sejun quickly called for Theo. What happened? Meow. Theo, who was busily bragging to a wealthy wandering merchant, ran over in response to Sejun's call. We have to go. Sejun put Theo on his knee and hurriedly left the tower, escaping to the farm. Thus, Quenji's attempt to boost Sejun's confidence ended in a rather ambiguous state, neither a success nor a failure. Shortly after, Kaiu, who did this? Iona, seeing the hole in the wizard tower wall, was furious. Aha! Hey, did they come at dawn? Waking up, Sejun noticed Theo and Iona, who were sleeping on his lap. 3 days ago, Iona came to question Quenji after the tower completion celebration party ended. How could you let Quenji do such a thing at the celebration party? It was clear that Quenji was responsible for the hole in the tower wall shaped like a giant bear paw print. There were plenty of witnesses anyway. Calm down, Iona. The truth is. So, Sejun explained what happened with the skeletons and calmed Iona's anger. And then, here is an irresistible offer. He also paid an additional price. The price was 1 more day of using Theo's tail. Kaiut. Okay. When Iona and Sejun agreed, meow. What did you say? Meow. Theo, who was sleeping on Sejun's lap, unknowingly protested against the trade of his tail usage rights. However, in return, an extension of vice chairman tenure by 1 week. Fine, meow. It's okay even if you use it for a few more days. Meow. Theo gladly accepted the extension of his tail usage rights and even encouraged it. Thus, Sejun resolved the complaints of both Iona and Theo spent 2 days at the wizard tower with Iona while she worked during the day and returned with her after she finished her work at dawn. Mew. Sejun got up, picked up Theo, and attached him to his knee, then went to the bedroom wall. Swoosh. He added another stroke to the wall, and Sejun started the morning of the 310th day of being stranded. But what's the date today? Suddenly curious about the date, Sejun started counting the days. Since I got stranded on May 11th, Sejun drew the calendars of March, April, and May on the ground and counted 55 days backward from the date of vanishing to calculate the current date. So today is March 16th. That means my birthday is in a week. Sejun's birthday is on March 23rd. No wonder he wanted to calculate the date. Phew, I almost forgot to celebrate my own birthday. Sejun breathed a sigh of relief as if he had narrowly avoided a disaster. And then, in a week, it's my birthday. Sejun made a big announcement to the animals eating breakfast in the kitchen. However, what's a birthday? What is that? Crewing? What is that? Birthday. Squeak, squeak. The animals did not know what a birthday was. Come to think of it, they had never seen anyone celebrate a birthday in the tower. A birthday is the date you were born. On your birthday, you receive congratulations and gifts from the people around you for being born. The date of birth, meow. So, if you don't know your birth date, you can't get any gifts. Meow. Caillou, that can't be right. Crowing? Pip pip. No way. Squeak, squeak. The animals were shocked by Theo's words. It was natural. There was no calendar here. The animals only sensed and remembered the passage of time instinctively. Sejun's announcement threw the farm into chaos. After breakfast, I don't have a birthday, so I can't get any gifts. Meow. Caillou, even with powerful magic, I cannot know the date of my birth. I'm just a lowly bat without a birthday. Squeak. All the animals sat dejectedly, their faces downcast. The black monitors also became gloomy after hearing about birthdays from the other animals. Then, crowing. My mum doesn't know the date when Quenji was born. Quenji, who went to ask Pink Fur about his birthday, returned with a disappointed expression. It can't be helped. It looked like the animals would be depressed all day. Actually, I have the ability to give my birthday to others. If you need a birthday, I'll give you mine. So, Sejun created a new non-existent ability. Really? Meow. Chairman Park. I want a birthday. Meow. Coyote. 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 Really? I want a birthday too. Crowing. Crowing. Quenji needs a birthday too. I want 100 bottles of honey as a birthday gift. Pip pip. Sejun. I want one too. Squeak. Squeak. All the animals wanted a birthday, so they all ended up having the same birthday as Sejun, March 23rd. In the end, Sejun's birthday party became everyone's birthday party a week later. Later, the animals who received birthdays from Sejun shared their birthdays with other monsters, and March 23rd became a festival of the Black Tower. And then, is that even possible? Sejun, give me a birthday too. Alien, who already had a birthday, but wanted to receive birthday gifts twice a year. However, no, I can't. I can't give a birthday to someone who already has one. Alien's cunning plan was foiled by Sejun's very convenient ability.